see how Giants just keep being so inconsistent. I have no clue what to expect whenever Giants play.
I still think they're a little bit lost, have these cheesy picks, and they will win the game.
Idol of Durant for Werlib, and he picks off Betsy. How about that damage? And that's an ace for Giants Gaming.
They can be beaten, but they always come back, which is their biggest strength.
Fnatic have 4 kills, looking for the ace.
Always manage to find ways to come back in the game.
Teams like Gambit are like really important for us just because they're so close in standings.
Gambit are looking to be a real threat as we get closer to the end of the regular season.
We kind of want to win, obviously, but it will be also to further the gap.
Just communication is the most important thing right now.
Continuing coverage of Week 8 of the European League Championship Series. There's excitement in the air here in Berlin, Germany, as we head closer and closer to the playoffs. As you can see, we have a packed house and the fans are ready to go. And for all the matchups we've got on the line here today, ready to get going are as well H2K. And there's probably talking to the crowd, answering some questions, or, you know, doing a rap battle. We'll never know. Yamato looking very businesslike as he leads his troops Roccat into the building, who are up first in our first game of the day versus Giants. As we see Lothar there talking to his troops as well. Pepinero does have his headphones on, so I don't know if he was listening.
You know, he's just going to pick his own thing anyway.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I'm Eefje Sjokse here to set the stage for the last 15 games of the summer split with James Stress O'Leary and the always vocal Martin the Fishio Lunge, always. Now, with just a week and a half left in the summer split, let's see how the teams stack up. Not a surprise at the top of the tables. Fnatic is still reigning supreme in their undefeated run. And then to round out the top 3, or top 2, I should say, Origin and H2K in the fight for second. And of course, that all-important bye to the playoff semi-finals. And in classic European LCS fashion, we're coming to the end of the split with some very, very real tie possibilities. Of course, it's the European LCS.
Yeah, I mean, look at the middle of the standing here. Gambit, Unicorns, Love, and Giants. All 3 very close, tied for 4th place. We have to say, though, Gambit of those teams are looking the strongest at the moment. They play Unicorns later today, and as Vadak said here in the opening intro, that game is so important for who gets the highest seed in the playoff.
And the playoffs aren't the only important ties that we may have on that 7th spot. Elements and Rockets, they're tied up right now, trying to figure out who's going to have the safe spot. You're not in relegations, but you're not in playoffs at the same time. However, SK, they're currently 2 wins behind the playoffs, and that means they can actually get themselves out of the promotion relegations with a fortunate set of events.
Well, yesterday you mentioned it, SK Gaming versus Unicorns of Love. Fantastic performance, and a lot of that on 5.13.
Yeah, it was honestly insane to watch SK, like 25 minutes, fastest game I believe we've had so far. We didn't see a whole lot of changes though in the new patch for them, and we heard Candy Panda talk about how they just wanted to play something simple, something they knew worked for them, and we saw classic SK Gaming style. We probably will see more changes here on 5.13. Just not on day 1. Day 2 now.
One thing we did see on day 1, though, was the introduction finally in Europe for the Riven matchup into Rumble, which we're kind of expecting to see a little bit more of now that Rumble has gone up in priority. But if anybody can pull out the Riven to the same level that Huni did, then we're in for a real treat.
It is a pick, though, we have seen in Korea, obviously, a few times as a counter pick into Rumble. Maybe Huni's been looking back and saying, okay, this is working. I can figure it out myself. He said he was looking for a counter. He found it.
Yeah, he did. It worked out perfectly for Huni, actually, exactly as we would have expected. And at Banani2K tweeted, holo, Huni with a huge 3-man stun with Riven to clean up the team fight and take Baron. Here is your #1 LCS big play.
Golcotta and Nukeduck, the Mother Vander's not going to save the lives of Roccat again. Reckless has got a kill, a 3-man stun from the key strike. That's a huge team fight for Fnatic. Double kill for Huni.
Look at the fight here.
Oh!
3-man stun, beautiful play.
That was exceptional.
It was exceptional, and with each new big play, we seem to get an even bigger amount of excitement and a new sound out of it.
Yeah, new sound.
I just like to watch Fnatic when they play carries for Huni, so he can do stuff like that.
I like to listen to you guys when they do it. It's hilarious. Well, Fnatic, they did very well, and they locked in their playoff spot long ago, but the rest of the competition will have their chance to close in on a postseason spot today. We're going to start off the day with Giants versus Roccat. Then H2K will face the Copenhagen Wolves, and later today, Origin will take on SK Gaming, who are fighting to steer clear of the 2016 Spring Promotion Tournament. Honestly, after yesterday, both from the sides of OG and SK, they could do it.
Yes, I do feel, however, whenever our top teams tend to lose a game, they bounce back really, really effectively the day after, except for maybe H2K in the few 0-2 weeks they've had so far. But yes, SK look great. It's still not at the level, of the top 3 teams, so I think Origin will be the heavy favorites for it, but upsets can happen.
For sure.
I think certainly coming into the week, though, this is now a lot better at the end of day one for SK fans. They'll have a lot more reassurance that potentially there are a couple of wins that could be picked up for the next week.
We'll see what they can do, but before we get into our first game of the day, we want to get your thoughts. Tweet at LL Esports and tell us, what do you think has gotten stronger on patch 5.13 and why?
So first, I want to say Singed as a champion. We haven't seen him. I'm hoping to see him because I think the buff to scaling MR is super effective on him.
And the laugh buff.
Of course, that's the important one, obviously. But item-wise, what we saw yesterday, Rylai's was picked up a few times, mainly as a snowball item for Ryu on that Ahri. And it is a great item right now, and I think we're going to see more of it. But also teams need more time to adapt. I mean, it's a big patch, a lot of small changes coming in that people can use.
Yeah, time is going to be the key thing. We were talking actually to Seo on the Challenger Series broadcast on Tuesday. He plays for Maus in the mid lane. He was saying that there are this plethora of mid lane champions that are waiting to come through, but until teams have had time to play with the likes of a brand, we saw Zyra in Challenger. Before you've had time to practice this, we won't see it quite yet.
We'll see what happens, but as always, be sure to tweet at us. I thought you had something else to say. I don't know.
I mean,
you always have something to say.
I like Brand. I used to play a lot of Zyra. And I also think with the Leandris changes, not sure why that item got like 30 AP for 100 gold, but it's super, super strong now. On these champions, yes, I could see it being played. Maybe even looking at my match history, there could be a lot of Brand coming soon.
Maybe.
Watch out, Solo Q.
Watch out, Solo Q. We also want to know what you think, what has gotten stronger on patch 5.13. Tweet it at us, use the hashtag LCS, and we're going to check in on your responses later today. For now, though, time to dial in on our first game here. It's between 2 squads with a lot at stake. Giants Gaming and Roccat are going up against each other. Starting off with Giants, yesterday they played H2K, and honestly, they completely fell apart.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen it before from Giants, how it can start in the pick and ban phase where we just have so many questions. I mean, either it's Pipinero picking a weird champion for himself in the mid lane, or now it's just as a team. They went for Ryze, Jace, and Jinx. 3 carries that cannot protect themselves against a comp from H2K with so much mobility and so many ways of engaging onto them, and it wasn't pretty. I mean, it was such a one-sided game because H2K managed to start the snowball and poor little Adri in the bottom lane just died over and over.
You say poor Adri, but at the same time, right at the beginning of the game, they got a decent trade, but then disrespected the flash pulverize that came from the Alistar, and that resulted in one of the very early kills. And from there, it just seemed really poor. 0-5-0 at this point, and Ryu, again, just completely catching Adri.
Stone Cold Killer, man. Find Adri every single time. Doesn't matter, he's not worth gold anymore. You just keep killing him over and over, and Giants were never in the game. And we have seen that before when they face the top teams. Except for the one Fnatic game, they tend to, if they fall behind, it goes very fast. And these top teams can really abuse that.
Now, on the other hand, Roccat, though, they have managed to pull out some wins versus the top teams. Not yesterday, though, versus Fnatic, because it was poor Steve once again. But how much of that is honestly to blame on him personally?
It's about 60-40, I would say, in Fnatic's favor on blame, because they had a strategy that worked perfectly. You can see they put Steve so far behind on the gold. Okay, they didn't get the 1 versus 1, the Riven into Rumble, but Fnatic played it so well. They never let Steve get to the minion wave until it was shoved into his turret, and then in comes Forbidden with the Destiny, appears gold card, lock down Steve, take him out of the game.
It wasn't just Fnatic trying to shut down Steve. Roccat as well tried to shut down their own top laner. They didn't give him the gold. They moved him away from minion waves in the lane swap. So Huni was like 50 CS ahead. We're talking about 12 minutes or whatever. Steve just couldn't do anything. Like, as a player, it's impossible at that point. It was about the rest of the team. We saw Varus for Nuke Dog, a champion we thought were going to be banned more often against him. Still such a fantastic pick, and he showed a good performance. just not enough for the team to win because they fell so far behind from the lane swap and just Fnatic snowballing from there.
Macro level strategy falling behind is something we honestly have seen from almost every team versus Fnatic, and also yesterday. Looking at Roccat, though, it's so important for them to find wins here. Giants today, and then the Copenhagen Wolves, Radar, and OG up next. Honestly, on a good day, they could take all three of them.
I agree. They have beaten Origin before, a few weeks ago, obviously. I do feel this game against Giants is going to be like the big final for Rocket, where we get to see can they make it into the playoffs, because we expect them to beat the Copenhagen Wolves. And yes, okay, they've beaten Origin before, but that's at least going to be a very tough game. Giants right here, if they beat them, they should have a good chance of making playoffs, which is the goal for this team. They always talk about how they can become one of the best, just haven't shown it yet.
I'm going to go ahead, put myself out on the line. I'm going to say they're going to take 2 out of these 3 games.
Oh, we'll see. We'll hold you accountable for that.
Well, you can
write it
it's
down
on
right
film now.
Yeah, definitely. Well, before we get to the caster desk for a look at the lineups, Warlip thinks there are 2 sides to Roccat, and you never know which one will show up on game day.
Yo creo que Roccat es un equipo muy irregular. A veces juegan tan bien que dices, esos no son Roccat. Muchas veces juegan tan pasivo que dejan al otro equipo hacer todo lo que ellos quieran. Entonces yo creo que depende de qué días te cojas, o te revienta o te pueden ganar.
Teams being a little inconsistent. I feel the same way about Giants at times. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, standing by with a Mitch Crepo Force Balls to cover all the big plays, the misplays, the replays, as we near picks and bans for our first game of the day. And as the teams are loading up, we need to check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it will be the Spanish Giants with Werlip, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Godfred, and Lothar.
Yeah, they didn't look so good yesterday, but at the same time, the other team, Roccat, on the red side, didn't do too great either. There we have in the top lane Steve, followed by Yankas in the jungle, Nukeduck in the mid lane, Rallis is on AD carry, Vander support, and then the ever so dapper Yamato Cannon as the coach.
That is definitely the case. Unfortunately, his dapperness did not help on the Rift yesterday.
Nope.
Nukeduck's Varus suffered its first loss out of the 4 games they've played.
He did look good.
He did, despite losing, but it was more of a team-based effort. Fnatic just completely outplayed Roccat on the Rift.
Yeah, sometimes I wish we could replay those games up until a crucial moment. I remember one where Tier 1 tower was being traded and that big wave in the top lane was being denied against Steve. I really wanted to see Roccat push on, push forward, put some pressure on Fnatic, because Fnatic is such a good team. Yesterday they neutralized the mid game, and Roccat, they didn't know how to answer. No. So Giants actually have that style sometimes too, where they say, okay, we're behind, let's let Pepinero farm up in the mid game, come out with some items. Might see that happen again.
Well, Pepinero, the myth, the man, the legend for Giants, can single-handedly win and single-handedly lose games for the team, depending on his picks. Priorities yesterday, Roccat went for the first pick, Rumble, and Giants gave up the Kalista. Not going to make that same mistake today, banning 2 ADCs against Rolls.
Yeah, Giants' bot lane was struggling yesterday. They were a little bit behind in a 2v2 and then got dove over and over again. Now they're saying, hey, we want Aubrey and Godfred to be comfortable. He will have to work without his favorable Morgana in the bot lane on the support, though.
Yeah, no surprises there. The 2 most banned champions against Giants, Crepo, 14 times in 16 games is Jax, and 9 times in 16 games for Morgana. Brief hover before locking in the last remaining AD carry, the sort of next tier in Corki.
Yeah, Corki just fits so well in a lot of compositions, and you can lane okay with him. You can get to level 6, and then you can choose to keep laning with 2 men in the bot lane, or you can, free up your support in that roaming. He fits poke styles, early power spike. The only problem, quote unquote, Corki has that his late game isn't as strong as other carries. He actually doesn't do well into the Caitlyn matchup though that Rawless played yesterday, so that could be a trick in their sleeves.
Of course, Roccat, they did get some early towers. They did get some CS on Mr. Rawls' Caitlyn. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to overcome the power that Fnatic had built up. Reminder, we are on 513. Tom Kench will be enabled next week as he's a new champion, so teams need to get used to him. Zed is the only disabled one for this week. Couple seconds left. All of the junglers really are still up and available.
Yep.
Ankos is currently training towards that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and they seem to lock in the Nautilus as well. Nautilus on this patch obviously is a flex pick. You can go both in the top lane Nautilus as well as a support role. However, with the likes of Thresh still open, Alistar still open, I don't see why you would lock it in as a support immediately. So there's a good chance that Steve is looking to play this, and that Vander is waiting for the counter pick support to put some more pressure, because that's one of the lanes you can definitely hit 2v2 in a normal laning situation, is Giants' bot lane.
You also know that on the side of Rocket, Vander's got, in my opinion, a deeper, more effective champion pool with multiple champions. You did actually a segment on his Thresh from last week with some great plays, so we'll see what Rocket decide. A lot of tankiness on both squads with Gragas and Alistair now for Giants.
Yeah, and with this rotation, they have the dive pressure already, so if they want to really hit that early power spike from Corki and speed up the early to mid game, they can start diving towers with Unbreakable Will. In addition to that, they don't give away much information. If one side locks Rek'Sai, it is not unlikely that the other side picks Gragas. If you just fill a generic Alistar support, you are not telling Rocket what do we want to do with our composition. So Rocket is a little bit in the dark right now, and they will have to reveal either their mid laner or whether they're flexing the Nautilus. So this puts them behind a little bit in the champs like pacing. However, Steve playing that Nautilus, it's a bit tanky. So that was one thing that speaks against him, because usually I like him on a split pusher where he can battle together with Jankos, get him ahead. That split push echo that we saw coming out of him week 5 or 6 it was. Really like to see Rocket regress back to that style.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Steve, when he was playing the carries, looked a lot better. If this Maokai does get locked in, just as a brief aside, we actually saw a tank Nautilus mid earlier today in LPL. Not expecting it from Rocket, but I'm just throwing it out there. We've seen it.
Doesn't quite scream nuked up to me. I do like the switch from Kaelin to Kog'Maw, because I feel if you're going to run this triple tank peel composition, then you need some more hyper carry behind that. Protecting Kog'Maw is an old League of Legends strategy. It's a little slower. Kog'Maw can get caught out by the hard engage and a dive from Giants' side. But Rawls has been praised for his positioning.
Who will Rawls get to support him? Janna? Thresh? Where do they look for a support?
Well, it is Nautilus already, because the Maokai is locked in top
lane. Thank you.
By process of elimination, we've deduced the...
I got so excited about mid lane Nautilus.
Well,
so,
you may be right. Maybe right.
If Pepe locks in the Varus, then it's Nukeduck that needs to opt into his last champion.
Jace, probably.
For the mid lane. Has not run Jace yet. However, has had it banned against him multiple times.
He could actually go for a Azir and play more of this control, zone control style that you can see. It's another layer of peel and defensive capabilities to aid that Kog'Maw, and it could actually provide to be a nice combination of champions, because then you have the hard engage from the Maokai with Righteous Glory, potential flank with Home Guards. You have really good peel from the Nautilus coming out. Depth charge can go through the entire team and catch Pepinero later on that Varus. However, that Shyvana is what I like. I think it's good that Whirlib is regressing back to that split push style, heavy control. We saw what teams can do when Steve gets behind, and when you don't let Rocket play their group style on the other side of the map, just continuously put pressure, force them into bad decisions. Giants could actually do that with the Shyvana split push.
Giants did that against SK. It's the third time they'll play Shyvana. Whirlib's got pretty decent KDA. 4 kills, 4 deaths, 10 assists on that champion. And for Rocket, a control mage at the moment with Victor, but it's not the Azir that maybe you're thinking.
So yeah, Victor does well when he has people around him to peel for him. I'm a bigger fan of Victor in a tank top composition than whether you have another damage dealer right there, because he needs people to keep him alive, because he brings so much raw damage to the table. Obviously specs straight into AP. If you engage and you tunnel on a Victor and he gets the ulti and the E off, he can do so much AoE damage. So it kind of fits nicely. The only problem Rocket has is that they're running 2 carries. Both are low mobility, and they're easily sniped by whether it be Varus ulti, Pulverized Flash, Dragon's Descent flanking to an extent. But Body Slam Flash and knocking back is definitely something you have to look for. So the Peel squad, being Steve, Jankos, and Vander, they will have to do their job, and if they do, then Rocket can carry.
To see if Giants can be decisive enough in their play style. Yesterday, they just made so many mistakes positionally, and for Giants, they've got to reset their minds.
When you play Shyvana, having Dragon's Descent cancelled is really one of your pain points, and the only champion that can really realistically do that is Steve with his Q, knocking her back, which is hard to time. You could argue that Rek'Sai can unburrow for the easy cancel, but then you obviously have to spend the entire fight in your burrow mode, and then you definitely don't want to do that. So we could see a couple of nice ultimates coming out of Whirlib.
So for Whirlib, Dragon's Descent, we'll see what pressure he can put onto the side of Rocket. For both of these teams, this is such an important game.
Yep.
7 and 8. 7 wins, 8 losses for Giants. For Rocket, 6 wins, 9 losses. So if Rocket pick up a win, they're going to end up tying that head-to-head.
Some nice math there, Trevor.
I know, I'm trying not to do math on stream. It doesn't normally end well for me. Guys, take a look at the 2 team compositions and let us know on Twitter. Who do you think will pick up the win? Hashtag GIA win or hashtag ROC win. Everybody's getting quite excited.
Who's a handsome boy?
You are, Crepo. As we jump into the first game of day 2 in week 8.
All right. Let's see if these teams learn from yesterday. Both had quite a crushing defeat.
Both still vying for those positions in the playoffs. For Rocket, it's a little scarier, because if Rocket drop this game, let's say SK pull off another upset, if SK pick up a couple more wins, we could see them swapping. We could see Rocket falling to the promotion tournament, so scary position.
Obviously no strangers to that tournament, but their goals were playoffs, and they have showed glimmers of brilliancy. But so have Giants. Ward stays alive, thank God, so no more Ward cheers. The Ward war is going on in the top lane too. Everybody's sharing vision. Talk a bit about this lane. Traditionally, Kog'Maw is actually a good pick into Corki. Because it's incredibly hard for Corki as a Vander phase 6 there a little bit to really out-trade him. The range advantage goes well. You kind of start out-poking later because rank 3 on that W from the Kog'Maw really outranges the Corki. And then once you hit level 6, it gets harder. And Corki kind of needs a range support to build its lane, both with melees. Makes it such an easy lane for Kog'Maw, and he can scale obviously way better than a Corki can later in the game. So Rawless, we'll have to see if that pans out.
Rocket are going back to a team composition they tried many times in spring.
Vander's going to be late to the Gromp, maybe? Yeah, he has to start hurrying up if he wants to get to the Gromp in time, because Giants are taking the camp on the bot lane. So we might see an experience discrepancy.
See whether or not Godfred and Ardri can make use of that. Yesterday in the 2v2 versus HCK, it really struggled.
You're a jungler, you're a jungler. Everybody's a jungler when it comes on Giant side. Complete team operation there. Pepinero helped Whirlip with a snipe, Frederick stoling his buff, and the Krugs are going to Audrey and Godthread, so really quick jungle start from the Giants lineup. And then obviously Rocket was a little slower, but still make it to lane in time. And this is something that I've seen SKT do a lot. When Marin is playing this Maokai, they get full XP to Steve. He gets level 2, likely has a blue buff too, because Rek'Sai doesn't need that blue buff, and this gives a big lane edge to the Maokai matchup. Now Jankos will be a little bit behind in experience, but he has to catch up. But he knows that Steve is now fine, because Steve can play on his own, spam more spells, get more regen from that passive, so he should get a big lead here, even though Whirlip got level 2 of the Raptors himself.
So a small advantage to Rocket. We do see Godfred has got Flash and Ignite. Yesterday, he was the one that fell prey to the Flash Headbutt Pulverize and the tower. We'll see if Godfred can make it happen. And just very briefly, last time these teams faced was in week 3, a long time ago. Both teams now struggling with inconsistency as the LCS Summer split has rolled on.
Yeah, Alistar lanes are very passive in their nature due to the sustain and disengage properties of the Alistar. However, he has a shotgun with 1 shell. If he can land that pulverized flash and knock somebody in the tower, then he can get a kill, participate in first blood. If he doesn't use that, it's just so even. It looks like Rocket's going back to that strategy that we talked about week 5, week 6. Put Steve on some more carry champions and have Jankos buddy up with him. Try and get him advantage in the lane. Even if he doesn't get a gank here, he has the counter gank potential is there. If Whirlip oversteps, then we can just zone him out of the lane. This guarantees Steve the first back again. So momentum on the side of Steve.
The exact opposite of yesterday, where Steve was the one that was losing CS and losing the momentum and the support from his team. Frederick is going to get the Scuttle Crab down bottom. I believe he got the one up top as well. So small advantages, whereas Jankos is covering the lane for Steve.
Yeah, notice how he pathed to the right of Scuttle Crab and pushed it back to the left side. If you hit it on the right side, it moves to the left side, because he definitely didn't want to step into that vision too early. Now he steps in. Well, we see some action. So that's exactly what he was avoiding, getting spotted in the river. So first he secured the Scuttle Crab. He went for the gank, but the ward was a little bit too far out for him to definitely close in time. Jankos will now notice that the Scuttle Crab is down. Teams are operating with full information of what's going on the map.
Even start so far. AD's even, mid's even, top's even, and Jankos going to spot out Frederick. Shoot out a Prey Seeker just to signal that he's there. Godfred and Vander will start trading. So there's the Pulverize. Third Giant's going to connect. Andrew's going to get a few shots off, but heal from Godfred will pick him up.
That's the problem with Alistar in its current state right now. Using any of your abilities offensively is just not worth it, because they're so much better defensively spaced out cooldowns, peeling for your AD carry, and that's why we see very little action usually on his lanes. As we Jankos and Frederick, they're fighting for this Raptor.
Come on, who's going to get it? Jankos because he had smite.
That's cheating.
Frederick didn't want to commit to it. Do you briefly want to say, Werlib Shyvana had a tiny nerf on 513 on that burnout?
Yeah.
I believe at this rank it's about 3 damage or 4.
Sure. It was a preemptive nerf to devour Shyvana in the jungle, but devour just simply doesn't work because it's too slow. You don't have enough pressure on the map. Even though these junglers haven't committed to any kills, they've put pressure. They've showed themselves, hey, I'm here, I'm invading the jungle. Godfrey now gets engaged on.
So there's the pulverize. A couple of free shots from Mr. Rals. At least keep some form of control, but it's not resulting in CS yet.
Yeah, that bot lane, not too much action going to happen there. So I want to start looking at the mid lane. What we saw yesterday was once Nukeduck hit level 6, he started opening engages. Hey, Jankos, got your buddy. Very even early game. But yeah, Nukeduck, he hit level 6 and he started opening with his ulti on Febiven and honestly forced some bad flashes out of him and some aggression. So will Pepinera do the same in that Varus matchup? Obviously, Nukeduck played Varus so often himself, so both of these players should be masters of the Varus. Could be an interesting matchup later on. A lot of sidestepping required to dodge these, these arrows from Varus, Victor E.
Glad you mentioned that, because as it stands, Pepinero's not died on Varus, played it twice. Pretty good stats, 13-0-14 on that champion.
It's 27 KDA.
Good maths, Crimbo. Nukeduck will be looking to change those statistics. Yesterday we saw Pick, if memory serves, take a long time to get any real itemization. I want to see how Nukeduck changes it on the patch.
Alright, Giants right now are attempting to get some vision on the map. When it's such a slow game, it's sometimes really good to insert some pink wards randomly in enemies' jungle, because they don't really expect that ward to be there. And you want to be as pathing as efficient as you can, so taking that detour to check every little bush very often becomes a burden. So you skip that, but if you see Rek'Sai path away from the wolves, as we see some action on the bottom lane here, then again you have information. If you know where he is, you know where he's not is, then you can deduce whether you can make plays on this side of the map, that side of the map, so it's getting revealed a little bit just right here. That's what I'm talking about. That ward, Jankos could check that brush, but if you have to do that every time you pass the brush, you're wasting so much time.
Smart play then from
pink ward here,
Giants.
but he should find out this is the super standard pink ward.
Yep. He's gonna walk over it. Jankos not gonna be able to get red this time round.
That was close.
Might have had smite actually.
He almost stole it with the Grace Seeker. Takes the pink ward as a consolation prize.
So we have to feel that jungler intervention is going to be necessary for a first blood. Relatively safe-ish lanes across the board. Maybe unless Pepinera makes a big mistake. We did see he's used Ghost actually. Didn't see where or why.
Probably wanted to dodge Nukeduck, not get closed in there. And yeah, these teams, they're slowly getting comfortable with the state of the game and inserting some deep wards in each other's respective deep red jungles or blue jungles. We saw Steve move in. Obviously, warding close to your lane is nice, but the farther you can get you ward, the better, because the earlier you spot your jungle, you can pinpoint his intentions, see what he's doing. Now, Nukeduck picked up the blue buff. That tells Giants, and okay, Nukeduck didn't soul that blue buff. That means on the right side right now was Jankos. He's going to move likely to the left side because bot lane is not very gankable. So even though you don't see the jungler, you can always deduce where he is if you use that information to your advantage.
A little bit of information in terms of gold, both Adri and Mr. Riles and those Triforce 80 carries. 2,300 and 2,400 gold. They've yet to back that sort of super safe farming lane. It's continuing to play out. No real jungler intervention. As Frederick showed his face for a brief moment.
Perhaps he has a nice vase too. We know that.
Just to signal that he was there. But yeah, pretty slow and steady. As you mentioned, playoff spots are on the line. And as we came into this game, it's Giants that own the head-to-head. As you said, it was a long time ago where Giants looked a lot stronger in that victory. 10 minutes, only 100 gold separates these teams.
Yeah, both teams are fine with their scaling components, and they're honestly a little afraid to make mistakes. Jankos comes in. Will doesn't know whether he's spotted and getting engaged on, or whether that's just a random teleport into the map. That's always a fearsome scream. You never know where, so you're always happy if you can know where Jankos is going with that ultimate, because you hear that, you'll automatically assume there's a tunnel behind me, somebody's ganking me. But then obviously a good sight to see him in the river. This game will likely evolve eventually to a dragon fight. I almost have to imagine Steve has teleport, Werlib has teleport. Gotta watch for flank wards on both these champions. Definitely very good to get behind the enemy team.
In the top lane, Werlib has picked himself up that Cutlass. Steve has got Catalyst.
And Werlib probably putting more points in the burnout here. As he levels up, his dueling potential goes up against Steve. Steve no longer, or doesn't have the magic resistance yet to deal with that AoE. Doesn't have the wave clear first, so the pressure's on the side of Werlib. The mid lane pressure seems even. Both mid laners stand at max range and just use their abilities to clear. Very spaced bot lane too. Nuktak looking to harass a little bit, but Pepinero is no stranger to aggression.
Pepinero, of course, the man that we're going to be looking at. Didn't really show up yesterday. He's the man that's going to get ganked. Jankos gets the knockup. Depth charge is going to follow through, and the dredge line secures a kill.
Vander with the dredge dunk to finish that kill off, and that's what you have to do once people get so stagnant and kind of bored of what's going on. You have to open up your support, start roaming, because 2v2 is not working. Jungler can't find an opening to send the level 7 Vander in. We see Death Charge is undodgeable, even carries on with the flash. So good opening right there from Rocket. Find themselves a first blood, but there's no objective tied to that kill. So while it looks nice, the game stays relatively even. However, Rocket can push in their vision control a little more. Look at the pink wards in the middle. Both pixel brushes, as we call them, are pink warded by Rocket. So now they can add another layer offensively with green wards if they so choose. Giants' pink wards are slightly more defensive. The entries of the jungle. Fredrik is hoping that he's unspotted, so he doesn't want to body slam too far forward. They could see this if they pan over their camera. If they don't, however, they have no idea this is going on. This is actually pretty tricky, so if you have that ward right there, you should probably place it a little more to the left so you can spot into the Dragon Pit. But they could technically spot this, but no pings are coming out. So,
just too late.
Surprise!
Away the dragon. So, Crepo, Rocket secure first blood. This is actually against the norms for them, as they have actually secured the least amount of first bloods of any team in the European LCS. So for Giants picking up the dragon, that is their 9th first dragon, solidly in the upper echelons.
No, Nuktak is not running cleanse on Victor. We see a lot of people do that, so Chain of Corruption from Pepinero could chain beautifully into a gank from Fredrik. And that's something they should look for. Get these pink wards on the side, in the mid lane, sneak in their jungle, body slam over the wall, wait for the cooldown, look for the Chain of Corruption, body slam flash, knockback, try and get that Victor down. So right now,
again, Pepe's Ghost is off cooldown. I think he used it to get back to lane. Pretty sure it's the second time he's done that. We'll confirm in a moment or two. Different usage of the Summoner spell.
First time I ran Flash and tried to flash into lane, only to realize it didn't go quite as far. Hey, it said, where your cursor is. I moved my cursor all the way to the lane. I was like, here I am.
Well, I can't fault the logic.
Then I got reported.
Well, a long time ago. I think you're not in trouble. Frederick's going to spot out the invading members of Jankos and Van Den. Going to leave that Bramble back alone.
So Fredrik is slowly losing control of his jungle. This is not the first time Jankos has intervened. Found out what he was doing. Look at the level advantage as well. Jankos participated in that kill in the mid lane. Fredrik had to back off a couple of times. Audrey, while he's even on CS, being even against the Kog'Maw technically means you're behind. Both of these are working towards a Triforce, and a Kog'Maw on level 6 with Triforce does a whole lot of damage.
So Vander can dodge a hook, but you can't dodge a mine.
Or a range.
Land the anchor, connects with the dredge line as well. Jungler and support v jungler and support. We're going to keep seeing. There's the Unbreakable Will thrown out.
It's a beefy bull.
I'm just going to back away. I believe Fredrik got his hands on that red buff, so
yep.
Engage from Rocket, nothing comes of it.
Very, very minor fights we see. Very controlled on both sides. Just fighting over these small things like red buffs. Obviously, Dragon is down already. A very hesitant play. 20.1 against 19.9. Very even early game.
Feel scaling is somewhat on the side of Rocket. Knowing that Maokai's going to get tanky, Nautilus is going to get tanky, Kog'Maw is going to be able to shred, but do you need to avoid the math threat that Shyvana can put into play. I've heard from Production Crepo, sorry, that the guys on screen are here for a bachelor party. Absolutely epic if you come to the LCS for that. High five.
Stag Knight in Berlin. You need a final member. There are people in the cast crew to sacrifice themselves for this noble good. However, we are still playing League of Legends right here. But yeah, you were right. You were talking about scaling. In terms of team fights, definitely Rocket scale way better. The one advantage Giants have, if this guy right here, Werlib, can get out. Banner connects though.
Edgeline is going to hold him in place for a moment.
That mobility is what's key for Giants. That split push plan. Getting members to commit to deal with Whirlip. That's what they want to do to open up the map. Giants take down a tower in the bottom lane right now because they have the mid-game spike. They want to group up Pepinero and Audrey together. They want to poke. Get Chain of Corruption on Nuke Duck.
Pepinero's burned through his mana pool. Gets the hail of arrows down, but not enough for the kill. Will it be enough for the tower?
He's diveable right now.
Gonna go forward. The explosive cast knocks Nuke Duck to the side. It's not over yet. Dredgeline connects onto Frederick. Challenging Smite is out. A defensive flash, and the Chaos Storm dunks Frederick where he stands. Flash away, and the heal from Nuke Duck will keep him alive, but that's Rockout with their second kill.
Last week, it was Vander's Thresh. This week, it's Vander's Nautilus. Hasn't missed a single hook so far. Opening up these opportunities. And honestly, that little play where Frederick body slammed in was actually a mind game. He body slammed in an angle and was telling Nuke Duck, hey, if I'm a good jungler, I will body slam flash you right now. So you should flash preemptively. However, Nuke Duck didn't call the bluff. Stood there. Eventually, the cast went wide. Could have been a nice play. We could have seen Nuke Duck flashing there defensively.
Hey.
Oh, they lose the blue buff.
So, despite the attempted steal, Audrey gets his hands on it. That's the second buff in a row that Rockout have challenged. First was red, second was blue, and both times Giants have been able to secure it.
But look at what Giants is doing with Whirlip right now. He's invading as well. He's counter jungling because they need some pressure for him. Later, the Ruined King finished. Whirlip can asset like 1v1 pretty much anyone on the team right now.
Big items have been completed in the last few minutes. We already saw the Blade of the Ruined King in action for Whirlip, 2 Triforces for the AD carries, and a Luden's Echo for Nuke Duck as his first item.
Yeah, you want to send that E through the lane and then let it proc the Luden's proc just to instantly clear those waves from maximum range. Nuke Duck just wants to stay safe. No longer has his flash at his disposal. He uses it offensively to secure that kill earlier. But Vander, honestly, has been doing fantastic on his roaming. Gets knocked back, though.
Cast a curse. Vander's going to get taken out by Audrey. Mr. Riles is going to take a beating from that blue buff Corki. He's zoned away. While that's going on, Whirlip's down on the bottom inner turret.
Yeah, cracks are showing for Rocket right here. Bottom lane pressure. Nuke Duck's sent to deal with that, so mid lane's exposed. Mr. Riles can't deal with that. Mr. Riles out of mana here. Whirlip, obviously, very mobile. Uses the Borg proc to slow somebody down, I believe. Yep, he used it, and then he flashes out for maximum mobility. Now, mid lane's exposed. Double poke showing a Pepinero and Audrey. Rawls at the base for mana, so another tower looking to go down for Giants.
Smart
Good spike.
Gonna highlight exactly that. Trinity Force Blade and some AD for Pepinero. Giants start grouping, and they've secured themselves 3 towers already.
And Giants did what Rocket couldn't do yesterday, which is take down a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Today, if you look back at what Rocket did against Fnatic, and the reason you need that is then you can push in bottom lane all the way and put side pressure on that mid lane turret. This is the way H2K likes to open up the map as well and force the defensive wave clip from Rocket away. Giants also force Rocket out so they pick up an easy dragon right here. They're going to look to defend their middle lane tower.
So, second dragon of the game, but will it cost towers? Rocket have pushed in the wave up top and will lose the middle tower and have the support from Steve if it was needed.
Yeah, I don't really agree with sacrificing your mid lane turret. So essential to keeping the map alive in your favor. Dragons you can always pick up later. They don't really do that much. Earliest timing here. As Audrey stops Steve's back. It's still going to be like 18 minutes from now for another dragon, for 5 dragons. So that's kind of late for Aspect.
Pepe had actually ghosted to try catch up to Steve as well.
Yeah.
Decided against it at the end of the day. So Pepinero using Ghost to really move around the map more than anything else. As we're getting closer to 20 minutes, Giants have 1 tower more, 2 dragons more, and currently marginally in the gold lead.
And Steve got his Frozen Heart already, so he wants to armor up against that offensive poke from Pepinero. Later on, deals with some mixed damage from Whirlip. However, I feel the brunt of the damage should be Magic on that Blade of the Ruined King Shyvana, so still won't be able to duel Whirlip all that well, 1v1.
To go all the way back to your picks and bans discussion regarding the Dragon's Descent, every time we've seen Whirlip, he's using Shyvana as a full split push power.
Yeah, he should.
The moment people come to apply pressure, he backs away, and look, instantly the rest of Giants pushing into Rocket's jungle.
Yeah, and I like the flash on him as well. Smite Shyvana is nice because you can counter jungle and all and everything, and it sounds okay, but I would really like having the flash for an additional escape, also for repositioning in fights. You can angle yourself instant Dragon's Descent, so you make it impossible for people to cancel you. Just a lot of options, but we need more pressure from Whirlip because he's step number 1. Put pressure, draw members away from Rocket, and then Giants can swoop in, take some more towers.
Minion wave slowly pushing towards Rocket in the bottom half of the map, but there's no inner turret to take. So I'd like to see maybe swapping around a little, trying to take that top outer turret. Whirlib as it stands 2 levels above Steve and 20 CS.
And this is where a lot of teams kind of struggle in this mid game when all these tier 1 towers are down. Look at the damage though. Whirlib definitely having the better end of this trade right here. But this mid game where the tier 1 towers are falling, most European LCS teams don't really know what to do. And that is exactly the thing that Fnatic as a team like to abuse. Say, okay, fine, you have a lead, that's fine, we made a mistake. But our mid game is so good, so tempered, and we know how to pick our fights and our objectives that it doesn't matter what you do up until this point. You see that in the gold as well, completely even again. But Rocket, they're scaling for these late game team fights.
As long as Nukeduck can wave clear, stall this out a little more, get more power, Rocket have a chance to come back. As it stands, Whirlib and Godfred, they're gonna double team. That's a headbutt pulverized onto Steve. Tower still being dropped. Here comes Jankos to join the fight with that Void Rush. Now Godfred's on the wrong side of the tower. Unbreakable will it be enough to be broken? Depth charge gonna pop. This is a very drawn out fight. Unbreakable's about to time out. Chain of Corruption has connected from Pepinero. He's gonna throw out the piercing arrow and Vanda stays alive. We did see Audrey pushing out that middle lane, so teleport used from Steve, top tower defended.
That's what Giants want to do. They want to draw aggro somewhere and leave another part of the map exposed. Luckily for Rocket, Steve held on to his teleports mid, so not much changes. Godfred sacrifices himself as he bases, or gets forced to base. He has to pick up the talisman. A lot of mobility on Giants. They want to Zerg in, pretty much. They want to poke, and then pull the trigger. Let's watch that again. But we see how tanky Steve is getting right now. It's not enough for Will. It takes a long time to duel. Jankos, this tunnel probably should have been cleared before they went for that play, giving easy access point for Jankos. And leaving Godfred behind. Good focus, even though he's an unbreakable will. Vander is not going for Godfred. He knows he's CC'd anyway, so he goes for the zoning depth charge. Then another fantastic hook, honestly. And then this Calculato.
Calculato indeed. Vander showing up second week in a row. Pepinero didn't actually mention it earlier, but with that first blood being given up, that was his first death on Varus in 3 games. Yet to pick up a kill, but he's got a lot of damage to play with. With the Whisper and Brutalizer, with the exception of Steve and maybe a little bit of Jankos.
And Pepe's still scaling very well here with the armor penetration. It is first the percent armor pen and then the flat amount afterwards. Used to be the other way around, so poke will still hurt. Audrey will kind of fall off because after a Triforce, your consecutive items really don't synergize that well with each other. Whereas Rawls kind of has the same problem, but any item he builds with attack speed scales better with his passive.
So, Whirlib, he's found a target. Dragon's Descent aggressively looking forward for Mr. Rawls. We did see that Blade of the Ruined King, but it will not be enough. Pepinero's in the top lane, taking the tower out. So, nobody's died yet. Living Artillery being spammed by Mr. Rawls to try and find the Giants. But Pepinero's decided to back away, has not continued pushing top.
He could though. Pepinero could definitely keep pushing because the wave clear is alive on Giants' side. Dragon's up in 40 seconds. So Giants, they're showing their priorities right here. That fleet isn't necessarily a mistake from Pepinero, but they say we value our third dragon more than the opportunity to take the tier 2 tower because they are playing for aspect because they know eventually they'll get outscaled. So let's see if that translates in their next map moves. Obviously Rocket, they use resources on that push, so they also have to base. So now it's a race for vision around the dragon area.
Giants for the time being playing the map relatively well. However, it's not equated into a very large lead. 25 minutes up. There's the dragon. Jankos will be nearby for the fight, but he's welcomed by a fully charged piercing arrow, and that's hurting.
Both teams are a little bit late for the dragon party. Both forgot about Drake to an extent. So now they're trying to fight over mid lane control. That's always step one, what you want to have. Once mid lane pushes in, you get free vision deep, and you see how many champions are there. Then you can go to the side and get for vision. But Frederick,
oh, that's a lot of damage. Steve has engaged this one a tad early. Teleport's coming up from Whirlib, and he does have a fully charged Descent. Chain of Corruption will not spread.
A good poke by Nukeduck.
Wall of Rocket. Nukeduck is putting those death rays out. Whirlib,
he canceled his teleport. And then flanks to the right. This is what you want to do with Shyvana. Always flank. Never come from the same side as your team. Pressure them into the Alistar. Try and pincer right now. This is what Giants want to do. Giants want to pincer.
Pepinera's caught. He's going to go down. Mr. Rolls gets a kill credit. Whirlip looks to reply. They've traded 1-for-1 and Audrey's valked in aggressively, but now he's left for dead. Frederick's going in solo on the side. Giants, this is a little messy. Can they save it? The rockets flying from Audrey, but he's run out of mana. We did see Whirlip going low. Whirlip's in the thick of it, but Audrey is trying to clean up. Everybody's dying, and in the end, Godfred's the last man standing for Giants. A 4-for-3 as the Cows trying to get away.
Both teams with the right idea how to take that fight. Rocket, they know they have to pincer. Right side Shyvana, left side the Alistar. And how do you beat a pincer? You engage on the weak side. You don't let yourself get clawed in. That's what you want to do. Good opening by Rocket, because they knew if they waited 5 more seconds here, Vander catches Pepinera, flash W from Steve. Honestly, this is a mistake by Pepinera. It should never happen, because look at what's happening on the right side. What will it be? He just one-shots Mr. Wallace. Praised so often for his positioning. And keep your eyes on Audrey in this fight. He's very hesitant. Could land a lot more auto attacks if he does come in, because his team is tanking damage for him, but he's just not doing too much now. Steve flashes over. They go down. Even trade all around, but this could have been a very, very brutal fight for Giants should Pepinero survive that earlier stage of the fight, because that pincer is definitely what you want to do. You're not in late game just yet. Steve can still drop immediately.
So Rocket may get their hands on this first dragon unless it can be stolen. El Bandito's nearby. Body slams available. El Bandito does not decide to pull the dragon. Pull the trigger.
Yeah, no synergy what we saw yesterday. We saw those snipe combos come out. You know, jungler dashes over the wall in unison with a Varus Q. Then Smite tagged up together and left it impossible for Reignover yesterday to counter smite that one. Wasn't quite the case just now, because Frederick had no escape mechanism. He couldn't get back over the wall, so El Bandito wasn't ready to give up his life for the steal.
Disappointing. Expected more.
I expected more.
I've seen the wanted posters. It led me to believe he could do it.
Very interesting itemization here too. Steve is speccing into more mobility. Well, I call it good itemization, honestly, because you just want to be able to close the gap, especially on Pepinero. You know, get that Righteous Glory out. When he's poking at the side and he feels safe at a certain distance, close that gap. Immediately pop that Righteous Glory for your team. Steve will also be looking for flanks.
Well, Steve, despite being down in CS, those home guard boots, the teleport available,
yeah,
going to be able to find the targets.
Just like the Prey Seeker finds Pepinero.
Yep, grappling hook interrupted. Audrey also finished his Blade of the Ruined King, picked himself up another longsword, but look at the positioning. It's Rocket trying to get control of mid lane.
Let's see what Rocket's doing right here. They're putting Nukeduck in the middle lane, so he wants to wait to keep that lane even. Mr. Wallace played split push duty until the point where he felt safe, so Rocket just set up a slow push in the top lane, I believe, unless that wave bounces back. Can't quite tell from the minimap here. He's picking up red buff. Scuttle Crab obviously is in Giants' favor, so that war for vision control goes on, and the one thing that will break that eventually is the split push. Giants Whirlip against Rocket Steve is something you want to keep your eyes on. Now that Steve has picked up some magic resistance, this duo may start changing a little bit. Blade of the Ruined King's magic damage, Burnout magic damage, Sunfire Cape, all magic damage. So Spectre's Cow, triple value on that item.
The one thing it is true though, when we saw Whirlip get onto Mr. Rolls, he almost insta-gibbed him. If Mr. Rolls is out of position against this Whirlip, who's nearly level 18, that's a scary threat.
If he goes short, hang on, Vander connects.
The explosive caster is going to split, and they've managed to pick up a kill on Vander, but the damage threats are still alive. Vander's going to be late.
The split push.
Mr. Rolls will be late. Frederick forced away. Giants are in retreat. Whirlip has got full charge on Dragon's Descent. Mr. Rolls is still looking for that fight. I believe he's got red buff as well. So fight on two fronts.
Yeah, as Wallace gets stronger though, he can kite Whirlip, unless Whirlip jumps over Wallace, free Willy almost, and then lands down. The Flames, you know, get Wallace one shot, then Wallace can kite Blade of the Ruined King to slow Triforce every auto a little quicker. Zeal picked up now too, attack speed boost, a lot of potential health.
Godfred is looking for a target, but he's just been chunked down. The Death Ray and Siphon Power disintegrated his HP. Whirlip did teleport in for this one, so Summoner Spell used. We did see Steve TPing in earlier, so they've evened that out.
Okay, got the reminder from Deficio. Blade of the Ruined King is in fact physical damage. I believe it was magic in the past. Could be wrong there. So then, double value on the Spectre's Cow. I lied to you guys. I'm terribly sorry for lying. So we see that split push then from Whirlip coming out. And it puts pressure. It forces Rocket into moves that they feel this is an opening. And for Vander, that was a Dreadlight in, but good disengage. And this is why Gragas such a good disengaged jungler, because if somebody goes in, you put the barrel right behind them. Anybody following up on that engage gets knocked back, but the guy actually engaging gets knocked into your team. And Vander, he couldn't press R for extra tankiness. Not unbreakable at all. He broke.
The thing is, despite the fact Giants are trying the split push and despite the fact they've been relatively successful, it's not equated to big league. We're still only 1,000 gold up. It feels like Giants have the theory down, but the practice is just a little short of where it needs to be.
They do have the pressure advantage, and if they want to win, they will need additional stats. To acquire those, they will need the Baron, so they'll need to pressure Rocket in, force him to take either a face check, or just take that objective down. Shyvana, once she connects with Baron, with the double AD carry setup, they can do that very, very quickly. However, if you want to do that Baron, you kind of want to have Shyvana at the other side of the map. So without the teleport, it's going to be tricky to secure that objective. And honestly, Rocket have been doing a phenomenal job keeping the vision control at least sufficient.
It's not been caught out yet.
Does it get old, does it now?
I have to admit, I don't think it does. But yes, full party Rek'Sai and a jet ski to lane. 5v5 potentially in the mid lane. Teams are setting up. And you can see fairly deep wards in the top half of the jungle from Giants into Rocket's jungle. A couple of tunnels around, not a great tunnel network, and a big minion wave pushing for Rocket.
So nobody pushing it in. Nukta can quickly move over there. 1E is enough to clean it. He's obviously wary of the Baron start. This is goodbye Giants. Don't start it because you know Rocket will come and check anyways. Scrying orb reveals himself. Always awkward. It's like somebody opens the door when you're standing there naked. It's like, no, go away, please.
And Giants did. Vander's now looking for more. He's already hooked onto Whirlib. Take a look at Adri's positioning. He's going to come in from the sideline. A defensive Dragon's Descent from Whirlib as the cast was also thrown to split Rocket apart.
Choke points are dangerous.
Root catches onto Frederick. Adri's not relying on autos, but spamming out that missile barrage. Balks in aggressively. Not sure that was the right call. Mr. Rolls right-clicks for the kill. The headbutt away from Godfred. Frederick's in retreat, and Peppy is trying to chunk down Mr. Rolls. Flash away from the Cogmore. The Caterpillar lives to fight another day. Finally, Nukeduck gets another kill before Godfred is pulled back. Adri, why?
You don't want to do that against Rocket. They have years of experience from playing with Wuhai to see exactly what happens if your AD carry flashes in aggressively. Big mistake from Giants. Rocket looking at Baron here. Constellation inhibitor perhaps for Whirlib, but big mistake. Unless you have a Chrono Breaker, don't do that.
Not gonna work out. Whirlib is not continue to push the middle lane. Instead, they want to peel back for the Dragon. Baron secured at 32 minutes for Rocket. This should slow down this split push threat.
Yeah, very, very weird turn of events right here. However, Giants, they keep the Aspect Dream alive. Third Dragon right here. Well on their way for full Khaleesi. Let's watch that again. But Whirlib, he wants to engage, but once he goes low enough, he opts out for the defensive Dragon's Descent. He waits for all the stuff that could cancel him to get used. Look how he waited for depth charge to be used, then he goes out because he's counting his HP. And look at the poke. This is why you never go to a choke point against the poke opposition.
Whoa, sorry to cut you off,
here.
Pepper. Whirlib's now been caught out. Chaos Storm is burning down. There is a flash, but it won't be enough. Siphon power for another.
Yeah, Whirlib lingered around after that Dragon to initiate a split push on the right side to buy time. That's what you want to do before Baron buffed enemy teams siege you in. You just want to break out with one wave, get it away from them so they can't push. However, find themselves caught here. They did use Righteous Glory, so that means Audrey stays alive there. But against the Pokemon, Baron buff is so good because their immediate wave clear disappears. With a Pokemon, Baron buff is so good as well. And look at how quickly Rocket can zone out Giants here. Because Whirlib is down, no flank threats at all. No wave clear. And it just melts.
And the threat of the Flash W Maokai. Too great to deal with. So Rocket not only get Baron, they get an inhibitor as well.
And look at the bot wave. That's what Whirlib was looking at. He wanted to stop that from happening. He didn't want to get Rocket for phase 2 of a split push or just hard push. But look at that massive wave. All those creeps are going to get buffed by the new Baron buff. If you can add a Banner of Command in there, then you have the Dream.
Maybe one of them will add it soon enough. For the time being, Rocket don't need it.
No Aegis actually. On either side.
Comes up from Maokai.
Quite surprising, honestly, in this meta. Having Jankos go for the Spectre Scout defensively, in my opinion, going for the Aegis to lock it, probably a better choice here for your team. Rek'Sai is tanky enough on his own, on her own rather.
Giants looking to engage. Rocket happy to back away, throwing out those death rays as they do. Empowered recalls as Giants continue to pressure a lane, but the Super's in their base shortly.
So that's, we'll see. Boo Boo will need a band-aid. See who bases to deal with that minion wave. It will be Pepinero. Looking at the items though, this is why Kog'Maw is just such a good late game carry. He can build Triforce, and even though the next following items don't synergize that well with Triforce, they do with your passive, your W, percent HP damage. Another percent HP damage from Blade of the Ruined King, Phantom Dancer, more attack speed, more movement speed, and then he's now building towards the Last Whisper. So Flawless is building up quite well, and only died once so far. So definitely good positioning from him. Unlike Audrey on the other side that he wanted the highlight, he wanted a hashtag LCS big play, but just didn't quite get there.
Well, Audrey's Gatling Cannon is a whole lot of ammo to work with. But Rocket in the lead as far as gold is concerned for the first time in this game, or in a long time rather.
Look at the wards on the bottom side of the map.
Better to be said. And also, if you look at this, this could be the first time that Giants have lost a game when getting 3 dragons. They're starting to fall behind. And with Baron now worn off and Supers down the middle lane, Rocket, they can play the side lanes if they want to.
Yeah, and you're looking at the gold graph, you would honestly expect these to be kind of mirrored. Giants usually get behind and then find that magical opportunity to come back into the game. Rocket usually is ahead and then loses the game. This time it was different. Rocket was behind. They found the opening. Good patient play by them. They said, okay, we're fighting a split push threat. Let's not overcommit to it. Stay in the mid lane, get those wards out. Just hang on.
After a year of watching Rocket, Crepo, I think they're a pretty patient team.
Patience is a virtue.
And
Steve
is Steve.
Rocket goes in.
Go in. Rockets are now split a little bit. We do see Whirlip diving in with Dragon's Descent, but the Chaos Storm is destroying Giants. Whirlip will be the next to fall. Another kill credit to Vanda. And Rocket, despite looking like they were engaged on, get 2.
That's what we were talking about in Champs League. The raw amount of damage on Victor and Kog'Maw is enough to play with 2 carries. It allows you to build 3 peel champions around that, and you can chase into a Victor, walking into his E, walking into that Chaos Storm. Can be destructive for your team, and Whirlip and Frederick, they found out the hard way. Good engage, they knocked Victor back, he flashed out, wasn't enough.
The scaling team fight power that Rocket can put on the map is fully activated. Steve, with those tiny football legs, running across the field. Home guard, teleport, will secure another inhibitor. And look at the damage onto Audrey. 1 death ray and Siphon. Another inhibitor secured.
Yeah. If there doesn't get a metaphorical arrow to the knee, Pepinero, then it does look like Rocket are in prime position to close out this game. 2 inhibs down right now. Push that again. De-engage. Pepinero is caught in the middle. Look at Flanks, gets combo knocked back. We'd expect him to die here, but he goes out and now he's going to lay down a Chaos Storm. AoE damage. Mr. Rawl is untouched, by the way. Even if they get nuked up, doesn't matter. Mr. Rawl is one of the primary threats right here. You really want to get to him. And Steve, Vander, and Jankos are just tanky enough to survive, to peel. Just throw themselves in front of those skill shots. Block as many body slams as you can. You know, soak up as much damage from Audrey. Honestly, that doesn't scale that well. All his items do kind of different things, honestly. That's the nature of Corki. You want to hit that early game, get that wave clear, free up your support to roam. Get advantage that way. It just didn't quite happen. Honestly, Vander was the one roaming way more than Gotham this game. He's honestly getting more comfortable. He's taking a dip, in my opinion, in performance to start the split, even last split. But right now, Vander is getting stronger and stronger again, and he has a very, very high skill ceiling as a support. It's good to see that come out again.
I share that sentiment, Crapo. Rocket going to delay any threat of Aspect from Giants by securing their second Dragon of the game. 40 minutes is fast approaching, a 3,000 gold lead for Rocket. Supers up top, exposed in hit middle. I think the safe play to look to finish would be to get the next Baron. Up in 20 seconds, Rocket can either force another team fight, which they've won handily multiple times, or they get an uncontested Baron. So options here for Rocket.
Both teams are realizing that that's the threat right now. The Barons, Giants clear the vision. They're hoping for base check, but Prey Seeker and Tremor Sense. It's so hard to react to that because the second you move in that rush, you're spotted. So Giants had the right idea to counter this. They got some wards in, but obviously Rocket know that tempered aggression is the name of the game right now. They're going to clear that vision, push out the lanes, very likely, and then resort back to the Baron. And if Giants commit too much to the left side, to posture around there, then mid lane will be exposed too. Ander, he's fishing.
Not going to catch anything today. Let's have a Randian's Omen if he can get close enough, and the super minions are getting closer and closer to the steps of Giants' base. In terms of your itemization, we're hitting a late game. Nuktak here, Crepo. 820 ability power with these brand new 513 items.
Yeah, and he can, obviously, the new Raven's Death Cap, more AP scaling, so should you hit that as a third item, he's walking towards Void Staff, so that's going to be another big spike for him right now. And yeah, that means he's scaling so well with his abilities.
Yeah, I just quickly took a look at the numbers. New Death Cap is providing plus 203 AP with that 35%. Rocket are playing Death Push, Crepo.
Yeah,
that might be the death of Giants.
Here we go, Steve's going in, Righteous Glory.
Who is he going to find? The cask is going to get dodged by the W, Pepinero. He's going to need that Chain of Corruption for disengage. Here comes Whirlib, the Half Dragon Lady. Will the power be enough? Piercing arrows are chunking down Rocket, and with Steve low, they've backed out.
Rocket opt in for the engage, go to the closest target, then realize we're not quite getting anywhere here. Don't want to get counter-engaged by Whirlib, because look at your top waves, look at your bot waves. Time is in Rocket's favor. This is the moment of the game where very often teams will go for a Panic Baron, start a bad fight and lose it straight up. Giants will have to do one of those. Go for a fight, go for a wave clear. What are they going to do?
Two things I want to mention about Rocket. Number one, they started the fight. Good for trying. Number two, they backed away safely. Good for reading the situation. Not something I've praised Rocket for all split long.
And Mr. Rowles, most importantly, didn't flash in aggressively. Still has that Summer spell available. So those are the tools you're looking for. Nuketook flash, Rowles flash. They have them defensively. Peel, depth charge coming back up. Steve, obviously, full throttle. And look at that. One Nexus Tower under siege right now. TP is up on Whirlip, so he's the chosen defender, but that Nexus Tower is going low.
Steve and the rest of Rocket gonna push. Nexus Tower's gonna drop. Super minions have already secured a tower. Whirlip still has TP available. The rest of Rocket now peeling back. Vision lacking on both sides around the pit.
But good adaptation from Giants. Double Crying Orb. Scrying Orb. Here we go, we're going in.
So Frederick is going to be the man that gets caught by the depth charge. Godfred is being zoned away by the Death Ray and the Siphon Power. The fight has come back to the middle as it's Mr. Rawls that's dropped Frederick. TP comes in from Whirlip. He's going to be able to secure a kill on the support, and he's going to have the Dragon's Descent away. The giant tree of Steve. He's chasing and running and rooting. Chain of Corruption will hold Mr. Rawls, but it's simply not enough. Rocket win yet another team fight.
Yeah, in this late game, arms race, Nuketook and Rawless just do too much damage. Frederick is the first one to drop. Pepinero eventually gets chased down. Godfred peeled as well as he could. But there's just not enough damage on Giant's side to tear through these tanks. And even if they want to step through it, they walk straight into the damage from Nuketook and Rawless. So they need that flank we were talking about earlier. The only fights they've won were the flanks. Let's see this again. Death Charge on the jungler. They don't even have to find a squishy. They can tear through the front line. Look at Godfred. He's going to pulverize Nuketook, but he's asking himself, where do I knock this guy? I don't know. Like, okay, I'm out. And then eventually Whirlip comes in, but too much CC. Has to hold until he can Dragon's Descent out defensively. If he could flank in, imagine if you could land on Nuketook and Rawless from the side. That's the opening they're looking for, but Rocket, they're not allowing that. Good flank control in terms of vision. They always peel back until they see Whirlip, then they go aggressive. So good control by this Rocket lineup.
Rocket going to start off this Baron. If Mr. Rawls can get some hits, it will get shredded with that Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer. Whirlip once more has access to his ultimate. Baron is already down, secured by Rocket. Godfred's gone in for the knockup, and Whirlip's trying to chase Rawls down. It's a battle of the beast, as it's Whirlip that gets a kill on Rawls. He turns his attention to Nuketook. The Captain Surprise will hurt, but it's Audrey that gets a kill onto Nuketook. Rocket will win the fight with their uber tanks, and it's all on Pepinero to defend.
2 Baron buffs denied, however. Pepinero wasn't there, but we see the power of Whirlip if he can connect that ulti. Hopefully, Giants will learn from that. The gold is still close, 4,000 in the difference. Whirlip has enough damage if these flashes are down. There's no Locket, no Aegis to buff the MR on Nuketook and Rawless so they can get assassinated ever so quickly. Triforce picked up instead of the Last Whisper as well on Rawless, so he's not wanting to shred any armor, he just wants to crits.
Pepinero is going to have to Do a monstrous job. If Rocket commit for the Nexus turrets, there's only one standing.
Godfred's block, that's good.
Get the block, the Chain of Corruption comes out. There's the root onto Pepinero. He has Ghost available, has used it. Yankos and Steve trying to zone him out. Challenging Smite. Godfred with another Pulverize. Defensive players. Pepe's going to make it to the bottom inhibitor. Top inhibitors respawned. The Baron-empowered minions will not make it to the turret. Pepe has let Giants live for another day.
Yeah, for how grim this was looking. Baron about to go down to Rocket. They denied two key members. Get the kills. Let's watch this again. Keep your eyes on Whirl. Eventually, he's going to dash in aggressively, get to Rawls. Look how quickly Rawls is dropping here. Follow-up Cask as well. Fredric's going in. And Audrey again with the aggressive flash. One could argue if this was necessary. Yes, you get Victor, but trading yourself 1-for-1. A dying Victor that was stuck in the back, perhaps not the wisest decision. But all in all, 2 Baron buffs denied, push denied, 1 inhibitor still alive. The easiest one to defend as well. Middle lane is, at this point in the game, very easy to defend. But look for the flanks. No teleport on Willard.
So I don't necessarily like the lack of Last Whisper from Mr. Rawls. He's picked himself up a Negatron Cloak, but with Void Staff now completed for Nukeduck, he's up to 880 ability power. Rocket onto the Dragon. This could be number 3. Dredge line, rather, Root comes out from Steve. There's the Dredge line onto Godfred Frederick.
Look at the flank, Whirlip's at the top.
Well, can Whirlip find Rawls? He's on him now. Dragons descend forwards, but look at the shield. Mr. Rawls stays alive. He manages to take out Whirlip. You don't need Last Whisper when you're only 1-on-4. Giants in retreat. They've lost their 2 frontline champions. Rocket have the tools.
Vander did a phenomenal job healing right there. He turned around, saw Whirlip come in time, and the flank just didn't quite connect.
Well, Vander's once again going to find a target. Audrey is dropped with 3 Giants down. Rockets have the numbers advantage, the minion advantage. They're going to go for the Nexus.
And Rocket looking to tie Giants here, I believe, in the standings. Late season surge by Rocket.
Rocket tying in the standings, tying in the head-to-head, and Rocket keep their playoff hopes alive. Standing tall with that performance from Mr. Rawls Cogmore. Nukeduck showing up on Victor.
This time, patience played in their favor. It used to be the death of them. Always waiting, Rocket, but this time they had the scaling advantage. They had the teamfight advantage. They learned from their mistakes. They let themselves get flanked once, didn't happen again. And eventually they played a fight and forced Giants into a mistake. Audrey, let's call it what it is, aggressive mistake flash. 3 members dropped in that exchange. Baron dropped in that exchange. And suddenly the game went from what was a completely even matchup, heavily favored into the side of Rocket.
Just really like what Giants were doing early. Unfortunately, late game decisions didn't work out. There's the dapper Yamato going to be happy with that win, and also happy that now Yamato...
He's their biggest fan.
Tied for 4th with Giants. The head-to-head is even at 1-1, which means they could be playing for that all-important tiebreaker.
Yep.
At the end of the split, at the end of next week.
And it is week 9 right now, or week 8 in European LCS. Week 9 is next week, obviously, and you can feel the tension in the games. Both these teams very hesitant. The biggest fight we saw was who's going to get this blue buff, who's going to get this red buff. And eventually, once they felt comfortable, they started overextending a little more. Step 1, some deep wards in the jungle. Step 2, sieging up these towers. Both were okay with their mid-game. Giants more so than Rocket, but Rocket, they held on. Honestly, and if you would have gone back to week 2 and 3 and you said Rocket were playing a Victor Cogmo double carry composition, we said, well, they're roast, you know, they'll get the late game and just get engaged on flanked upon, but their shot calling, vision control was sufficient to keep the Giants at bay, and honestly was enough.
Managed to handle Whirlip's pressure because there was a large amount in the early to mid game.
Yep.
Within the first 25 minutes, Whirlip was onto inhibitor turret by 30. But unfortunately for Giants, they didn't have all the other pieces of that split push in action. So props to Rocket. As I mentioned, 7 and 9. For Rockets, they've got to play Copenhagen Wolves and Origin. 2 tough game, well, 1 tough game, 1 less tough game. And if they get their hands on some of these comfort picks, Vander's Nautilus was fantastic once more.
Yeah, his roaming definitely was kind of what separated this both teams in terms of passiveness in the early game. He found some opportunities to get some flashes burned, some kills made. And props to Rawless too for surviving, because as a Kog'Maw, in these lanes where Corki can dash in aggressively on you, you have the pulverized flash threat from Godfred. He survived long enough, only died once, I believe, or once or twice in this game. Definitely good showing from him, and he's becoming the seasoned AD carry that people expected him to be, because he wasn't always that, he had to struggle with the MYM roster with those issues. But now he's shining bright like a diamond.
Crepo, if we step back and we look at Giants, they had this fantastic opening to Summer Split. Nobody expected them to even make it out of the promo tournament. We look at Roccat, who've had expectation for well over a year, and truthfully have failed to deliver for most of it. They're now tied in 4th. How on earth can the European LCS be so compressed?
I don't know. I'm sure there are analysts somewhere that can talk about that.
Well, I'm going to have to ask them at the analyst desk to figure out how Roccat got one game closer to the summer playoffs.
Thank you so much. And we're joined here by Steve after that victory. Well, bienvenue and congratulations. Well, fantastic game from you guys and from you in particular. You had some really good plays. And first, I want to ask about your mindset, because obviously yesterday, that super rough game versus Fnatic, is there anything in hindsight you think you or the team could have done differently?
Well, for yesterday's game, well, the way we lane swapped maybe so that I wouldn't get that much behind, and I should play more safe when they have TF and Rek'Sai, like all these globals and an enemy that can snowball,
Yeah, so in this game, obviously, it wasn't the easiest, the matchup versus Shyvana. So how was the beginning of the game for you?
Well, early game is fine, but eventually she can just push the lane and then take camps. And I can't do much against that. But we knew that Maokai would be way more useful in late game, in teamfights and stuff, compared to Shyvana, that you can cut easily.
It certainly seemed that way, and there was a big turning point for us when watching the game with one of the Dragon fights. We were wondering maybe you could look at and talk us through, because this certainly was when you guys kind of stopped worrying about the Werlib split push. So this, I believe, was one of the very early Dragon fights. So what was kind of the game plan here for you guys with Giants closing in?
Well, we saw Pepe out of position, so we just have to engage. Once we get this pick, we need to defend our backline, so we go instantly back onto Werlib, and then, yeah, all we have to do is defend our backline, and we have the tanks to protect them, basically.
Yeah, you do pretty well here, zoning and protecting them. You guys do end up winning that trade. Later, you go back and get the Dragon and then a couple of other ones. You say that in a team fight, you are more useful. Although in some of those later game team fights, the game dragged out a little bit longer, I think that it should have, because Werlib was able to get onto Mr. Rawl. So what do you think happened there?
Well, we should have protected him better, probably. I guess that's our role as the the front line, like not so Maokai and me. Rek'Sai, sorry.
Rek'Sai, yeah, indeed. Well, finally, I do want to ask about you guys in the team in general, because now clinched together with Giants, definitely in the playoff race, which I think a lot of people might have counted you out, us included, at the beginning of the season. What has been the general sentiment in the camp?
Well, we knew there's always a chance for the playoff, especially in European LCS, and we really needed this win. And I think we're tied with them right now.
Yeah.
So that's really good for us.
That is fantastic. Well, the best of luck in your upcoming matches. I'm not going to let you go yet, because we have a tweet, because earlier at home, we asked the guys at home, well, what is the strongest thing on 5.13? And at the fire, Godaf said, Cinch, that laugh, it tilts people, and oh yeah, and the scaling magic resist on a melee magic damage dealer is cool too. The Fisho had a lot of praise for the Cinch. What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think he's pretty strong. I was thinking about playing him, and it works well against tanks and stuff like this.
Definitely.
You can proxy the wave, and yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see you play that. Well, congratulations on that victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next game pits H2K up against the Copenhagen Wolves. Before we go, though, we'll hear how the Wolves have their work cut out for them, because according to Freeze, H2K is still one of Europe's top contenders.
They still have super good early game. They're just a bit sloppy in their personal mistakes where players get caught and then throw the game. But I think they're still a really good team. They get ahead super nice, and they only lose the game when they lose it themselves, when they get caught or something. So they're definitely top team in EU.
And welcome back, everybody. We're about to jump into our next game. You can see Rocket hanging out backstage after picking up a win. And our two teams this time around will be H2K coming up against Copenhagen Wolves.
It's always fun when you win. Go to the fans. You don't have to stand there crying because you have faced yet another defeat. Don't know anything about that, obviously. But yeah, H2K against Copenhagen Wolves. And looking back at yesterday, difference almost couldn't be bigger. Yes, the Wolves did better than they usually did with their new players, Lenny and Cass, but it still wasn't enough. And H2K, they turned on the fire.
They really did. Back to form for H2K, who will be on the blue side, and they're fighting for sole control of second place if they can. Odoam there, Lulex, Ryu, Hyun, and Kasing and Prali. And as you mentioned, Crepo, just a great performance to break that little bit of a dip from H2K.
Yeah, and obviously they're facing on the other side the Copenhagen Wolves. They definitely need that win today because otherwise they'll face automatic relegation, and this is the lineup for them. Lenny in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Soren mid, Breeze on the 80 carry, Jesui Cass support, and Dentist back in the coaching position. Obviously, 3 of their members speak Dutch, 2 of them are Belgian. You'd expect a lot from the Copenhagen Wolves, but sadly, it wasn't quite enough.
Wasn't going to say it, but on the other side, Odoamne looked fantastic. We've mentioned this sort of day and night between the two teams, and yesterday Odoamne pulled out the Shen. The whole team looked dominant, but just the taunt flashes were exceptional.
Yeah, and they set up beautiful chain CC, so everybody was ready for it. This was a normal taunt. Odoamne showing that he practiced this champion for sure. And always really ready to follow up. That Ahri assassination potential was such a good pick.
Yeah, definitely worked out. I'm hoping we get the taunt flash under the Nexus turret. You see he'll actually zigzag it, but we also saw the Rylai's Crystal Scepter Ahri build coming up from Ryu, which showed up. The one thing I do want to mention from the team, though, they're fighting for sole control of second because Origin dropped the game yesterday. It means they could take that next week. But in the interview, both Kasing and Prali were just talking about the loss to Fnatic and how it really tilted them. To me, it screams a little bit more of a psychological problem that a team they may need to deal with better.
To be fair, Everything Kasing and probably say in interviews, you may want to take with an ever so tiny pinch of salt, because they do like to joke around a little bit. But yeah, obviously every time you face Fnatic, you feel you're ready and you're like, this time we're going to make the change. This time it's going to be our time, but sometimes it's just not enough.
Unfortunately not. Now, H2K fighting for second, Copenhagen Wolves are fighting for their lives. They need help from everybody else, and despite this game yesterday being the best performance they've had with the revised roster against Elements, it still simply wasn't enough. And if Copenhagen Wolves lose one of their next 3 games, this one included, they are automatically relegated for finishing in that 10th position.
Now they do play with less stress in that regard. Yes, you have the the burden of winning 3 games in a row, but if in your mind you're already defeated, you can play with a lot less care, and that's actually what Candy Panda said on Twitter as well. If you have just that stress fall off of you, just play a lot more freedom, and then you play a lot better. So potentially the Wolves could come out swinging. But so far, it looks like they're learning the game step by step by step. And they took, a first or second step in towards progression. But if you look at how good H2K is holistically as a team, they are miles ahead.
And of course, yesterday, for Copenhagen Wolves, they picked quite a high skill cap and high coordination team style. We'll see what they decide to do today. Jump back into the game very rapidly. Draven, Nidalee banned away, targeted towards Copenhagen Wolves. Freeze, of course. The 13th Draven ban. I love tracking these signature champion bans.
At least they left the mark on the LCS.
Rise and Siva banned from Copenhagen Wolves. So Rumble is still up. It was first picked yesterday.
Kalista is out, so double tier 1 AD carries out for the Wolves. One could argue that they're shooting themselves in the foot a little bit with that. Maybe a Caitlyn we'll see from FaZe. Usually teams are thinking about Corki at least. They're also thinking about Alistar in these positions. Want to pick up something strong. We'll see. I'm a fan myself of Alistar's support. It's just very simple to play, but you can do so much with it. Just a couple abilities in the right time, more position reliant, roaming, and that's something definitely Kasing is good at, especially when he groups up with his jungler Lulex, in unison, get that map vision control. And that has been the way to shut the Wolves down as a team. Just wait until the mid game, start warding up, and eventually your play patterns will be more evolved. It is very, very rough, amateur-esque team, Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, had to replace their top laner and their support around 3 weeks ago. Difficult situation to be in. With the Lee Sin removed from Shook.
Yep, and then Italy.
Rek'Sai, and Gragas were still up. So Shook, he has played all of the above. He's also played Rengar, left a bit to be desired. Let's see what he decides to lock in.
And H2K echo that sentiment that we made earlier, where it's all about map control vision, and now you have Tremor Sense to help you localize where those wolves are on the map. You have the map with wide mobility with that pool party Rek'Sai that you can use, get everywhere. But this, the Blitzcrank cover, this is indicative of what the Wolves might do. They might just bring out the cheese, whip out the Gouda, get the Parmesan, just scrape that on top of it, because conventionally you have been outclassed. Let's see when that cheese comes in, or if it does at all.
I have seen Blitzcrank work very effectively when planned. Won't be locked in this time. So let's talk about what is locked in. Lenny is going to try his hand at Rumble. It'll be the first time we're seeing him something that's not utility or tank focused.
Good pick and ban so far. Rumble, staple pick here in this patch, even better than it was before. Steal it away from Odoamne. Obviously, he might have the counter ready. Huni had the Riven counter ready yesterday. Thresh stolen away, or borrowed from Kasing. Obviously, he still has that Alistar at his disposal, but offensive tools already from the Wolves. Alistar is more of a defensive support unless you can aggressively get vision and roam and dive. Wolves don't have that coordination, so maybe a couple of hooks here and there could be the opening for them. Just tunnel in on that laning phase.
We need to see an individual performance step up. H2K looking to take second. Copenhagen was looking to avoid 10th.
Yeah.
With Kalista out, with Siva out, banned from the Wolves, you have to assume they knew Corki was going to get taken by Hjarnan.
Yeah.
So what does Freeze want to run? I mean, he's one of the most notorious and better known AD carries in Europe. But the priority picks are not there.
When you're in a struggling team, you start thinking more isolated in terms of laning power, and then you're thinking, okay, what can I do? I can take down this bottom lane tower on my own. I can outrange my opponent. Everything's off the table. I will go for Caitlyn. But the problem is, if you step out of that small reference frame and you look at the big picture, at the map, then H2K says, fine, take my tower. I will just continue to wave clear Koki. I will let Kasing roam wherever you want. And then the Wolves are stuck with the next step. We're not talking about hovers here.
No.
It's too much effort in that. H2K, the problem with this second rotation as well is it is fully expected and they're not giving away any information, what they're doing with their composition. At least locked in here, so good, big potential on this bottom lane, honestly. Lantern into Cocoon. Lantern into bringing at least an offensive repel. Cocoon, many gap closers. Can pressure that tower too. At least can group up with Thresh and Caitlyn to just siege that turret on the bot lane. So there is play potential for the Wolves, but will they execute it?
Well, they definitely can't afford to fall behind because there's not much of a front line. We'll see whether or not Shook decides to itemize into tank Elise or AP Elise. We've seen both kick his swan song in his last game. Picked up a victory for the first jungle Elise of the split. For H2K, they've got to decide. Oduwamne, what does he run into? Rumble? Will it be the Shen once more? And will Ryu fall back to the Ahri?
And H2K as a team will have to decide, are we running conventional stuff, double poke, double tanky frontline with a damaged top laner? Or are we going the control mage style with the Ryu on Victor? Are we going for assassination on Ahri? They have endless potential to practice these compositions on the LCS stage, so they might opt for something slightly out of the ordinary, but so far, they do value their win. They want to play secure. Ryu on that Victor that has seen a resurgence over in Europe, obviously played a lot over in the LCK. I initially wasn't a fan against it if there's a lot of offensive dive to get to you, so you need peel. So I do like it when you play Victor with a Shen in the top lane, for example, or a Maokai as we saw last game. Alistar, Rek'Sai, Shen. That's triple peel. Then you can afford to spec heavy into damage in the mid lane, especially since your AD carry is kind of weak on damage too.
And last lucky in there, Crepo. Soren picked a champion that, honestly, he got dumpstered by. Fox ran Irelia into his Victor.
Do upon them as they do unto you is his motto for the day. But Copenhagen Wolves team comp kind of screams, I wouldn't say solo queue, but just comfort picks.
Yeah.
It's okay, I want this for my lane, I want this for my lane. We're going to try and get ahead and snowball because as a team comp, you know, it's not really going to work. In H2K, they might take a bit on the back foot, you know, slow down into the mid game. Nice and easy. Get in there and then get the vision control. Things you want to look for is dives with Rek'Sai, Alistar, with Shen on the top. Unbreakable tanking tower with the Shen delivery system with the headbutt is something really strong you could do. Keeping Ryu alive on Victor is the main focus of this game, and they have all the tools to do so. However, it's still up to Ryu to get the positioning in. But he's shown in the past that he can very well do that.
If you'd said a different player name, I would have been more concerned.
Yeah.
But when you say Ryu's positioning...
And he will always stay calm.
Really?
On his face, at least.
Never noticed. Hashtag H2K win. Can they get another win to distance themselves from Origin?
Or will it be hashtag CW win? If you believe in a magical upset from the Copenhagen Wolves, it is all possible because every game still has to be played on the Rift.
Soren on that mid lane Irelia. And it is the matchup that we have seen him win in the past. Take a quick look at your summon spells. It is Flash Ignite versus Ryu's Flash Cleanse to get rid of that Equilibrium Strike stun or Cocoon or Death Sentence, any form of those multiple CCs that could come in.
The Wolves came to play double Ignite, one in the mid, one in the bot lane. They want action. They want to get ahead early.
I feel they have to do that as well. The only thing I would hazard as a minute caution for H2K is a lot of magic damage. But
they have a play here in mind. They know that it's likely that H2K might prompt a lane swap here, so when they do, H2K obviously will want to get deep wards. When they do that, the Wolves will be waiting. We might see, this could actually be a beautiful opening to this game, Trevor.
If the Wolves move, if the Wolves move.
Hang on, that's one.
Oduwamne taunts his way out and stays alive! The taunt heal!
Oh, the damage taunt does damage reduction if I remember correctly. This time, they actually used the Ignite. Yesterday, I believe the Wolves had a face check where they didn't use the Ignite. Cos. Let it to be sore. Oh, Wolves. This is what Tilt is made of. Yesterday, they face check, you don't get them. This day, face check again, but it's a tank. Oduwamne with the door and shield. Honestly, that saved his ninja behind. Game starts even. He doesn't even sacrifice a flash. Kasink Pulverite flashed offensively, I believe, to save him. Kasink's flash was used at least. So, what could have been a beautiful early game full of chaos ended up with a, seems to be a lane swap. Alright, this matchup. We talked about it before, the last time it came out. it is all about dashing aggressively on the Aurelia. However, Soren probably skilled E for that level 1 face check. That's something they didn't do actually. They didn't stun Odoamne, I believe. They damaged him before, and then obviously Equilibrium Strike will not stun because there's no equilibrium. You have more damage than he has health, therefore you will not stun him. But Soren wants to wait for level 2, then he wants to start zoning Ryu with dashing to these creeps and threatening him with the stun. However, Ryu right now is comfortable to poke. Here we go.
So there's the dash in with Blade Surge early level 2. And look at the trade. Soren will be happy until the Siphon Power.
Yeah, and you want to leave a minion as your exit path every time. So you dash in, execute the minion, Q resets, stun, auto, dash out again. Disappear before counter damage can happen. But Ryu, obviously, master of the mid lane.
It was Fox last time that showed Soren the ways. A aggressive wave clear Valkyrie from Hjarnan as we are in that lane swap scenario. So we did see Lenny was holding hands with Shook in the jungle. He'll be moving up to the top half, and Odoamne has now come to the bottom tower.
Copenhagen will stole Rumble away from Odoamne, so Hjarnan will distribute to the Equalizer, the miniature version of the Valkyrie, saying, hey, we can do that too.
I believe you called it a cosplay.
Cosplay, yeah.
Equalizer one day.
Cosplay. Call it what you want. Clear the minions. Standard 3v0. Start here now in the lanes. This is an evolution from the 4v0. People figure out, hey, we're doing this slightly suboptimally. We don't really need that tower that quickly because teams that take it 20 seconds later, you know, they're okay doing that. So we rather let a jungle continue to jungle. Lulex is finding his jungle empty though. Getting a little bit behind to Shook. Shook's already level 3. Lulex is still level 2. And this is something we've seen before when he falls behind and goes for that signature dive. If that thing gets denied, then the H2K kind of falls behind.
So for Lulex, small disadvantage. Where does he find his farm? Towers have been evened, 1 apiece. H2K now looking to reset their lanes.
Yeah, and they're bouncing the waves for their top laners. I actually talked to a fan here yesterday. He said, I started watching League of Legends this year. Why are they letting those creeps die? So let's explain it one more time. If you let the creeps die to the tower, it will mean that the wave that's coming in will push back. And obviously you will receive all that farm and CS and gold on your side, and you will deny the enemy more creeps. So that's what you want to do. You bounce the wave backwards towards your top laner to get Lenny fed. And then on the bot lane, they bounce the wave backwards towards Odoamne. So you don't want to get it too far back because you want to leave some pressure, even that out.
Well, we did see a brief glimpse of that middle lane. Shook is making his way in. Shook, one of the shining lights of the Copenhagen Wolves. Face check. There's the cleanse coming out. Equilibrium Strike is out in the gravity field. Maybe even a turnaround. There's no Ignite follow-up.
And this is why Rhea is obviously running cleanse right here. The audience agrees with a mild clap.
Golf clap.
Golf clap. I'll let it live. But yeah, Rhea wants to run cleanse. Cocoon is there. Equilibrium Strike is there. Way better than heal. Why not prevent damage? Run away rather than heal it up later. So good Summer choice by him. He went to ward for the impending threat of a gank. Just fraction too late.
Yeah. Found the impending gank and was forced to use his cleanse. The mid lane has reset, but look at the invade from H2K. Kasing and Lulex a little bit outnumbered. Cocoon is going to connect on the cow. Here comes Soren. He's been interrupted by Pulverize. Chilling Smite on Shook. Kasing's trying to get away. He's headbutted Soren out, but first blood secured on that Irelia, and Lulex forced to flash.
Couple nice plays there. Shook was waiting for the Pulverize to come out. Now he needs to repel.
He's going to repel to minions. Gets away from the gravity field.
So the first time actually we see Kaz work together with Shook as a buddy system. That was so known from H2K from doing that. Lulex and Kasing do it all the time. This time Kaz is ready, going for the Flay Lantern here.
Flay connects, the stun comes out, the death sentence follows into the Cocoon. Copenhagen Wolves stack the CC and pad their kill score.
Teleport got cancelled from Odoamne. Not sure if that was a cupcake from Caitlyn or he just wasn't, you know, faithful enough that it was going to work out. The Wolves, they came to play 2-0 up right now. Beautiful chain CC. Kaz a lot more comfortable than he was yesterday. Thresh definitely working for him so far. He helped Chook out first, handling it around. They knew Ryu was vulnerable. Found an opening. 1.2k gold ahead. This is unheard of.
At this time frame, Wolves, especially with this lineup. There's a replay.
Ryu, I believe he still has flash right now, so he's gonna get flayed. He could technically flay right now. Doesn't flay the hook either. Oh, yeah. He gets stunned. Mid flash animation, that's what happened. And Shook knows that if he just closes the gap for Cocoon, it's enough to take Ryu down. And there is no range for freeze on the bot lane, so Odoamne canceled that teleport himself. drops. He wasn't in full communication with Bluelex whether they could get that kill. Perhaps they could have gotten a return kill, but then they would lose bottom tower. Freeze has been chipping away at that. 50 CS now on the board.
Despite missing first blood in the face checks yesterday and today, and despite the roster swaps, Copenhagen Wolves actually get first blood in half of the games they play. But it seldom gets to more. This time round, Soren, he's gone all in! Chaos Storm and a gravity stun! Ryu, has he outplayed the Chaos Storm and Windians? Ryu!
I'm watching NA LCS because Gravity is coming out on top in the end of that trade here. Ryu, beautiful.
Look at Soren!
Realization, and yeah, Soren is an emotion. He's laughing. He knows. He was this close. One more proc, one more auto. But yeah, Ryu. Some people would run away there. Ryu just turns around and says, okay, you're stuck in tower range.
If there's anybody that's going to learn a lesson from being all-in, it's Ryu. For those uninitiated, Ryu lost one of the most epic ZvZ battles.
Let's not...
This isn't quite
We can
near
give props to the Wolves for doing well, but let's not put Soren on the same pedestal as FLICKR just yet.
I was just trying to say, Ryu learned to turn it around against lesser opponents.
Obviously, this is crucial though for this matchup. If Soren got that kill, that could have snowballed everything. However, he's still strong. Has a Sheen first on Aurelia. That's a lot of trading potential. Want to dash in, stun, Sheen proc. Maybe a little more, get on Sheen proc, dash the hell out of there, or use your second Q offensively, but then you're stuck. No way out. He's here, wants to base 69 CS pickaxe. That usually means he has about 1.5k in the bank. Check that real quick if he has his money ready for that BF sword. He does indeed, so he wants to get BF and boots in base and start sieging more towers. The same thing that HTK is doing on the top lane. Gold is evening out ever so slowly.
So HTK 2-2 in towers. They're down 1-2 in kills. That small gold lead that Copenhagen Wolves had built up is now evening out.
But Soren has the pressure. Yesterday the Wolves were getting pushed in all across the board. This time they have pressure on bot, they have pressure in mid. Lenny is doing relatively well. He has the hunting guys finished. Oduamna on the tank shen is kept down, at least. You want to be a main tank, but then you need items to do that. We're looking for Freeze.
Taunt is going to connect. Freeze will find the lantern. Well played by Jisui.
Cass.
Too many words.
Yeah. Just call him Cheese. Okay. Cheese a dog.
Cheese Dog has got away. FYI, Shook has gone Cinder Hulk as opposed to the likes of Runglaive or AP.
Yep.
So Tank Elise, I was worried about a front line. That might be a little bit more of it.
Now Spectre's Cow and Ruby Crystal is finished on Oduamna, so he has some magic resistance health, so he can start combating Lenny a little bit better right now. So they will start matching up because he wants to get more experience, more levels. He's, however, 15 CS down, and Oduamna is traditionally not a player that plays too well from behind unless HTK has a team help him. So if CW can keep pressuring mid lane and bot lane, prevent the help coming upwards to Oduamna, perhaps they can keep him down in the game. And that is a win condition. We are not cheering for wards, cheering for blood.
And Copenhagen Wolves are looking for it. Cass has flash available.
Good pink ward there, sidling the mid, so more offensive pressure from the Wolves, looking for cocoons over the wall. Soren has zone control in the mid lane. However, it's very hard to dive when you have Stan United up and Alistar, so it's likely that the Wolves are setting up this zone here to initiate a dragon, bait the HTK out of their den, and then teleport behind.
Copenhagen Wolves started the dragon. Is the bait enough? Nobody from HTK seems all that interested. You can see the numbers in the middle to upper half of the map.
And look at Lenny, he pings out immediately. He knows if we're doing an aggressive play on the bottom side of the map, that means top lane is exposed. Cross-map objectives, always have to look out for that. If you're a struggling team and you find yourself coming one step too late, try and predict what the enemy is doing and move to the other side of the map. Lenny this time, he realized that, took a step backwards, so another adaptation from the Wolves that we did not see yesterday.
Copenhagen Wolves maintain that small lead. They maintain some pressure on the map. Soren's cleared out that mid wave. BF sword and pickaxe was picked up by Freeze. And you can see Soren again continuing to try to shove the wave in. So Copenhagen Wolves are dictating the lane pressure at the moment.
Look what Soren's doing as well. He's baiting the Victor spells to come out, dashes back to dodge and dashes back in. So he leaves 4 minions on low HP, and then the beautiful blade dance kind of comes out. Wants to confuse his enemy by moving left, right, and center. See, Ryu doesn't really care. He says, I'm here for the minions. You can dash around all I want. Yeah. I am 15 CS up.
Well, you're still winning in the CS battle.
Now let's see. This is the mid game. 12 minutes. All the early to mid game. How well have the Wolves developed their vision control? Shook with a good read. He knows Lenny will get ganked here. Oduamna needs help. It's coming.
Equalizer's going to be available in a few seconds. Taunt's not going to connect. Lulex is coming in. There's the aggressive repel, and the Equalizer goes way wide. Oduwamne goes down to Shook. Now Lulex will reply. It's 1-for-1 as a jungler and top laner are trade. Lenny does not have turret aggro, but Ryu's looking for some blood. I think he'll find it as well. Made his way up to the tri-bush. Lenny's overheated and knocked up. Siphon power, Death Ray, 2-for-1.
They deny experience from Oduwamne. Going on Kasing, level 5, no unbreakable.
Kissing's in trouble. Transcendent Blades is coming out. There's the stand united now as Oduwamne's healed up. Soren's going low. The taunt misses this time round. Flash forward from Hyundai. The Frostbomb will not connect. We do see the Lantern Shield keeping Soren alive. Defensive play, and even the trap.
It's a trap. Run.
Facepalm.
But mid tower is exposed right now. Freeze is out of mana. Shook is coming back 2 times. The Wolves overreach. They know they have to play aggressive to win, but you can't just do blind aggression because H2K will punish that. Look at Rio, full HP.
Should be able to get the tower, Crepo. So Copenhagen Wolves end up trading 2-for-1 in kills, but trading 1-for-1 in towers, an insta-cleanse from Ryu.
Yeah, doesn't want to get chain CC there. Shook, he wanted to get the Cocoon before Oduwamne could flash, but Oduwamne knew that either Cocoon will come out there or Flash Cocoon will taunt in the diagonal path to not get CC there. And then Shook, yeah, he could have opted out because he felt, I've used my flash, therefore, it is the rule, I have to commit for the kill. Baited Lenny in, good collapse from H2K. They always move over, remember, when you initiate on the side, either they move cross map or they immediately send help, but they always try to do something instead of watch. And Ryu is in control, even though he gave up those early kills and had the jungle pressure against him. Now 2-1-0, 20 CS up.
Do you think we have to give some praise to the Copenhagen Wolves? Yesterday they were up at 10, today they were up at 10. Individually they're making some plays, but exactly as you said in Picks and Bans, Crepo, the moment we get to mid-game into team decisions and rotations, H2K start to pick up the flack, and they've already turned the gold lead around.
Definitely so, but I like what the Wolves are bringing to the table today, more so than yesterday. It's okay to lose a game if the other team is winning it and taking it away from you. It is not okay to lose a game if all you do is sit back and just let it happen. They're going for these plays. Question in the mid lane. They had a level 1 idea of the face check. They honestly read what H2K would do in the game. So strategically, the first few bricks are being laid for that wall, but the wall will not be up in time, it seems.
Too late, I'm afraid. Mind if the Copenhagen Wolves drop this game, they will be confirmed 10th, and we see Copenhagen Wolves now under a little bit of pressure, posturing aggressively.
Now we see the traditional way of H2K to play the game, slightly altered. Usually at this point in the game, Ryu moves to the bot lane, Hyun moves to the mid lane, but because Ryu is so low mobility and Hyun has a Valkyrie, they're keeping him bot. Cass, there's a trap there too.
Death Sentence trap, Cocoon, tunnel comes out, Ace in the hole was used as well. Shook was looking for a repel, wasn't going to get it, but the Equalizer!
Burn, baby, burn!
Lenny is dead!
Oh,
wow, Lenny secures a kill is what I wanted to say. Now Kasing's in trouble, he's going to throw down the Unbreakable Will. Oduwamne gets the taunt, Freeze gets another one. It's 5-3 in kills. Janen's joined this fight late. Frostbomb is out, he's hurting, but it's a double kill for Freeze. The Cocoon! Shook! And Copenhagen Wolves regain the gold lead. Janen's going to do what he can, but he goes down as well.
And this was 4 against 5. Look at the top lane. Soren wasn't even in this fight. Wolves, what did you have for breakfast? Full-on aggression. A couple ever so minor misplays, but it didn't matter. They caught H2K off guard.
If this trend continues, Crepo, Copenhagen Wolves are on track to have their first gold lead at 20 minutes in 11 games.
Let's watch this again. They hook him into the trap. Shook doesn't realize because he goes for the Cocoon. They don't stack the DC efficiently, so this warrants the need for an Equalizer, but beautiful Equalizer comes in here on the jungler. Don't even know where Lenny came from, but he was there. Flash Ray missed it, but that's fine. Watch Cass right now. Walk, walk, walk. Look forward, but hook sideways. Thresh turns at the side of the hook animation, or at the end of the hook animation towards his side. Shook is zoning out Kasing. He knows he can 1v1 him later. Then Cass, Freeze, and everybody's dealing it.
Oh, was that a kick? No,
that was
not a replay.
Not a replay.
The same play. This time, it doesn't connect though. Shook needed to get the Lantern out. Wow, everybody wants this Dragon.
They're not leaving us any time to analyze this game, and frankly, I'm loving it. The rules they came to play, and this is exactly what they should have done earlier. Good progression by them. They are now up 3,400 gold, or 2,400 gold rather, against H2K. And Soren, he's back in the game. Triforce Spike. He becomes a split pusher. Mid lane Aurelia will eventually become a top lane Aurelia. But that's fine. League of Legends at this point, in the state of the game, you don't really have to confine yourself to your traditional lanes. SUK though managed to force Wolves out, get the Dragon.
So 1-1 in Dragons. Copenhagen Wolves 3,000 gold up. Trying to play the side lane now. Infinity Edge for Freeze with his first triple kill since week 1. And starting to overcome some of that power drop if he can get his shift picked up.
Yeah, and look at Oduamne. He's behind a little bit in levels. Usually he's so far ahead as the split push threat, but because Shen was put in a lane swap, Rumble functions so much better in that scenario. So Wolves, they found the right lanes, found the right level 1 play. They found picks, they found fights. Look at the kill participation too. Shook 2, 1 in 6. 100% kill participation on him.
Praised him yesterday, we praised him last week. Since Shook has come in, he's done a lot of work for the Wolves, but unfortunately, it hadn't equated to much back then.
Yeah, initially he looked a little bit out of element. But he's picking up steam again, back to his traditional team. He did play for Copenhagen Wolves before.
Yeah, it does seem that he's making somewhat of an alliance with the rest of the Wolves, making those games count. Soren forced to retreat on the lantern from Kars.
Look at Freeze in the mid lane. This is, honestly, you would expect H2K being the team doing its aggression, lantern out. Freeze chipping away at mid tower, push in the bottom from Lenny. Copenhagen Wolves borrowing a page or two out of the book of H2K and honestly doing it well.
Copenhagen Wolves playing the waves. They've got a gold advantage, a kill advantage, even on towers and dragons. But how do they break through the wave clear that Victor and Corki have to offer?
Yeah, have to rotate or bait away and move for these neutral objectives. But yeah, Lenny and Cass, much better performance here. We do know that Belgians tend to perform better under pressure as relegations draw closer. But yeah, honestly, I'm impressed so far with his Thresh. He's not afraid to make these moves. He went for a couple of flash plays, and even if it fails, it indicates a more positive, aggressive mindset. And it's better to go for a play and fail at this point for the Copenhagen Wolves than just sit back and be like, at least they can't blame me if we lost. It's type of mentality.
Exactly what you mentioned regarding Candy Panda and SK. And you said, look, when we play as though there's no weight on our shoulders, what a difference. And SK dismantled Unicorns yesterday. Today, the Wolves have got a strong lead, but the biggest challenge is those inner turrets. That is what didn't work yesterday for Caitlyn. So let's see whether or not Freeze and the Wolves can get past Oduamne, can get past the inner turrets. And there you have it. First gold lead at 20 minutes in 11 games. This is number 16, I'll have you know. So
it's a long time ago.
It is.
Must feel good for the Wolves, because having to shot call from behind is a tremendously hard task. Shot calling it from ahead makes it a lot easier, much more options at your disposal. Mid lane is exposed, they could go for a bit of a push, get vision. Obviously they will have to deal with Oduamne, he does like split pushing on that Shen. The only issue you have with rotating Soren from mid to top is that he doesn't have a teleport to join your team, so you can't really capitalize as well on your split push. However, he has kill pressure with Ignite on Oduamne, but it'll take a while to get through that tanky Shen.
There's a few itemization changes here. Ryu's opted for a sort of first item, Rylai's Hex Drinker for Soren, not too surprising. We see the Aegis for Lulix, which I know you're going to love to see, Crepo, and some Magic Pen from Shook, relying on Elise's base damages before building some defensive stats. So a few big pickups across the board. Freeze, of course, also with the static Shiv.
Yeah, Lenny building towards the typical Rumble build here. Shook wants to find out where the enemies are and kill them with the aggression. We have seen full tank CC bot. Elise Shook is not a player like that. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to be able to 1v1 carries. If he finds Ryu, he might be able to do it. He finds the Grump. Gets that. Ryu back to wave clear, but the pressure is slowly shifting towards H2K, and this is what we talked about. Step 1, 2, and 3 perhaps for the Wolves.
Hey.
But first time a lead in 11 games. Obviously step 4 is foreign. They have to remember, we watched some VODs, you know, what would SKT do?
Yes, this is now foreign territory for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Look at the damage
been
though.
in this position.
Good trade. He has Ignite up, so dives could be imminent on Oduamne.
Well, thought Oduamne was going to take a little longer to get melted, but Soren does have max rank in the Heathen style.
Lenny could teleport mid, bot, or top rather, right here and force Oduamne out. He could also teleport mid. He has many options at his disposal. Wolves.
Well, he can't teleport when he's being jumped by Chaos Storm. That was a
ulti
defensive
down, though.
flash from Lennon.
But he has teleport and rumble. He can base and switch it around right here.
So, tower secured. Soren gonna try get away. Stand United's being channeled. Defensive
Teleport
flash of
coming in.
Soren over the wall. Teleport coming down from Lenny. It will complete. He's instantly taunted. Can't even get the equalizer off as Kasing chain CCs.
Perhaps would have been wise to cancel that one. Freeze, however, chipped away the middle tower. Ryu is split push duty. This is H2K at their finest. Ryu in the bot lane, the rest in the mid lane. He 1v1 Lenny there. See, this was a good setup from the Wolves. They were just missing that final push. They forced Odoamne out. Soren is strong. He's the man to watch right now, but Ryu, he kind of overstayed. Look at the bottom here. No mana. This should be a kill for Freeze.
He's got a flash. He's got a cleanse.
Steal it, Cass. Steal it.
Freeze is just not... Wow.
Went for the assist.
Shook is in trouble. Gonna repel away. Flashes over the wall.
Cocoon coming out.
Cocoon in a few seconds. Connects! Shook, can he dodge the missile? Spiderlings. Lulix has flashed for this. Chilling smite. Preyseeker. I mean, I got a bit excited. It was pretty obvious that was going to happen. But now Soren, he wants more. Look at Lenny. Coming in from the side. Void Rush is going to get cancelled and interrupted. Blade Surge over the wall. Lulix will be going down, and it's Lenny that gets a kill.
4-0-2 on Freeze. He's doing the Raptors. Looks over his shoulder. Says, okay, there's Lulix in my jungle. Ace in the hole. Back to the Raptor camp. Easy peasy. He finished himself up the static shiv. Honestly, he has not been that involved. He's the cleanup crew. The janitor. Steelback's no longer in the LCS. He's looking to adopt that moniker. Quite opposite to his traditional style, kinda. The Draven-esque type of champions, but Copenhagen Wolves here. 1-1. And H2K has a mindset. This may come as a blow because you're expecting it in your head to go for that buy. You say, okay, OG lost. We only have the Wolves today. Let's face it, that's something members will be saying. Should be an easy victory. Now they find themselves behind 3,000 gold and a resilient bunch of Wolves keeping this game even.
I'm going to go back to that pinch of salt interview we had yesterday with Kasing and Prolly. And they were saying, Prolly was saying that all of H2K's losses in the last week or so was because of the Fnatic loss. Now again, it is an over-dramatization, and it is Prolly. But what if you drop a game to Copenhagen Wolves? What does that do to a mindset? Honestly, probably just say, well, we messed up.
Yeah, we messed up.
Yeah.
But at this point in the season, neither team really has the chance to mess up. Let's look at some pressure from Soren. Ryu is putting so much pressure on the map right now. Look top, he's always hitting these towers. Yes, he may die in the process, but he got himself a tower, so hashtag worth. Wolves, they're grouping up in a pack to find an opening, but H2K, traditional 1-3-1, they're almost have, this is like when you watch wrestlers pin somebody down. You can get away until you're locked into that 1-3-1, then it becomes very hard. So they have about 30 seconds right now to push out mid or deal with the bot lane, otherwise this 1-3-1 will become very, very difficult rather to get out of.
What we have seen for Copenhagen Wolves is Soren is able to at least deal with Odoamne. He was able to put a lot of damage down.
Oh, Ryu might flash hook.
Flash. Oh! Cheese is in the house. The Cocoon follows suit. Odoamne is channeling the Stand United. Chaos Storm mostly mitigated by the Hourglass, and the Equalizer comes down. Lenny's got the kill onto Ryu. Freeze gets the kill onto Lulix, and another Cocoon hook.
Fantastic
High
use of
fives all
vision
around.
here.
What, 2 freezes? That's going to be a great kill for the Copenhagen Wolves. 3-0.
I believe that was his twin brother. And Soren is still at the bot lane. This was beautiful usage of vision, honestly, from Copenhagen Wolves. Cass with a bold play. I'm not sure if he actually saw Ryu or if he was playing the guessing game with the hook connect. And because Copenhagen Wolves didn't really know how many people were committing to that play, Odoamne, because HK didn't know that, Odoamne connected with Stand United. He landed and suddenly he finds himself collapsed on by 4 Wolves members. Lulix came in too late. One by one, H2K were dropping like flies. And on the bot lane, Soren pressure's even harder. Fantastic play by the Wolves.
Soren's got 2,500 gold. Inner turret top is down. Inner turret bottom is down. Cajun's not needed to push it because Soren's already is alone.
Let's watch that again. It's vision from both sides. So flash hook, beautiful. Cocoon max range. Played out of the box. Arguable whether that was necessary or not. Lenny, good Zonias here, because Odoamne doesn't know what to do. Taunts as the Zonias runs out. Lulix comes in, but Freeze is here, untouched. So even if Lenny drops, they're still going to pick up 3 kills. Kasing peeks in his head around the corner, says, yeah, I'm out. Hjarren doesn't share that sentiment. He wants to run away later as well. Look at the bot lane. That tower was alive in replay. It no longer is. Soren took that down, so 5,000 lead from the Copenhagen Wolves.
27 minutes. Towers up, dragons up, kills up. I still don't know who's going to deal with Soren's Irelia.
And now Shook is getting tanky as well. After this offensive penetration build, he can now spec into the Aegis, later the Locket too. Works beautiful. Vorpal Blades, Place Seekers, Ryu's damage, Sharna's damage. This is probably the most efficient Aegis of the Legion that we've seen. And because they're ahead right now, the Wolves don't have to sacrifice damage for these defensive items because they can go damage first, defense second. And it's such a comfortable position to play with a gold lead. Just have to avoid getting caught. Close out the game. Can they do it?
Same theory for H2K, avoid getting caught, but how do you do that when Cast is landing flash hooks consistently?
Yeah, we talked about this composition, double threat with, honestly, Corki that falls off in the late game, so all our eyes will be on Ryu. Odoamne does not have the split push advantage anymore, so that is one check removed. This should be a bait here. Are they starting the Baron? Nope. They want to fake the Baron right now. Just get the Crying Orb out. Don't get caught doing the Baron. Just don't start because they have to face it eventually.
The B word. Which one will it be?
That goes down quick
Favor
though.
of the Wolves. It's being melted. 4,000 HP. 3,000. Lulix has got in. Cleanser's already been used. Kasing gets a very good knockup. Lenny's gone golden. He's spitting out flames. Death Ray and the gravity field. Nobody's died yet.
A little hesitation on the side of the Wolves. They started Baron but weren't comfortable with the 50-50 smite. Starting it again. This is honestly could be the seed of their defeat. Copenhagen Wolves doing it in full vision of H2K. They obviously know what's going on. And that's always a tricky situation to be in, you know, because 1 or 2 more seconds of patience and hesitation on the side of H2K could have won you the game with that Baron. H2K have a good grasp of how long it takes to take that Baron. They move in at the right time. Wait until the Wolves are chunked, low, lost HP, lost some cooldowns. Then they sweep in. Gold gap closed down to 4,000 gold right now.
Yeah. H2K got their 5th tower of the game, but with the Baron being used as a big bait, Copenhagen Wolves historically not had the greatest, but again, when you're 2 and 13.
Oh, Ryu might get engaged on here. TP comes in.
Teleport's coming up. Again, there's the cleanse there from Cause. The death sentence, one more. 5v4, this is surely going to be Baron.
Yeah, this now you can bait the Baron by doing it because you want them to face it. Bluex, come here, says Kaz. I'll flay you away. He's on zone control duty, hunting the Rek'Sai.
So let's find out. Baron,
hold the flay, hold the flay. Just hold the flay for the tunnel. That's all you have to do.
Secured. Cast is now going to be looking
too early.
A little bit early. Got the lantern. Going to go over. Soren should be able to do it as Freeze gets the kill.
It buys him enough time for his team to follow up. Good CC management, I guess, from Cast and the Wolves. Now 6,000 gold in the lead. They have a Baron buff. Ryu is down. Cluds is down on him. Flash is up now.
Now I really want to see a Banner of Command. Another death sentence, but it's not on
the
man you want. Flay Cocoon. 0-1, they're forced to flash. Banner of Command means Victor cannot kill that minion. Means Corki's rockets cannot kill that minion. Do it, Wolves. Do it for me. Copenhagen Wolves, 7,000 gold in the lead. 9 kills up. A Dragon up. A Baron up. This is on track to be the biggest upset of the summer split.
Definitely so, and it is honestly, except the upset of Elements beating Fnatic later, this will be the biggest upset.
Maybe it's Upset Friday.
Upset Friday, indeed. But yeah, it's always fun to joke around. Also about that Banner of Command, call it Banter of Command if you will.
I'll
really
remember
waiting,
that.
Really waiting for that to come out. It's a little late though if it comes out after the Baron buff, and kind of inefficient if you already have a Locket, so perhaps we'll see it a different day.
Stop killing my dreams, Crapo.
Group recall, Dragon number 3. It's looking great. However, all inhibitors are still alive, all base towers are still alive. We've seen this before. Certain teams in the LCS nearing the bottom part of the standings have had issues closing. But so far, good. I wouldn't even call it textbook play from the Wolves. Honestly, good aggressive play from the Wolves.
Individual members stepping up.
Definitely so.
Cast is having a great game. Soren in lane, despite getting 1v1 while ahead, also having a great Irelia performance. Constantly forcing people from H2K to deal with him. And Freeze is basically fully enabled. BT, Ayed, Shiv, and Last Whisper. There's still room to grow, of course, but that is a terrifying Caitlyn as we've gone over 31 minutes.
Maximum velocity on the pain train right here for Copenhagen Wolves. They started out as Graphite, but put in enough pressure on them. emerged a beautiful diamond.
See whether or not they have focus to finish this.
Odoamne split machine top lane. Soren doing the same in the bot lane. No teleport on Soren, obviously, since he's running Ignite. Odo does have teleport and Stand United. The Wolves putting pressure in the mid lane.
Will secure this tower despite having no minions, and Cast is going to be able to zone away H2K. Ryu only got that death cap and Rylai's to play with.
Baron is going to fade anytime right now. They're clearing this wave, so that's one pressure point gone. 30 more seconds for bot wave. Mid wave, they have to find an opening here because Odo is knocking on the top door.
There is a flash available for Cast. Will he find a target? Soren, however's got Yarn, and Stand United's coming up. Soren's got him! 1v1 and under the tower. Equalizers down from Lenny. They're burning out Lulex. Freeze is going to go 8-0-2. The death sentence from Cast connects.
Odoamne is stuck in the top lane because he used Stand United. He could teleport down, but he's choosing to base. And Inhibitor's going to drop on the bot lane. H2K, save what you can.
Copenhagen Wolves have cracked open the base. The tower's down and Inhibitor will follow shortly. Odoamne, I don't know if you want this one.
Look at the control. Zoning control from Soren. Everybody's afraid of the dash E because he doesn't do enough damage on his Q ability to actually put them low enough that the equilibrium strike doesn't stun. So good zone control there. Copenhagen Wolves exit. Baron led into Inhibitor. 3 dragons on the board. 17 kills to 6. And bases.
Copenhagen Wolves. Stunning turnaround game. Remind everybody, if the Wolves end up losing, they're guaranteed auto relegation. If they end up winning, the Wolves have to then take down Rockets and Giants. Hope SK lose a few games to make it into ninth, to make it into the promotion tournament. The chances are still there. And what a way to start for the Wolves.
Let's take a look at builds here. Double the Yandere is finished. Obviously this item has been changed in patch 5.13. More base AP damage on that item. Percent damage is likely still the same. Rumble obviously more of a tier 1 pick, and Shook is adding to the damage pool right here, and the Wolves threats everywhere. Even Cast connecting the hooks is enough to spell defeat. Karnen can't duel Soren on his own, even with the help of Stand United, so grim moment. And now the race begins. Soren on the bottom lane, on top lane, Odo on the bot lane. Which is better? Tell you.
Soren, I gather.
Was not a hypothetical question.
Okay, right.
More of a lead into a story that we're telling here, Trev. All right, take it away.
All right, we're going for another tower dive, hopefully. Cast doesn't connect with a death sentence this time round. Soren looking for a target as you see Ryu and Kyonan clearing out the way.
Now they forced Odo on their back, so that's okay. They buy themselves some time. Bottom lane is still pushing towards the H2K side. Wolves, honestly, they can wait about a minute here. Peel back, look at the wards. There are a couple of wards in the pit from H2K, but they likely will fade. Just gonna sweep over on my personal screen here and check. Yeah, about 90 seconds left on those wards, so exactly enough for the Wolves to go back completely into darkness. Should they held open this siege, the burden of the first move is not upon them. Just keep H2K locked in the base, and this might be what they're trying to do here.
Look at the bottom wave, bottom lane rather. Those super minions still starting to clump up. Soren's going to shove in middle as well, while the rest of the Wolves are trying to keep H2K in the top.
Yeah, ticking time. 50 seconds towards Baron right now. Wards in that pit. They are down.
Lulex looking for a flank. Stand United is up, but Soren is very close by. Odoamne again going to deal with the minions in the bottom lane. 30 seconds until Baron. Copenhagen Wolves still playing safe. Cast.
And watch Freeze right now. Putting up a defensive trap line, only hitting the tower or anybody close if he has a shield charged up. 8 kills, 0 deaths. He's playing safe because he can. They don't have to commit. They're all the time in the world. No flanks from Odoamne either. Kasing is the only threat. No flash on him if they have that timer. Look at those wards in the pit. They're still there, but they're about to disappear. 15 more seconds. The Wolves right now are assuming that vision is dark. They're assuming H2K hasn't been here in a while, so we can bait. However, H2K, luckily for them, there's a couple of wards left. Just in time.
Out.
So the Wolves, they see that ward. They have to react.
Teleport's coming in. H2K are going to look for a fight. Odoamne is going to dash away from the death sentence. Baron fully regenning. Equalizers available. Super Minions, look at the mini-map. Pushing into the base.
This may throw the Wolves off guard though. The race for the Scuttle Crab begins now. This gives us so much information. Good, secure by the Wolves. They may be a little surprised by those wards.
Odoamne's backed off to deal with the supers.
They can burn through Stand United though. They would almost have to use it on Kasing to guarantee that Odoamne lands.
H2K splitting their forces. Soren left to push top. Well, the rest of the minions.
Bold move.
Gonna try burn through Baron with those double Leandries and very fed freeze. Stand United's coming down onto Lulex. The equalizer's gonna split up the team and Kasing looks for a knockup. Soren's in the back and he's down. He's got in, but he went far too deep. Defensive flashes as Lenny is trying to burn away as he's overheated. Shook gets caught. He's not gonna be able to make it to the lantern. He does! Repels to the lantern, makes his way out. Super Minions are on the Nexus turret, but they've lost Soren. H2K are trying to dig deep. H2K are trying to pull a Fnatic. They are down 7,000 gold. Smite up.
Flashes
50,
up.
50. Will it be enough? Ace in the hole. Gonna tag onto Kasing. Supers. They're gonna take out at least one of those Nexus turrets. Shook is going low. 2,000 HP. The torch gets dodged. Repel comes in. Flash forward. Shook is down. Shook is down, and Lulex smites the Baron. Cast, despite connecting with a death sentence, is committed to death as Hjarnan gets a kill. H2K trade kills back and forth, but get the Baron.
They have the Baron buff and they're looking at middle and look at it. 2 or 3 lasers stacked up in that middle tower. Hjarnan doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to commit. He's too afraid of it. 4th Dragon's on the platter though for Copenhagen Wolves. Honestly, yeah, tricky late game shot calling. Good, calm shot calling from H2K. And honestly, Kasing, he won that fight. 3-man pulverized, unbreakable. He took more damage. He zoned better than Soren could do. Little Trigger happy on that Aurelia. Wasn't ready for his team to get cut off, and Lenny's equalizer just wasn't quite there. All in all, fantastic Baron fight. Really fun to watch.
Are they coming back? Here's
Not clean though, not clean. Honestly, you shouldn't start this Baron when you know the Wolves are going to face sick anyways. Equalizer, look, doesn't connect. Watch Kasing. Knock, bomb. Right there, 3-man, peeling with Unbreakable. He's keeping 4 people busy. Meanwhile, Soren died. Lulex is spacing out. Look at Shook though. He's going to repel up, down into Lantern. That's beautiful. And then the next part of the fight, you might not see it here, but that Baron, people are aware of Shook. They're keeping it at 2K. They want him to repel in. Later on, Shook, beautiful repel as well, dodging the count from Odoamne, but eventually ran too low on health. Got killed.
Oh, look at that. Righteous Glory engage from Kasing.
Shook is top lane.
Shook is way out of position. H2K, they've sprung back to life, and they have secured an inhibitor in the mid lane. Shook should not have been there.
Nope. I would understand that the Wolves would be a little flustered right here. Definitely very sad to see them fall behind.
But as we've said, that was the first time the Wolves had a lead. That was the first time the Wolves had to look to close.
They still have a lead.
With this roster. And unfortunately, the Baron bait. It worked the first time, it didn't the second. Odoamne's got the backup of Hjarnan.
Yes, Thormail too. He can tank these towers. They don't even need the minions. He can just draw aggro. Look at him, Hjarnan. 1 hit, 2 hits. Not the most damage in the late game, but still counts. Now look at Soren. He wants to flank. He wants to find his way to Ryu. Ryu's the man to watch. It's a boatload of AP. Just gonna pan over. 789, approaching the 800 AP mark with the Void Staff. Look at zone control from the Rylai's 2.
Gets to its sense, connects on Odoamne, but the tower's dropped. Lenny, not the greatest of equalizers. H2K will be happy with securing the objective and slightly disengaged. Cocoon connects on Ryu. They're going to follow through Shook. It's going to sink in that Venomous Bite, but he's down. Hjarnan's got the kill. Will be a reply from Soren. It's the SNS. Then we did see Freeze connecting with those auto attacks. Soren going to look for more minions in the middle and the bottom lane. 1 for 2.
Ryu being greedy with the cleanse right here. He got cocooned. Pretty sure he had his cleanse up, but he thought there was nobody committing from the Wolves' side to that play. Eventually connected. Obviously Soren still had a dash up. Freeze trying to hold, has to be wary. No flash on Odoamne. If Freeze knows that, he can play up. If he's scared of the taunt flash, you have to be a little more hesitant. Those rockets don't do much anymore in the late game. To the point where you might as well sell your Magic Pen boots for attack speed boots if you run out of money, or if you have money enough. What a game though.
Shook and Soren are doing such great work at finding the targets.
Look at Freeze. 10-0-3. 13 KDA if you count the 0 as a 1. Divide by 0.
Today's LCS games brought to you by Mats, with Quick Shot and Crepo, where we can add 10-3 and 14-13. That's about as complex as it'll get.
Hey man,
Still
the Hard Knock Live on the cast desk right here.
Okay.
Barely have time for league.
Okay, we need to step back. We need to step back. There are super minions in the middle that are about to time out shortly. Copenhagen Wolves seem to be defending. Baron's worn off, but Wolves are one dragon away from Aspect.
Honestly, any fight can decide this game at this point. Death timers are so long, there's no Baron on the field. Dragon is up there. H2K is aware of Copenhagen Wolves. So let's see how well these teams are pre-planning their things, if they can catch each other off guard. This Vision War. Because later in the game, your side stones, no side stone on Lulex this game, so that means CW has double the wards at their disposal. So H2K will have to use their trinkets very well. And if CW can sweep, honestly surprised that Shook doesn't have his trinket upgraded at 43 minutes in the game, but who am I to judge? Colorcaster, I get the judge.
Shook.
You should have upgraded your trinket, Shook.
Shook, of course, investing into those items. We're about to see another Siege death sentence. Connects on Lulex.
They wanted to siege into the trap.
But he
Goes in.
follows. Righteous Glory and the Stand United. Kasing's going to get hooked up and going to unbreakable instantly. The inhibitor's down. That's the objective at H2K. Very obviously wanted.
Now, Cleanse gets used on Rio because he walked into the trap. This might be big.
Look at that! There's no unbreakable! The hook just goes wide. Kasing sacrifices himself to get one more knockup. Here comes Soren. Gonna get slowed by that death ray. Flash has been burned by Ryu. Copenhagen Wolves are continuing the chase. There's no flash from Cast. He's already used a lot of his actives. H2K thought about going in. Dashes over the wall. Ryu's now been caught by Soren. Chaos Storm is going to come out. Oduwamne has already used the taunt. Soren's got to kill. Is this the fight that wins Copenhagen Wolves the game? Soren continues chasing down Oduwamne. Oduwamne needs to play for time, but Shook, what are you doing? Chilling Smite is repelled up to buy some time. Will not find the lantern. We did see Oduwamne caught out, but again, this is playing for time. Lulex, he's going to get caught out. 1 versus 4, the Wolves, they might be able to get an in-hit.
This could very well be. But this start of the game right here, 5th Dragon is coming up. I almost knocked my headset off my head in this fight. Freeze is chasing Yarden here, and the biggest point was Ryu accidentally walked into a trap all the way at the inhibitor. He used his cleanse, and this changed the entire pacing and stage of what followed, because he had to constantly be scared of the CC flash from Kaz. Hook almost went wide. I even couldn't pronounce Ryu's name at that point. That's how excited I was for that. And eventually, Soren finds the equilibrium strike. 5th Dragon here. Will go down.
Secured.
Aspect should be secured. So Wolves, no inhibitor though. This game is all kinds of crazy right now.
45 minutes. We've seen 2 Barons. We've seen 6 Dragons. 36 kills.
And the 100% reason to remember the game.
Teleports
Baron's quick
up for Oduwamne if he wants to join, but nobody else from H2K is nearby.
They have to yield. Now, there's only one Nexus Tower. On the side of the Copenhagen Wolves, so the backdoor nation could attack. Thormail is live on Oduwamne. If you can get Yarn in there, distract the Wolves, it would be a grim way to lose this game. And obviously they're airing on the side of caution right here. Seeing ulti use, no vision, so he doesn't know how many people are waiting for him. But Soren,
he's gonna get caught out and headbutts it back. This is 1v4. He does have Guardian Angel. That's gonna pop. I think the Lantern should time out because Sing's waiting to block. They will get the kill on Soren, so that's a mistake. With Aspect and Baron.
Look at the player cam. Soren, he knows. He's wondering, did I shave this morning?
Crepo, I've seen one other game in Europe this summer where a team with Aspect and Baron lost. It was SK against Rocket.
Hang on. Red Carpet is still alive. Equalizer could mean a whole lot if H2K tunnel in. Kasing doesn't have the Unbreakable for zoning purposes. Ryu, Cleanse is about to come up, so watch him. Watch his damage. Watch his spacing. Nuke Duck has been phenomenal on that earlier.
Lulex is caught. Gonna tunnel away. Yarnan gonna start chunking the inhibitor. Look at that big crit from Freeze. Onto Oduwamne. Sentin's
Oh,
not gonna
30
connect.
seconds. 30 seconds we need for Soren. Top lane's going in. Hjarn is hitting the inhibitor.
The pressure is up. Lenny equalizer. Will he throw it? Yes! Gianna's being melted down. Death sentence on Oduwamna. That's going to be the tank. Forced to dash away.
Watch Freeze, watch
Brendan
Freeze.
Zoban stays alive, but Freeze gets the kill. He's got a 90 caliber net forwards. Here's a look at the death rate. Going to find the tag. Rockets connecting. Kasing's going to throw down an unbreakable will, but he may be the sacrificial cow. Lenny, he teleported behind. H2K. Gianna's got the kill into Lenny. Equilibrium strike's going to be flashed away as Gianna's trying to escape. 4
Another
versus
fight
1.
from Copenhagen Wolves that they win 4 against 5. Soren wasn't here. He wasn't there earlier. He is at the Nexus. There's no teleport anymore. Freeze even used his Mercurial Scimitar to just get the 50% movement speed boost for 1 second, and that was enough to land the damage. Wolves 4 against 1 right now.
This has to be the game. Cast or Shook, one form of CC. Copenhagen Wolves to 10,000 gold. Baron, empowered minions. They've taken a Nexus turret. The Copenhagen Wolves are on the verge of being eliminated from the LCS, and they find a fantastic performance against the league's #2 team. H2K lose a Nexus turret. The Copenhagen Wolves will cause the biggest upset of the summer split, taking down H2K.
This is something we haven't seen in a while. Happy faces, hugs all around. Must feel good for them to be able to make the walk to the other team instead of having every week the other team walk towards you. And honestly, the Bigs kind of gave it away. You said it. Comfort zone, solo queue-esque almost, over team compositions. Aggression everywhere for the Wolves. Level 1, they were ready. So step into my trap, step into my web, said Shook, but it wasn't enough. Oduwamna did not drop. But then Soren, first blood onto Ryu with the help of Shook. Counter kill by Ryu later, but it spelled what was going to be a beautiful, beautiful game to watch and cast.
What an incredible turnaround. Copenhagen Wolves put together a team composition that was reliant on individual performances. And individuals stepped up.
But strategically, the biggest thing was the lane swap. Oduwamna fell behind. Rumble is finding the lane swap. Utility across the board. Magic penetration is all you kind of need in the early game. He was not that split push threat, especially because in the equation, you think, sure, top laner behind, split push is even, but Soren, that guy on your screen right now, he moves from the mid lane to the top lane or bot lane, wherever he may be, and he becomes that split pusher with the added kill pressure of the Ignite. Put Oduwamna on the back foot. Probably knows.
Tough game.
Drawing board. Don't get lane swapped upon in this composition. Protect Ryu a little better, but so many plays. Could have turned the game around. Baron plays so close. Shook though. And he still has the mechanics.
That's for sure.
Dip, duck, and dive. Rappel up. Get the lantern. Almost get out.
Yesterday, Origin drop a game to Gambit. Gambit play exceptionally. Today, H2K drop a game to Copenhagen Wolves because Copenhagen Wolves play very well. We talked about individual performances. I actually have a replay of Soren picking up a kill that in my opinion cracked open the base from H2K. And this is Soren's first solo kill, all split long.
Yeah, and it counts double though, because look, hit, Stan United is about to come in, and still he burns through it. Cass almost makes it a non-solo kill. He says, nope, I want that assist, I'll even use my flash, but yeah, he burns through it, and just indicative of how strong he was this game.
And the Wolves ended up taking the inhibitor turret and then the inhibitor, and then started that Baron play. Almost lost the game. Almost lost the game. Giving H2K Baron,
Okay, well.
giving them the base. They lost both of the Nexus turrets. I mean...
But Freeze, I just want you to remember, he didn't die a single time this game. Even at the end, it was really funny. He couldn't quite catch up, and then I saw him use Cleanse, but like, Freeze, that doesn't have Cleanse. Why would he use that? Yeah, Mercurial Scimitar. It gives you 50% movement speed bonus for 1 second.
Gotta
So
chase.
he got rid of his QSS debuff just because he could chase a little longer. And yeah, just showed the confidence that the Wolves had in closing out this game. They were defensive, they were afraid of the back doors, so they cleared waves. But yeah, they weren't afraid to start the Baron, weren't afraid to make this play, and this was a complete different mindset from them. Honestly, glad to see that at the end of the season.
So, well played by the Copenhagen Wolves. A surprise upset victory. And for a closer look to how they did that, and again, be that much needed win, we're going to head over to the analyst desk.
Much needed indeed. Thank you, Quick Chat. We're joined here by Freeze and Just Be Cass. Welcome, guys, and welcome to the desk the first time, Cass.
Thank you.
And well, what an occasion. It must be fantastic for you to have a victory like this. It is only your first couple of games in the LCS. Tell me about the feeling.
It's amazing. I came here with the mindset to win games, and I finally won a game. It feels fucking great.
Yeah, it must feel great. And there you go, fantastic first interview as well. Let's break it down a little bit, because the Caitlyn pick, it seemed to be working out almost immediately because you got a triple kill at Dragon. Kind of talk me through the game from there.
So we picked the Caitlyn to 2v2 and just destroy the lane, but they obviously lane swap, or like they predicted our lane swap into their lane swap, and they got the lane swap off. So we were like kind of shaky in the beginning. We didn't know. We just followed what they did, and then at some fights I just got kills, and for the first time we got ahead, and it felt super great to get ahead, as a team.
It's really interesting you say you guys wanted the 2v2, because we've had Kasing up here and he says that H2K are the, to use his words, strongest 2v2 lane. What are your thoughts on those kind of comments?
Well, I mean, they get a lot of help from top laner and the jungler. Like versus Giants, that lane was 2v4. They just permanent, like every time Adric went forward, there was a TP or a gang coming in, so they got super ahead and they abused well. And I would say they're really great. They know how to press the advantage, and they know how to set up the ganks for Lulex. That's why, and for the TPs, that's why they're a lot of time TPing bot lane or ganking bot lane, and they always snowball from it.
Yes.
In this case, though, you guys did very good, and you got really far ahead. And then at the end, it got so incredibly close, and H2K was actually knocking at your base doors. Let's get that replay up on the screen. So incredibly crucial. Soren had died right before this, before he spawned back up. I don't know who wants to run us through this. The both of you, maybe. Let's run the clip.
So, like, we know we can fight because we still have Baron and 5th Dragon, and Rumble is ridiculous with 5 Dragon. You can see the damage that Rumble does only with the ultimate and the aspect of the Dragon, and now it's about just chasing me flashing aggressively, and here they can't really do anything in order to stop me. I just play it safe so I then don't get engaged by Alistar. TP from behind, picks up the kills, and this is pretty much it. We abused the Rumble ultimate with the 5th Dragon, and we knew our limits.
Yeah, Kaz, what was the calling like in the camp? Because the inhibitor was almost down, this was make or break.
Yeah, it didn't really matter who we hook.
Yeah.
But if we hooked someone, it was good because we could one-shot him. So yeah, I went for the Shin, I think, and the Rumble ulti was down, and then we just
killed them all.
Yeah. Killed them all.
Got them all. Well, Kaz, I also want to kind of maybe look into how the shot calling is in general, because you're very new to the team. Shook's very new to the team. How has that been for you guys and the team when it comes to shot calling?
It's hard because I come from solo queue. I'm not really yet the perfect shot caller. Like everyone just shot calls. It's not like the support does the work, but in general, sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's also not so good because it's really
random.
Random.
Yeah.
Really random. You were also saying, I think in a video a couple of weeks ago, I know it happens. Normally I'm a pretty good Morgana or Thresh, and then I get in a game here and I don't hit any skill shots. Have you both felt a little bit more at ease the last couple of games with each other?
Did you get used to it already?
Yeah,
or?
We do a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are bad moments.
Example?
We feed.
Well, it does look like you guys are in pretty good spirits now. I don't want to be kind of a party pooper, but this keeps you still in the LCS, but we all know that it is a tough road ahead and it's not necessarily in your hands. So I'd love to know kind of the mindset you got going into the last 2 games of the season, Freeze.
Well, it's do or die. We had to win every game we were going into. We didn't win yesterday. We won today, which was surprising for us as well, because H2K is a top tier team, and right now we just have to hope that SK loses every game and we win every game in order to actually be an LCS or relegation.
Yeah, I hope we win every game. I also came to the LCS to win games, to prove myself. In the beginning it was hard, because you start here and you think you're decent, and then you come here and it's all different. It's hard.
Yeah, I can imagine, but well, you guys have got a win in your backpack, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Well, and with that win, the Wolves are 1 game closer to SK Gaming, and they're going to be facing Origin in our next match. We'll look at what's on the line when we return.
If you wanna be
be my baby.
We don't actually want to be the very best. We don't win 1 game. Guys.
Oda Wonder taunts his way out and stays alive. Janen's joined this fight late. Frostbomb is out, he's hurting, but it's a double kill for Freeze. The Cocoon!
Rek'Sai here. Rek'Sai, focus Rek'Sai.
Shen after.
Nice. Shen after, Shen.
I'm pushing top.
Nice!
The equalizer's going to split up the team, and Kasing looks for a knocker. Soren's in the back, and he's down. He's got in, but he went far too deep. But he may be the sacrificial cow. Lenny, he teleported behind. H2K, Janen's got the kill into Lenny. The Copenhagen Wolves will cause the biggest upset of the summer split.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European League Championship Series. Copenhagen Wolves with a fan meet there. It's been a while. Must feel good after winning that game versus H2K. But here, though, Origin is about to face off against SK Gaming. Let's start by taking a look at Origin. Two teams, of course, SK and Origin. Very different things to focus on when we come into this one. On the side of Origin, wanting to secure that second place. And then yesterday versus Gambit, oof, that Nidalee from Diamond completely killed them in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Origin had a fine start to the game. It was very even. Amazing and Diamond were like following each other around the lanes. But then suddenly Diamond and the rest of Gambit started out-roaming them, picked the right team fight, managed to get a few kills in Origin as a team. They rely so much on having this strong mid-game. If they don't have it, everything just falls apart from it. And it's a big, big problem. In the last 4 games where they've been behind in the mid-game, they've lost everything. We need to see them fix this. Now that H2K lost the game, though, if Origin wins this one and wins the next one again, they might just secure that spot on their own.
Yeah, they may very well do. I think a key factor in yesterday's games, though, when it comes to why they ended up losing that game from being behind in the mid-game, they traded their own kills, 4 kills and objectives.
True.
And if you're not getting a net gain when you're trying to get kills, then you're always going to fall behind when it comes to playing out the mid-game.
And also we saw a little bit of some of the things we talked about before, with like FLICKR in the mid lane being very passive in the laning phase. Betsy was roaming around, having more impact in the mid-game. So combine that with Diamond having a great start, that was enough to really start snowballing it for Gambit. And then Forgiven and, of course, Capochaco just take it over. And Lucian won a game, by the way, in case you
They definitely did. We will not forget that. And then turning to the opponents of OG in this one, though, SK, as said, they're fighting to climb as much as possible and stay out of the bottom of the tables as much as possible. And they came out swinging yesterday in their game versus the Unicorns of Love. Candy Panda said in the post-game interview, well, we picked something that is easy to execute. It's all we can do. It was a poke comp, though, so not incredibly easy. Playing good with their backs against the wall, honestly.
Yeah, they played very well yesterday in the game. And honestly, although Candy Panda said it was easy, they got a couple of comfortable champions, but some new things mixed in there again. Starting with the comfortable ones, Sven, he did so well in yesterday's games on the Nidalee against the Unicorns of Love. When you look at it, 5-0-4 before 15 minutes, just a crazy, crazy opening to the game. We'll take a look at some of his highlights from yesterday. Maybe a little bit to do with the Unicorns of Love changes that they had in their lineup, but certainly looking very strong out of the gym.
Yeah, just a perfect setup for him. SK had 3 lanes they were pushing and winning, so he could invade in and find Gilius, and he was just looking for him every single time. And another guy as well, performing well for SK, was in Rated. He picked Shen support. We haven't seen it too much here in Europe, so Flex pick normally. Now the clips are running out here. What a great performance for him. I mean, great taunts, great subs. He won the laning phase as well. It's his birthday today, so go on Twitter, wish him happy birthday. And if he can play Shen again, him and Candy Panda might be able to make some work.
It'd be a bit of a double-edged sword for some, the players here if there is a birthday present for N-Rated in the form of a win, because a win here will put the Copenhagen Wolves out of the LCS. So for SK, while it isn't do or die for them, it's certainly, this one is just no chance of auto-relegation for SK. They would be on their way to, at a minimum, a promotion tournament spot.
Well, we'll see what happens. The stage is set. Let's check in with Quickshot and Crepo and load into that game.
Thank you very much, Shucks and the analyst desk. Final preparations for picks and bans are underway, so let's run down the rosters once more. On the blue side, it will, of course, be Origin, with Soaz in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Peck in mid, Niels and Mithy the AD carry, and support with Leduc, their coach, looking to bounce back from the loss from yesterday.
Yeah, and they're obviously playing against SK Gaming right there. The man on your screen, Animated, is their support. We got the rest of the roster. Freddy in the top lane, Svensk in the jungle, Fox mid, Candy Panda, AD carry, and their coach, Lucas Schenke.
And of course, we did just briefly hear the crowd singing happy birthday to N-Rated. We'll see if he can gift SK a 2-0. I'd like to do another update and reminder. If SK win this game, Copenhagen Wolves are in 10th in automatic relegation.
It's kind of not how birthdays work. You receive gifts, you don't give them. I don't know about that is where you're from. Back in Belgium, when it's my birthday, I get the gifts. But hopefully SK gets the gift of this game to auto-relegation.
I've been taught in the office that if it's your birthday in Germany, you have to bring the cake to the office.
I'm new to the office. I never heard this, by the way. Next time I don't have a cake, my fault. But yeah, this game, very many things on the line. SK obviously, not only did they want to not get relegated, they also still have a small chance to make it into playoffs. So they've been looking better and better. And honestly, yesterday, stellar performance by them.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. Element's currently 6 wins, 9 losses ahead of them, still in promo. Then you look at Rocket and Giants, rather Gambit and UOL, who are 7 wins, 8 losses. So that's a 2-game difference. If SK can pick up a surprise win against Origin, maybe they can sneak their way in. But of course, this is double-edged sword for SK. Because of course, if they lose, they're also one step closer to swapping places with Copenhagen Wolves. If SK lose out and Copenhagen Wolves win out.
Yeah, but that's still a mile off.
Unlikely.
Honestly, can be a very interesting game. The way these storylines are setting themselves up makes it very easy for us. Origin looking weaker, SK on the rise here. Main question I have, once we eventually get into picks and bans, is that Shen. Is the Shen and the Lulu going to get respected? Because before, Enrated would only perform super well on Lulu, that eventually got banned out. Then he resorted to the Shen and said, hey, I have another trick up my sleeve. They picked it first. Everybody thought it was going to Freddy.
Yeah.
Nope. Went to Enrated. Will they ban it out and force a third champion coming out on the side of Enrated? Or has SK prepared something else for Origin right here?
Well, yesterday, Soaz ran that Nautilus top for the first time in the split. We should be jumping into picks and bans in just a couple of minutes. I'm hearing from production that the players are almost ready. We are on 5-13, as we mentioned a good couple of times. Kalista is a concern. Both of these teams run and play that. Siva's up there as well.
The camera can switch really quick. How is it just? I'm not ready for this.
You're adjusting a tie. I'm looking at my notes.
Yeah. Surprise.
If Shen is a big question, Rumble is a good pick for Soaz, less so for Freddy.
Yeah.
So where would you prioritize your bans? Because I know coming into this, we talked a lot about the Lulu. Get Lulu off the table and Enrated has had less impact.
I would just make sure that once you exit the draft that you can count the lanes, the matchups. Do we get pushed in top? If the answer is yes, then you better not get pushed in the middle and bottom as well, because then it doesn't matter what Svensson is playing, he will invade and make your life miserable. But honestly, this is not a style. Usually, at least expect it can go 50-50 in terms of pressure in the mid lane. Origin don't really play around it that much, but they at least pick him champions that he can go even with. Maybe not the Vladimir, but he hasn't really been picking that too much recently. Just so big push against SK. Don't let them push you in and play their style. Just keep them back. Don't let Svensson invade, and then individually and as a team, Origin should technically outclass this SK Gaming lineup, but that's only my opinion, of course, and we'll have to see how it plays out on the Rift.
You could have said the same theory against Gambit yesterday for Origin.
Yeah.
Could have.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Picks and bans will be coming up in just a brief moment, and we'll find out exactly how and where these teams prioritize their picks and bans. For SK, it's a matter of playing with their backs against the wall, but carefree. And for Origin, it's actually for proving they belong in second place, with H2K dropping to Copenhagen Wolves. That second semi-final berth is one step closer.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams faced off, it was a different time, a different meta. Origin was on the rise, SK was looking shaky. Completely, look at those picks right there. You know, Sejuani, we haven't seen her in quite a while. Vladimir mid, maybe Urgot, the AD carry position. Things have shifted around quite a bit. The list is obviously still up there, mildly nerfed. Origin, they're hitting the points, yeah. They're hitting exactly picks that SK played yesterday. They want to get rid of the comfort. No Nidalee hard invades, no Jace, you know, from Fox coming out to support that. Really just want to shut that down.
No bans yet towards Enrated either.
Nope.
We've seen those Lulus banned out actually 4 times in recent weeks. Zia taken away from Fox.
Could be overconfidence. Enrated has performed very well on the Lulu because it allows them to push. Just have the defensive peel in teamfight. Just press R, Wild Growth, knock him up. Facilitate that 2v2 push that so Candy Panda and Enrated just like doing so much.
So Victor is still up and available. Champion that both of these players have run in the mid lane.
I would argue Varus is a better pick there. A little bit of jungle pressure in return on SK Gaming, and this prompts the Gragas first pick from Origin. They are not comfortable with digging deep for the Lee Sin. However, SK Gaming, maybe Candy Panda has played her. However, Niels knows how to play that champion too, so Niels is actually a player that I could see Tristana on as a counter to the Kalista in the lane. I'm actually hoping that actually comes to play so I can see the matchup playing on the stage, because you can theorize so much as you want. You can play as much solo queue as you want. You kind of still need to see it happen on the stage.
Yeah, we'll see if it gets locked in. It was going to be the Gragas, so SK have already burned through 30 seconds of their first rotation worth of picks. Alistar up, Kalista's up, top lane is up. There's no real pressure on the jungler.
They could pick a jungler to just not give away information too much, you know, keep the other roles dark. They could also lock some priority picks here. Thresh is not really an unrated champion, but you could get it away from Mithy. Alistar is an unrated champion that we have seen in the past. However, with the lock-on, as we're shifting over, that goes one theory out of the winner. Victor, as you said, locked in. We might see a Varus mirror that we've seen a couple of times already today. On the other side, Alice likely picked up by Mithy here.
Maybe P.E.K.K.A will run Irelia into Victor. You've seen it twice in EU already. Not expecting it, but of course, Kalista up, making it to the third rotation. Kalista has fallen a tiny bit off the #1 priority because of the nerf, because of the changes in the patch, but it's still exceptionally powerful.
Also because of poke, I guess, but They could set up for a Kalistar bot lane, but they choose not to do so. So far, obviously, we're still hovering. Shouldn't quite pay too much attention to that. Let's focus on what SK Gaming locked in. Victor for Fox. So he has that wave clear pressure already. Shen could be a split push tool on the side of SK Gaming. Candy Panda could actually go Varus AD carry to steal that away from Peke. We've seen stranger things in the LCS. I like Varus as an AD carry. I think he actually does well into Corki too.
Who would you pair with a support if Freddy is not going to run Shen?
Maybe Yona. It's an old school way, man. It's back to season 2.
No, he just played a lot of Yona.
Yeah, he could.
Well,
or Annie. Something that sets up your ultimate, but I think we're theorizing.
Yeah, we're having a bit of fun with this one.
Yeah. Let's see what they do. So if that Gnar gets locked in, that removes the flex potential from that Shen. However, that would mean that SK values hiding their AD carry more than flexing their Shen. That is a tad weird. They want to see the full bot lane of Origin, then decide whether they want to swap AD carry or 2v2 AD carry. Corki Thresh is an okay lane. It has more offensive tools than a usual Corki lane has, but it's still a Corki lane that you tend to prefer in a swap. Thresh will be a fantastic roamer, so Corki solo experience is what you want, Thresh roaming is what you want. Thresh operates well on low levels. You go full wolf style level 2 when your AD carry bangs level 6, all possible. And that Varus that was hovered by SK Gaming has been locked in by Origin.
And the moment it was locked in, Svenskeren actually lifted his hands up and put them down. I mean, maybe SK was, they were expecting it, but it was a cost they made. The Gnar for Freddy is his most played champion. That's the 5th time in the team's 16 games.
Yeah, but now look at Candy Panda. You have to make it work. You have one AD carry banned out on Sivir, one picked away on Corki. If you want to wait this long for your AD carry pick, you better make it worth it. I want to see it Raven. But yeah, Kalista being hovered. Kog'Maw perhaps. Alright, so a different style here from SK. Scaling AD carry, low mobility. Scaling mid laner, low mobility if you don't count the Q. I mean, he's easily caught off guard.
Yeah.
That is the point we're trying to make. However, in terms of raw lockdown, there is no flash W from a Maokai coming out. We have peel from Shen, we have peel from Gnar. We have defensive kick from Lee Sin. You can't underestimate that. Just kick somebody out when they're piling on top of your carries. Straight line, you just play bowling with them. Could be enough for SK Gaming to keep Kog'Maw and Fox's Victor alive.
And that's the first time that Candy Panda has played the Kog'Maw this summer. So first time Cog for him, into of course all the poke and the range from Gragas, from Rumble, from Corki.
Yeah, let's run over
a lot of importance on positioning.
Let's run over the Origin composition. It is what we last week would have called the extreme definition of the meta composition. Rumble in the top lane, which is magic damage, soft engage or follow-up engage. We have double poke with 80 poke in the mid lane, and then the hybrid damage coming out of Corki in the bot lane with the magic damage poke. So full-on meta composition. But we've had time to develop counter plays to meta. Will it be the Shen Talon Flash engages and just the zone control coming out of Victor? We'll see.
Well, you guys know what to do. Will Upset Friday continue? Well, SK pick up the victory. If you think so, hashtag SK win.
Or is Origin going to take it? Hashtag OG win.
Hot
original gangsters here on the Rift.
The Heartthrob Peke playing the Heart Seeker Varus.
It would be traditional if this game ends in a heart-stopping backdoor. Specca did it against SK, right? Memory serves correct.
It's a long time ago. Back when Enrated used to play for Fnatic. And Peke played for Fnatic as well. How times have changed.
Crepo was still good at the game. How times have changed.
That's debatable.
When Crepo believed he was still good at the game.
Crepo, I love you, and you're definitely self-deprecating. You don't need to.
I have moderate amounts of affection for you two. Alright, defensive line of scrimmage, no team.
Access denied.
Access denied.
Defensive fan across the river. 2 hour-long games make you a little loopy, apparently. No invades yet.
Nope.
But we have seen late invades that have almost cost kills.
Svenskeren, he's playing Lee Sin. Traditionally, what SK like doing, I've harped on this before, is push in and counter jungle. Get that aggression going. Same way Shook wants to get some openings on the Lee Sin. Obviously, Gragas scales better as he can build full tank. becomes a disruption. Body slam flash is crucial. If it hits Fox with no flash or Candy Bat with no flash, the fight is over. Body slam flash into knockback, follow up with the Varus ulti is enough to wreak havoc.
And it is the third consecutive victor we've seen today. Fox now is opting for flash heal as opposed to cleanse. And it's Ghost Flash for Pekka's Varus.
Reminiscent of yesterday. Fox not leashing, going for the insta-push on Victor. Hope. I want to keep the camera on the mid lane, see if he's going to immediately start spamming that E on the minions. Or not. And then Freddy leashing in the top lane. OG rarely do a camp, they always seem to stop the enemy.
Well, it's a long time past, Crepo, but a little graphic that flashed up. When OG did play that Urgot in week 2, that was the game that had over 30 kills, and Origin just showed off. So, level 1, Raids and Candy.
You gotta focus the 80 carry.
Sideways, Frost Bomb comes out. Supports take a lot of damage.
You always want to focus 80 carries in these trades. Not sure why Candy Panda decided to go melee range there. Raided, got into melee range too. This is double range advantage, so this lane could actually go into Corky's favor, because there's AoE wave clear too. And Raided will do his best to zone here, but if he eats a flay, he can get counter traded upon. If he just wants to zone as much, hit these creeps. Level 2 race is on the third creep. The second wave, provided that experience wasn't lost level 1. So both teams are racing, and then you switch the aggression because everybody's
hits.
Tunneling in.
Ignites have traded 200 HP apiece. Candy Panda's down, Mythy's low as well, but it's 80 carry for SK. The taunt connects on Niels as well as the Void, who's Candy and Enraged actually got the earlier level 2. Mythy
because they
and
missed the creep. Niels and Mythy went aggressive because they weren't going to level up on the third creep. We see it right there. It died already, so they're trying to deny SK that level up. Then SK realized that they can just get level 2 counter trading. So beautiful exchange here. Really, really interesting to see how that develops. I wonder if SK was aware of the experience deficit OG had.
So all of the consumables used for Candy and Niels. Enraged's burned through his. Only Mythy with a cookie left in his pocket. We caught quick glimpses of the junglers. Amazing started to back. We saw Svenska moving to his blue.
Yeah, but look at the push. Pekka has push advantage in mid. Because bottom is pushing in. Top is pushing in. Imagine if Fox was pushing in mid lane right now. That would mean Svenska had free reign to counter jungle. He doesn't have that right now. Be careful. Pekka is playing very bold here. Has that ward on the right side, so he's hoping that Svenska will show. And he does.
Let's see what Sven can do with this. Because when SK are winning games, and when SK are performing well, it's when Sven is invading and stealing away buffs. We've seen him do this countless times throughout the split. There's nothing to steal this time around. Amazing. Delayed his blue. It's a little later than we've seen.
Sven
early back off the ground.
Sven went for a peek there, didn't find the red buff, so he knows Amazing is probably on the left side of things right now. It's very hard for him to gank bot with that offensive try ward out of SK Gaming too. SK Gaming have the push on bottom. Soaz neutralized the push on top because Svenskund showed on the bottom side of the map. So that means Soaz has the liberty for the next 45 seconds to a minute at least. Play aggressive on the top lane. He's now stacking that wave. Amazing. Might see some action in the mid lane. Wards faded on both sides. Watch body slam flash. That's the key thing here.
Sven is going to be close enough to support Fox. I think Pekka and Amazing had the inkling that was a possibility. Almost trading halves of the jungle.
Yeah, if you know that they know, and so on and so, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you know.
Then you back off and you go to the Raptors instead. And then you get the wards, you smite the Raptors, and you get the knowledge where those wards are. Deep pink ward, I like this. I really like that pink ward. It is so hard to spot that as a jungler, and it gives you so much information, even if you don't see anybody. Again, eliminating options of the board can let you pinpoint where people are. Good deep vision control, and this again on turn allows Soaz to play aggressively in this matchup. He now gets a poke advantage on Freddy every time Freddy goes for the minions. Soaz turns on the Narbecue, spitting fire.
Well, it's a great matchup. Both Soaz and Freddy are playing their most played champions this split. 5 games on Rumble, 5 games on Freddy. Soaz's Rumble is 17-6, 49. Phenomenal statistics on that champion.
Yeah, he's definitely a fantastic Rumble player. Even better in this patch with the new items. But over in the mid lane, Pekka has a small lead and a big pressure lead. Niels is comfortably farming. However, the one thing working...
Wait, curving the hook. Mythy's actually gone in. Only played in Rated. And Rated's going to get the dash taunt. Niels turns his attention to the Monarch Butterfly Cogmore. Mythy's forced away. Finally using that last cookie, but he's low on HP.
Channeling his inner Angelina Jolie to curving that hook as if it were a bullet, but you have to connect in that matchup. Candy Panda because having Shenton in Taunt Flash.
That's a Taunt Flash! One tower, but Candy gets hooked! The Flay gets under the tower. Not long enough for the tower to pull aggro. The Lantern pulls Candy in. He capped the in surprise! Gets it! Trade 1 for 1.
Miffy with the Lantern, he drags in Niels and then flashes in offensively. He knows he's going to die in that exchange anyways, so he drops off Niels at the next station, closer to First Blood Valley, and then Niels picks it up. And this is big. This lane is still pseudo-frozen. So Niels can just CS and get a big experience advantage here. That's exactly what Corki wants, trading 1 for 1. AD carry for support. Doesn't take a good analyst to realize that that's the favorable trade.
Origin on the board, but there is a reply. So Candy Pan has made his way closer to lane, picked up that Sheen, longsword. There's an extra Ruby Crystal for Niels.
Good Taunt Flash from Enraider. Just makes me wonder why do that when you Ignite just down. I mean, you know they still have heal at their disposal. And then you're so easily hooked in. Good control by Misty. There's almost out of mana for that play.
Chain of Corruption
going in.
next. Fox is in trouble. Amazing. Body slam, gonna connect. Doesn't even need the flash. Doesn't have access to explosive cast, but he won't need it. 2-1 OG.
And style points for the Lantern exit. Misty getting an assist. Even if you shield somebody after they have done damage, you still get an assist. Again, roaming. This is what he likes to do on first base. You will almost always see Mithy path in by Raptors into the enemy's jungle to drop deep wards. There's just so much more value to them than if you place them close to lane. And ward in the enemy jungle works to find the enemy jungler. Keep your mid laner and your bot lane safe. A ward around your bot lane only keeps your bot lane safe. So you have to play this game as a team.
Mithy doing just that. We did catch a very brief glimpse of the top lane. Hex Drinker picked up for Freddy. Pink ward deep. This is what you talked about in the earlier games today.
And nobody walks into that brush unless you suspect something. So no noise from the crowd. Shh. Unsuspecting Svenskeren. Thinks he's ganking. He's off HP right now. This gives Swords and knowledge. Okay, at least in half HP on the top side. We now know what his likely pathing is going to be. Either he's going to base right there. We can expect him in 40 seconds, or he will lane gank. If then Freddy doesn't give that away, sneak in, just like Amazing is sneaking in here.
He's gonna get the cast. Lands the bunk barrel. Wow, that was great.
You saw him hesitate almost. He body slammed, and at the end of the animation, he was like, do I need to flash? No, because this dude doesn't have flash. That was a beautiful explosive cask.
That just looked so easy.
That was... That's what, if I try that, Kargmo lands in the tower.
So well played by Amazing. Good, successful gank. The vision that was placed by Mithy earlier.
Here's Sven. Sven is still looking for that first kill, aggressively sin pick. Remember, SK brought this upon themselves. They pincered the jungle in the picks and bans, saying, Origin, you are going to first pick that Gragas or we'll take it, but we will get value in return. Value is not paying off right now for SK Gaming.
The value that SK prioritized was the Shen and the Victor. That was their first rotation picks. Despite the fact that Rated has a support, Fox in the mid lane has already been successfully ganked. And Amazing's Gragas, which was the first pick champion, has been involved in 2 of the 3 kills that Origin have picked up.
1,000 gold up. Pekka is just, that's what you do with Varus. You lurk around these corners, try and stay out of vision. This is why we see more and more wards in the middle of the lane placed very often too, to avoid that poke. Svenskeren, he wants to land the insect. Ward dash into kick. He spotted again. So such good warding from Origin so far. With very few wards placed, they seem to pinpoint every time. Amazing goes close. And look at Miffy. Because Corki's level 7, you don't need to support him anymore. He's roam.
Yeah, but didn't catch another glimpse of this top lane battle. So is overheating, out trading Freddy, but as Freddy gets close to the Mega Knock, so is backs away. And, we just saw that movement of Miffy and Amazing through the river, through the jungle. It's the second time this game already. And you were telling a story 3 weeks ago about how top-tier teams have got these threats in every role, and one of the things you liked was the jungle support synergy. Yeah. OG definitely demonstrated that.
Now, Enraider doesn't have to roam on support Shen, which honestly he wasn't the best at doing, because he can use Stand United to get there, so he can put pressure on the bot lane while still being able to go to the top lane, for example. One thing you can do is, as a support as well, just roam, get the other support gone, go back to bot lane, try and gank. So many options. If you thrive in chaos, you can win this chess game. Amazing right now. He wants to thrive as well. He's looking on the top lane to body slam over in darkness. Svenskeren.
Could have seen Sven. Hello. Sven's going to have small drink provided by Amazing. Sonic wave into the resonating strike. Equalizer. Defensive.
That could have been a kill. They could have fought him, but Soaz just said, okay, let's just make sure you survive. It's okay. erring on the side of caution is definitely what you want to do. Niels now has the push advantage. Hook and poke, hook and poke. And look at how he's poking Candy Panda, because we know you hook the support, the AD is going to walk up in support. Why would you damage the support if you can hit the AD carry? It's these little things that separate good players from the best ones.
With the kill that Niels and Mithy set up for themselves, they've got a 20 CS advantage. He's going to get taunted up, but Candy Pan is far enough away. The box comes down from Mithy. Niels is committed onto Candy, but Enrated's going to finish off Mithy, his opposite number. Defensive Velk. And this time, SK commits and get the kill.
2v2, and we're starting to see why Shen's support has been such highly valued over in North America in NALCS. Not quite so much in Europe, but Enrated and Candy Pan are straight up thugging 2v2, winning that trade. And Karma outscales vastly. And look at the items. This was Phage Sheen against Sheen with Phage components. So under itemized, SK Gaming wins that trade. They do burn the flash. Now Enrated can base, he can roam. And then alternatively, he can also teleport back to bottom lane should Candy Panda require it. He has double defensive summoner alive. So we could see Enrated go mid here.
And I also think important to note that Enrated and Candy committed to that fight with Ignite. Previously, they committed without Ignite and ended up costing them.
The lane gang coming in here. Miffy wants to Lantern into body slam flash. Lantern flash aggressively is what he's looking for. And United's available. Might see some action here.
So Mithy's going to walk over a ward, and Enrated's been caught out. Where is the Lantern from Miffy? Held for now. Amazing to show in front of the minions.
And then the flame mind game start. You want to interrupt taunt, but you kind of have to predict it this close to a wall. Good hold from Enrated. Look at top. Svensson shown by another ward.
So as interrupted. Equalizer's available, as is Flash.
Good job, Svensson. Don't go in. Wait for the minions. You just canceled him. This is a race against the minions. Soaz just wants to survive.
The minions are trying to be killed. Flash, he's down.
Good controlled aggression from Svensson. Don't get trigger happy just because you proc that Q. Doesn't mean you have to go in, and I'm talking to all my solo Q junglers right here. Just stop him and dive him. Good execution. First blood on the hands. Well, first kill on the hands for Svensson, and that's what he's looking for with his aggressive Lee Sin pick.
But it did cost SK a tower in the bottom lane. Amazing made sure to zone away Candy and Enrated. P.E.K.K.A continues to win the pressure, the tempo game in the mid lane. And that Varus is just shoving in Fox's Victor.
And League of Legends at its finest. We may see a play with 2 members of SK at the top lane. That means a play with 4 members of Origin in the bot lane.
For Origin. Teleport comes out now from Soaz. There's no equalizer because he just died using it up top. Dragon actually sends a shot onto Mithy. Continues to spam fire onto SK and Origin. No allegiance for the neutral creep. SK have thwarted that Dragon attempt.
Origin looking for first Dragon, something to do very often. 11 first Dragons so far in their 15 first games. Looking to make it 12, 16.
It's a fantastic statistic.
It just shows that they usually have the pressure, and it also shows that they tend to lose when they don't. Fischl touched upon it on the analyst desk. If they get behind in the mid game, Origin is lost, but they are now 1.2k gold up at 15 with a comfortable composition, a lot of damage, so no scaling worries, even though Candy Panda and Fox do a lot of damage in the late game. But we've seen SK falter with these double threat compositions, getting to late game. Somebody gets caught out.
They're able to find the damage where they need to. You see the itemization differences here for P.E.K.K.A and Fox. And look, tower's going down. This is all the pressure we talked about. Enrated's down. He's caught. Chaos Storm's onto Mithy, but look at that. Equalizer, Chain of Corruption in the Gragas barrel. Takes Candy Panda out. Mithy even gets out alive. And Origin get the tower.
Like taking candy from a baby. Origin take candy from SK Gaming. Kill 2 people, get the tower, go to the dragon. So you want to do, you want to group up with Varus and Corki, start the siege, start the poke. When SK inevitably step forward to clear that wave, that's when you use Chain of Corruption. On top of that, the equalizer. If they flash backwards, you get the tower anyways. If they don't flash, you get kills and a tower. Beautiful mid-game spike. Origin playing to their strengths.
And I'm going to expand on what you mentioned earlier, Crepo. 12 first dragons in 16 games, all from this team fight.
Now look at it. You have to walk forward to clear the wave, and then you walk into the hook. Candy Panda stands still. Chain of Corruption comes in. And then the equalizer. Fox has to walk backwards. Explosive cast to finish up that kill. Soaz is untouched at this point. Complete liberty to do whatever they want on the Origin side, and SK is crumbling.
Also on the side of Origin, all that work from P.E.K.K.A.'s Varus earlier just gets finalized the moment that Trinity Force was completed. Making sure it's that step-by-step process, and you can already see Niels and Mithy set their sights on the next outer turret, which is up in the top lane. Yes, please, we would like this one next.
Yeah, support is but an option for Mithy. You know, the notion that supports have to be bottom all the time is long, long gone. As League of Legends keeps evolving, and Mithy came out in a couple of interviews at the start of Split, yeah. Whereas in Season 3, he was such a predominant lane-focused player with the offensive fiddlesticks and the likes. Now he's just a roamer. Here though, 3-6.
Liberator's gonna get caught. He's not super tanky.
Restraint on the side of Origin. They don't commit. They just poke out. That's what you do. You're playing poke comp. Don't go for all-ins unless you have to.
And of course, the objective is the tower.
Yeah.
Origin making sure they don't lose sight of the goal that they're playing for.
And look at the pink ward over at the red buff that we talked about earlier. It's still available in SK's backs. So again, Origin get information from that. That is so much value. It survived for roughly like 14 minutes already.
Yeah.
On a gold. Money well spent.
Not a regularly walked through part of the jungle in the early stages of the game. So tower should
They just pinged it. They just found it.
Should be secured uncontested.
Now Svenskern wonders, how long has that thing been here? Now you can cheer for that one. That one, I'll give you that one, Berlin.
Thank you for that, Crepo. 4,000 gold up. Origin, 3 towers to 0. They've got a dragon. They've got a kill advantage. Now we need to see how do they poke SK out to get to the inner turret.
I love playing poke with double pink wards at the side. This allows Varus to move a little farther up. Flying possibilities are gone. More pressure. More pressure means SK can't counter jungle or invade, make picks. You need to make picks with this Lee Sin jungle. If you deny that, Gragas has the inevitable battle of scaling, even though he opts into Sidestone. Cinderhulk, Sidestone, tankiness, perhaps an Aegis coming out. All these stats synergize so well. CC bot, you're the prime tank. Thank you very much.
Sad Freddy. It's amazing. He's just going to put the barrel down. FLICKR continues to shove up the mid lane. 20 CS advantage. 40 CS advantage for Niels versus Candy Panda.
Yeah, and this is the 5th pick Kog'Maw. We have to remember, SK Gaming, their entire draft was based around hiding that 80 carry pick. We expected greatness, but it wasn't just quite enough. They did get a 2v2 solo kill on the Origin's bot lane, which is impressive. But there was no objective tied to it, and that's what Origin is doing this game. Every move they make, every step they take, they want an objective attached to that. I'll be watching you, yes. The song reference is there. I know you can't find it. It's okay, keep looking. Keep talking about the game, Trevor.
I was actually trying to find the next line. I'm like, every breath, every step. I'm like, what comes next?
I'll be watching you, just like wards are watching the jungle.
Couldn't remember. Right, Crepa, I'll get serious now. We're approaching 20 minutes. Origin have got a very, very strong lead.
Yep.
And yesterday we highlighted a stat that Origin were behind at 20 minutes. They've lost games. 2 games they were behind. Yesterday was the 4th and they lost it, so they're 0-4. But when they're ahead at 20, they have won 10 out of the 11 games. So they know how to close games. And that's what we're going to need to see demonstrated from Origin once more.
Yeah, that's why at the start of the season, leading up until that fabled Origin versus Fnatic, we were kind of almost giving credit, hey, Origin might actually win this because their wins were more explosive. Up until the part where they were diving fountains at the end of the game, they were not dying that much. Different times though, FLICKR no longer playing Vladimir, opting for the Varus, and honestly, Varus in Europe has been weirdly a tier 1 pick. Always gets to pick and ban, at least recently, but does so well. Just go to that chain of corruption. People forget about it, and then it spreads, and you don't really see the particle all that well.
Talking about something else that Origin have spread. Vision. 3 pink wards in the bottom half of the map. Multiple stealth wards in the jungle of SK, and they've set their sights on the bottom inner turret. That's the objective. They've grouped up for it.
It's the problem when you're winning this hard, your pink wards are kind of useless. No, you kind of want them deep in the jungle, but you don't really want to spend another 100 gold because you want that fabled 20-minute pink ward on the map. So, catch up. Ready? Taking some gold back here. Tower's destroyed. Now, Origin need to look to use that to their advantage. They're stuck on the bottom lane. It's obviously hard to find an opening. Poke is not as strong yet. Svenskr is flanking in the mid lane. FLICKR has to move.
We'll find out if we can find anything. We did catch a brief glimpse of Candy Panda there. Just interesting to note. He's not put any skill points into Q, that caustic spittle. So
it is normal for Kog'Maw's under pressure to do that because you really don't trade with it all too much. Yes, it's another Triforce block, perhaps, but you're fine just getting that wave clear from that E. There's even Kog'Maw builds where you don't put any points in W, not any additional points in W, and you just max straight up E to level 3 for engage and wave clear. When enemies engage on a minion, you put the E down and you trade. There's various possibilities on this Kog'Maw. Right now, his job right now, Candy Panda wants to wave clear, keep this lane alive. Victor on Fox wants to wave clear. And they want to wait for the split push pet that is Freddy. That's when he thrives. Has the frozen mallet as well. Connect 1Q and auto and keep going, keep going.
How'd you actually bring that up? Because of course, if Origin keep this siege up and start to poke down underneath the towers, it's all on Fox and Candy and their mana pools.
And then obviously Origin's approach to the game is, yeah, they get tier 1 towers, they scratch at the surface of the tier 2s and they can't find it, so they resort back to the Dragon. Second Dragon picked up 22 minutes, so Aspect is a very late win condition. We will likely see Origin move their vision control to the red side jungle. MSK Gaming forced them out. In about 4 or 5 minutes, I expect to start setting up those Baron plays. Meanwhile, Candy Panda wants to see as much farm as he can, scale back into the game.
Needs a lot of time for that, Crepo. 40 CS down, Triforce versus almost completed Blade of the Ruined King. FLICKR just went back to pick up his last Whisper. He said the man immune for a while, Brutalizer. We also just saw a Leandri's Torment picked up for Soa, so he's, as far as Rumble's concerned, fully switched on.
Yeah, flame on.
Freddy, also with a Frozen Mallet and Hex Drinker. I just want to quickly look. Fox, 430 AP. Of course, that Hex Core Mark II giving 110 AP, plus the bonus AP from Deathcap is synergizing quite nicely for some more stats, but not a lot of CDR.
And there's quite some damage on SK Gaming. With the slightly offensive Gnar, we can actually move away from the paradigm that is a 2-carry composition and call it a triple carry threat. However, good itemization from Amazing here. Not many junglers like building Sidestone because, you know, it's a team item. Not many junglers like building Aegis and Sidestone because it's a team item. But hey, what? It's a team game, guys. Build that Aegis because it's so efficient against Victor, Poke. Candy Panda is very large part before the fights are setting up. Magic damage even in the fights. So, good itemization here. Allows your other parts of your team to itemize a little more selfishly. So we see good guy Baron chunking out Svenskeren.
Just a love tap. And all that's going on. So as is pushing out the bottom wave, playing it relatively safe. He's not actually gone past the tri-bush. Not a lot of vision in SK's jungle. Those wards have timed out.
Remember, we are seeing a poke comp at hand with a Rumble at the side lane, so it is normal that this goes slowly. Just controlled aggression is what you want. Lantern in the brush before you face check. Lantern has a bigger cast range than wards. Definitely want to do that. Slowly inching forward. So we are cheering on Origin as they do this. Brush tech with hook.
Hopeful death sentence.
Nah, you really don't want to find anything there. You're happy it doesn't connect.
We'll have to see how Origin decide to crack open the base. They've got some wards in the top half of the jungle. Decided to group
I
up
like
middle.
that offensive pink ward. Left side Raptors. Look at those pink wards from Origin right now. This is what you need to do because your trinkets go on 2 long cooldowns in this very turbulence-heavy mid-game where people are sneaking in wards left and right. Pink wards last forever. Sweepers are temporary, pink wards last forever. Until they're killed, obviously.
Until they're killed, and what a depressing turn that is. Mithy and Amazing are on the Bramble back. They've got numbers. The rest of Origin below. Going to come down to a smite fight, I feel. And it looks like Amazing won it.
Yeah, Svenskers was bringing Bramble back, but wasn't enough. Stolen by Origin, a small victory for them, but they're choking out the vision. 1 ward is left behind enemy lines there. 1 little spot on your mini-map. That's where a potential teleport flank from Freddy can come in with the Mega Gnar.
So, with all of these CS...
Scrying Orb. I keep calling it Crying Orb. There's no tears just yet. As long as they can find that Baron alive and well, it is still a Scrying Orb.
So, all of the CS that Freddy's picking up, he's got a sizable lead over Soaz. It is costing Fox rather, because FLICKR is climbing, and it's costing Candy, because Niels is climbing. That's the trade-off of these battles.
Definitely trade-off. But this is what happens. Every time you put Scrying Orb down, it buys you 5-6 seconds that they're not doing Baron. Allows you to sneak in a ward now. And Rayton is going to move up because he doesn't want to get hooked, but he does get hooked.
Well, going to force to be flashing away and then dashing over the wall.
But that's another 30 seconds bot. Now, they got to send in somebody else. A new challenger approaches.
It's not super effective. However, Freddy is. He was able to zone out Soaz, and he will secure the second tower of the game for SK.
And Rayton had to make that move. Good flash, because if he tries to palm his way out of there, he gets flake cancel. Now Mithy. Oh, Niels, insect.
Oh, Niels has got the Chaos Storm. Catches Mithy and Niels. Sven's looking for the kill. He will find it. Now, Svenskeren gets caught out by the box. Stand United's coming out, and Rated will arrive. That's a taunt into Amazing, as Soaz completes his teleport. He's gonna roast the butterfly. The Monarch is down as Freddy is forced to flash defensively. Death Sentence connects onto Fox, and everybody wants to die. SK are aced, and only FLICKR is left standing.
From the grave. Fox takes out Mithy in the end there. What a fight. Beautiful opening by Svenskeren. Even though that fight turned out 5-4 in terms of deaths, this was still a fantastic opening from Svenskeren. Almost want to see that again. Just zero hesitation to do that against the Thresh. The Thresh of the caliber of Mithy is bold. Very nimble, swift kick there. However, Origin, TP in, and Rated arguably a little late on Stand United. Good pacing by Svenskeren as well. Things to watch out for here. Q connects, path. Side steps. Oh, this is so good. Ping pong with Mithy as well. Fox flash aggressively. This is what he had to do. Get the damage. Svenskeren finishes off Niels. I want you to watch where and Rated is. And it's Stand United. It's kind of late. Look, Svenskeren is dodging damage. Now this equalizer that's about to come out is so beautiful because Candy Pan has to flash defensively. This means Soaz can flash aggressively. No Zonia, so he will drop. The FLICKR is untouched. And Mithy, he thinks he's gonna live. Does he actually get the shield? Yeah, he does get the shield from his own lantern. But it's not enough.
5 for 4. That was fun to watch.
Yes.
But it still results in Origin maintaining a lead and getting another tower.
But you're playing against Poke, which means usually you want your flashes to be used aggressively to engage fights. No flash on Sven, Fox, Candy, and Rated, or Freddy. All 5 flashes are down. This means a lot more liberty for Xpeki and Niels to move upwards. Obviously, they don't have flashes. The only threat right now, the man to watch, is Svenskeren. He needs to connect another Q and get another kickoff. Otherwise, OG have complete zone and poke control.
We currently have Dragon control. They've got 2 before.
Oh, we might see a Baron here.
SK want to play. Cogmore
and peel off.
Is good at killing Barons. Sven is good at finding Soaz. Equalizes out 1v2. Soaz is going to start overheating. He might turn this around. That's not a tanky shed. We do see the Chaos Storm coming out. Double kill for FLICKR as the piercing arrow pierces SK's heart. Another one out to Candy Panda. The big barrel bonk onto Candy as the body slam follows. Cogmore's going to stay alive, and Mithy is going to save Amazing. Niels Valks in aggressively. That's how you do it properly. FLICKR ends up getting the kill. I believe that's the 3rd of the fight. Going to be looking for more.
Bold prediction, SK is going to get aced here.
Oh, good call, Cotton. Niels is going to steal a kill away. No, I didn't even notice FLICKR actually died a moment ago. Hope for more, but another ace in favor of Origin.
Soaz, impressive damage there on that Rumble. That's what we were talking about, the Liandry's early. Getting kicked in the extra AP, which means Rumble does more damage to squishy targets because obviously percent damage isn't as efficient as these squishies. Look at Soaz, you're dancing on the equalizer. Then Sven says, no, I don't want to get barbecued here. Kick, turn around Soaz into the Chaos Storm, but he follows. Could have actually opted not to do so. Let's see, where does FLICKR go down? Can't quite see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Probably going to walk into a Victor E or something.
We're about to find out.
Where does FLICKR die? Oh yeah, walks into a double Victor E proc as Niels Valks aggressively.
Yeah. I was so excited that Niels Valkyrie was successful that I missed FLICKR dying.
Full caster, don't look at Exploder. Varus.
Niels does.
Yeah, great play by Niels, 4-1-4. Rarely dies in these wins. He's very good at knowing when to go in and when not to. So very controlled aggression by him. Red buff being contested by both these teams. It's always step 1. Instead of peeling back towards Baron, they go for the tower though, it seems.
And of course, Baron is going to be a threat if Origin maintain control of the vision. You can see the stats. SK's got a number of Barons. Candy Panda, he's been found, and Candy Panda's been fried. So as an Amazing, just tag team him backwards. Tower will drop. Numbers advantage. No TP for Freddy. Origin may go for that Baron.
Yeah, Candy Panda came out saying how much liberty they had. How they could play with so much freedom. Oh, just still be a little bit careful. That low mobility Cogmore. It's not the first time he got knocked into the team. Yes, he's waiting for flash. Svenskeren drops.
Wow, Fox is coming with a Chaos Storm, so as his Hourglass will keep him alive a few seconds longer. Lantern pulls him out to safety. It's at
Heals
least
needs some help from his
delayed
team.
Baron. No, they'll still get it.
Yeah. Hit the bottom lane though. Freddy is trying to do his best, but it's not enough, and Rated wants to peek in, confirm. Yes, guys, they did pick, in fact, pick up Baron. They hurt. Mayday, mayday.
Mayday indeed. Soaz is trying to chase down as we see Rated trying to get away.
If he wanted to go for the Lantern Flash, but then second guess themselves, is it really worth flashing to send a message? No, at this point I'd rather save it, to help my team. Could have flashed over the wall technically, but what do you get from a support kill? There's not enough momentum tied into that, so sometimes you want to preserve your summoners. Origin are likely, of course, going to siege up now with that Baron buff. Fantastic analysis there, Crabbo. Let's see if they go for a 4-1, full-on dive. Multiple options available for them.
For Enrated, did pick up that banner of command, as did Mythy, in fact. So we could see a lane where Banter of command empowered minions will do battle with one another.
I love Banner, such a fun item. If you can finish that, if you sit on an Aegis and you finish a Baron, it's so satisfying. Hang on, Soaz.
Soaz is going to get booted backwards. Stand United comes out.
Just not enough.
Soaz is also going to get taunted. Niels and Pekka is there. That's going to be trading support for top lane. If Freddy's about to go mega. Amazing. Has got explosive cask available, but a good gravity field will disengage. Traded top for support. I think SK will be okay with that.
SK's happy with that. Almost got to connect on the Candy Panda Ooze on the floor there, but it wasn't enough to slow Soaz down. He had Zhonya's available, but his main priority was getting the equalizer out. Okay, steals away the blue buff. Prepared by Amazing right there. He's to hit target.
Giant minion.
That's one big minion. So not only does it get buffed by the Baron, it stays out of tower range as we know, and it is now immune to magic damage. This is the biggest proponent of Banner of Command, which means Poke from Victor will not take that down. It only hits his Freddy's Boomerang Blade, but you could slowly watch that cannon creep take it. But Fox, Chain of Corruption.
It connects. Fox is still alive for a few seconds longer. The cask will split up SK. Dragon's Rage will find Mythy, but that's not the target you're looking for. Sven Skeren is going to be able to escape. He finds the Wolf Camp, but they may kill him. Auto attack's not going to connect, nor will the barrel. Locket, I believe, keeping Sven alive. Origin secured the inhibitor.
And obviously the Wolves are cheering for SK to lose here. We could see it in the cap right there. The Copenhagen Wolves, however, want SK to lose, because if SK win this game, the Wolves are automatically relegated. They're getting some help from neutral minions, unlike the Dragon, who's completely impartial. Wanted some Sven Skeren blood right there.
Weren't able to get it this time round, but Origin will set themselves up for more. Another banner-empowered minion. Candy Panda has been caught, but he's flashed away to safety. The long-range auto attack plus a boomerang is going to be able to get a kill, but SK lose their tower. Origin still going to be happy.
Amazing kind of forgot that he didn't have his ultimate. Svenskern does though.
He's found Pekka, but there's no support from anybody else. Sven, you need a team if you want to jump in. With him going down, Origin now reapply the siege. Banter of Command minion also helping on the inhibitor. Origin, 2 inhibitors down, decide to back away.
This is what they wanted. This is what they came for. They sacrificed their jungler in the process. But they open up 2 inhibitors right now. SK Gaming under pressure. 9,000 gold behind.
12 minutes. Let me rephrase that. 6 minutes from a potential aspect. Origin have had absolute dragon control this game. And actually they do exceptionally well with dragons throughout the split. Coming into this game, they'd actually secured the 2nd highest at 40 dragons.
Yeah, Origin have done a great job of not giving away too many objectives, and while the tower score reached 3, you would expect that to be the first 3 tier 1 towers. However, if you look in the mid lane, Expect's tower is still at 85%, and that's what we were talking about. Don't let Fox push you in, push aggressively. Pekka did that with only 1 Trinket Ward. He managed to spot Svenskeren coming around at the right side earlier at the 4-5 minute mark, so beautiful game read by the veteran Expect. Honestly, this was step 1 into keeping SK at bay. Svenskeren did not find his opportunities in the early game. He eventually found a kill, had some sweet moves, but it was too late. OG was already in full motion.
And it's not the first time that that's happened to Sven either. He's played Lee Sin twice before. And Sven either goes huge and puts the entire SK in his backpack, or he tends to be non-existent. It's tied in champion as well.
It is tied into their playstyle as well. Yeah. Svenskeren tries when you push. He's probably one of the best triple lane push counter junglers because he capitalizes on everything. However, he needs help from his team. Oh, flank, Meganar's
There is
potential
some
there.
help. Meganar's going to pop. Chain of Corruption did not connect on the Gnar. Gets a
Come on,
double
down.
stun into a double taunt into a double kill. SK have found 2 and OG are in full retreat.
However, they found Soas and the support Mitty. The key members are still alive. Poke from Pecky and Niels are still alive. However, that was a beautiful teleport on Freddy. He's not too happy with it though. Then again, Freddy, when are you happy?
Freddy suffers from a little bit of the Ryu syndrome.
Ryu face
He's happy on the inside, I promise. Maybe not right now, because SK still have to dig very, very deep, and they've got so many super minions to deal with. But luckily, Fox and Candy will get some much-needed farm. One small solace.
Yeah, that's the...
Hey, I'm trying to dig a positive here.
Always look on the right side of a down inhibitor. Farm, farm, farm. However, that farm turns into pressure. 1 minute, 15 seconds remain for Baron buff. OG didn't yield the pressure, but SK were looking for time and they got it. And now it's time for Origin to put on the pressure. No wards on the Baron at the moment. Next Baron buff could be crucial, could be vital to finish out this game. Both teams are aware of this though.
Origin used the previous Baron extremely effectively.
Yeah.
1 Baron buff, they got 2 inhibitors. This is the replay of their team fights.
Now let's see if there were any other options available for Freddy. He could have patched up there. Choke off. Soas from the team. Knock. Knock. Taunt. Stacks CC a bit. Fox goes aggressively. Used his flash, I believe, for that though. Double check. Yeah, he did in fact flash, so 2 kills for an offensive Summer that you need defensively. I mean, you can't even say it's a bad play because they got 2 kills. It makes me scared for SK's next fight. Keep your eyes on Fox and his positioning. He will need to go full Super Saiyan.
Nobody on SK has flash yet. Mixed and matched cooldowns.
And look at Origin. They're playing for Baron, but they're doing that by not moving towards the Baron. They're aware of their flanks. Chain of Corruption. Svenskern drops.
Not gonna find Niels unprotected twice in a row.
You don't have to stand around the Baron to play for the Baron. That's what Origin is doing. Pressure on the bot lane, inhibits down. Pressure on the mid lane, inhibits down. Wards in the enemy jungle. Force SK to make predictable moves and then punish them. Good hook by Mitty. Now you can peel back. There's no smite. Valkyrie over the wall. Mitty's gonna...
No teleport from Freddy, no jungler.
Planted a little early. I'm helping, I'm shielding. Hey
Easy
guys,
Baron.
support. Alright, Baron down, amazing, still half HP. Deciding whether he bases or not. And Soas, honestly, doing a phenomenal job on the split push rumble. Yes, he's died a couple times, but it was his job. That's one big cannon creep right there. I always like naming them, too.
Naming them?
Yeah, usually Bob or something. Something simple. Because you, as a support, you attach a bond to your cannon creep. You really want to watch it like Bob, 1 shot, 2 shots.
Bob's doing a great job of sieging down this tower.
And Victor can't touch it. Freddy has to start harassing this cannon creep, else we see the inevitable demise of this tower. Go, Bob.
Come on, Bob. You can do it. We believe in you.
All right, SK wants to flank. No teleport on Freddy either, because Soas is split pushing.
Oh, no.
Multiplying.
Oh, no. No, Bob.
So young. But he did his job.
That's the weirdest game we've ever played.
Yep. However, Soas is spreading out this Baron buff to the bot lane, and he's removing the hard engage on the side of SK because they really need that Gnar ulti to win fight. Svenskern going in.
Wild's not going to find a target. Freddy's got Mega Gnar. The cask actually helps Freddy a touch. Pekka goes against the wall, and Candy Bandit gets the kill. Niels is hammering down on the side, though. They've traded 1 for 2. Niels seems to be getting the better of the deal. He's looking for more. The Void Ooze is going to slow them down. Ends up being a 2 for 2.
Great positioning by Fox in that fight, and amazing. With a bit of an oopsie. Look at the bottom lane though, that inhibits down.
Niels gets it! Niels gets the kill, the flash forward from the body slam of amazing. Gonna get more. Soas was burning down Fox, and Freddy's looking for the kill, but he's gonna get dropped as Niels gets more. 26 to 15. The inhibitor in the top lane has been cracked open.
Niels is 10-1 in 8, only died once, involved in 18 out of 26 kills. Origin looking to close.
Origin taking down the Nexus turrets. Killing SK's dreams for now, giving Copenhagen Wolves some hope, and more importantly, holding on to sole position of 2nd place in the standings.
Amazing leads overs. Yeah, guys, sorry about that. Other than that, beautiful engages though. Early game, amazing. Had some very, very nice explosive casks. Very underrated to see how well he used that ability right there. Niels, you can always rely on him to position well. That is one thing you have there. Origin, it all came together. Mithy with the great roaming, So he died a couple times, but he achieved something with every death.
Yeah.
That's what matters. It doesn't matter how many times you give up your life, as long as you keep looking at those objectives. 11 towers at the end of the game to 3 inside of SK Gaming. 26 kills to 15, 4 dragons to none, 2 barons to 0.
I want to talk about those barons just a little more because coming into this game, Fnatic are the team with the most barons for fairly obvious reasons. 24 secured. With this game played, Origin have 17. The next closest is 13, 12, 11, 11. Being at the top of the table helps, but what I liked about this game is just how Origin played around Baron. It wasn't inefficient. It wasn't dawdling. Unlike games you've seen earlier today, yesterday, etc., it was clean, it was efficient, and every time they started it, they either got it or they got kills because of it.
Hey, and I'm a sucker for good Baron base. That's my passion right there, and I like the way Origin approached it. You just don't want to give your opponents any room for counterplay. Yeah. And you can do that through manipulating waves, manipulating vision. That's how you get that advantage. Eventually, your opponent has but 2 options, to yield or face check. Either way, you come out ahead.
Yeah.
And then for SK, it's buying time. Send in and raid. He has to use his flash, gets a ward, and that was good. Send in the scrying orb. Eventually, get that vision.
Stall for time.
Stall, but in the end, you have the pressure on top of you, and then you crumble.
And I still think for SK, they still had a lot of good moments.
Yep.
Freddy's Gnaw had brilliant engages. Sven found Niels extremely unexpectedly. Unfortunately, he tried maybe a little too hard to keep finding those great flanks.
It's hard, though.
Of course
body
it is.
slam, cancel, play cancel. He had some nice moves, but in the end, we have to remember SK are at the bottom of the standings. They were playing the #2 team in the league, and they put up this fight. So compare this, obviously not to Wolves, because they just had an upset, but they are playing well. Bottom teams are fighting back.
They are fighting back, and maybe just a little too late, unfortunately. Anyways, we're going to head over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at that match.
Thank you so much, guys. OG triumphing here over SK Gaming and in second place for now. I do want to talk about SK Gaming, especially about the picks and bans. Let's get that graphic up because it was starting off pretty well for them. They had their first rotation, Shen and Victor. Okay, possibility, maybe Flex the Shen coming in there, but what happened after completely threw us for a loop.
Well, my problem, even with the start here for SK Gaming, and this is something we have to talk about with Freddy and his champion pool, we haven't seen him play Rumble. We haven't seen him play Ryze. He's not a guy who plays AP top laners. That is very key in the current meta, where Jace and Varus are power picks, and you need an AP component somewhere, otherwise you can't really pick these physical damage mid laners. Origin knew that, so they didn't have to early pick a Varus. They could just delay it. They took away the Rumble. They took away Corki as well, so all the AP is gone. And with SK then early picking the Shen, it left them without really any other options, in my opinion, to what else they could run up in that top lane, because we know Nara is going to be good into the... Sorry, we know now it's going to be good into the Rumble, but when you pick Shen support, you need an AD carry who can defend himself. That was not the case here for Candy Panda, which meant Enredo was stuck there. We barely got to see any global plays in the early game, and that was a big problem for SK.
And a big problem was even with Shen there. At times, you could see Origin just pinpointing that bottom lane, getting them into the lane and catching Candy Panda out a good few times. And, as you said with the picks and bans phase for SK, I think it's a big point to highlight about the Rumble. We did only see Freddy play Rumble in 1 game up until this point. He was 1-4, but it was a very, very long time ago, back in the very first couple of weeks of the split. So I feel like SK fixed the problem where Freddy wasn't quite performing by putting him on tanks, and they're reluctant to go anywhere from that.
Right, yeah, and just my main concern is how SK is picking for themselves. That's fine, especially, it's fine as long as you can also take something away, or you can pick like a counter comp against what you expect to be heavy poke when you play Origin with Varus open, because Pekka has shown some fantastic games on it. Origin got the perfect composition for them. Massive mid-game spikes, Varus, Rumble, Corki. It's exactly what they want to use to snowball games. Normally they can finish them a lot cleaner than this one here, but SK Gaming didn't pick anything to counter it, and that was my concern with it, and also why I feel like they lost the pick and ban phase. They had some fantastic plays though in the game to obviously keep it somewhat even.
Yeah, absolutely. OG built up a great lead, but as you touched on, SK had some good plays. We saw it at the end there with the Sven-Freddy combo, and that's something we a lot of times talk about with SK Gaming, that Sven and Freddy rather sometimes really try and put SK in their backpack. Let's take a look at one of the replays where Sven has a phenomenal play, but at this point, it's a little bit too late for everything.
Yeah, a little too late indeed. And, you know, this is what we've seen from Sven. He is capable of these plays, and, you know, Freddy is there right alongside him. We even saw teleport plays later in the game, but honestly, SK, they don't always seem on the same page as a team, though.
Yeah, in this case here, I would have loved to see Invaders ulti come in way early. As soon as Sven is going in and calling, because the way the communication go for Sven here, he's saying, I landed my Sonic, I'm gonna kick him back. And then as soon as that happens, Invaders just ultis onto him, because he came in very late in the fight. We barely got to see him apply any CC for himself. And that was one of the ways maybe they could have gotten a second pick before Source came in with this Leandris, which again is so insanely strong at the moment. Just his damage is insane on this Rumble here, which, by the way, was it 100% pick and ban? So far in 5-13, that's going to keep happening.
I think so as well. If we look at what this means in terms of standings, OG is now second. They own the head-to-head over H2K, and they play them next week, Thursday, of course, so that'll be a very interesting matchup. And on the side of SK Gaming, Copenhagen Wolves, they're not out of it yet, but the minute SK Gaming picks up a win, they are. So the Copenhagen Wolves have to win all, and SK have to lose all from this point on. So all left to play in that one. One final point, maybe OG right now in second. You mentioned that you weren't completely convinced yet with their macro level play?
I think the way they played around Baron this game was fantastic. I think more for me, it was the fact that SK Gaming found so many openings in team fights. That was a bit of a concern. It was also what Gambit used yesterday to beat them, simply outplayed them on the individual level. But we're going to have to see more. I mean, Origin have a fantastic mid-game still, and they are a good team.
Yeah, of course they are, but it's very interesting to track as we go into the last two games. Now, as we look towards our next game between Elements and Fnatic, we'll hear from Elements head analyst Quinlan, who we caught up with earlier today. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am joined by Quinlan of Elements. You are the analyst, of course, for Team Elements. I do want to ask you a little bit, after welcoming you here to the LCS, what exactly would you describe your role on the team and a little history about yourself?
My role on the team is I do a lot of research type stuff. I look at what enemy, like our opponents are playing in solo queue. I look at what other regions are picking up on in terms of champions, things like that. If they ask me a question about runes or item build, I look into those kind of things, and then I help with pick and ban. I also do the more basic stuff like saying, oh, this rotation wasn't that great, or you should have been here this time. So it's a bit of everything, but a lot of it's research type stuff. So, yeah.
Nice. You definitely have a lot of that going on in your head all the time, I would imagine. Easy to get that stuff mixed up. I know I certainly do. A little bit about the team, though. Elements, they're a team that, a lot of people called them a super team up until this last year when they were called Alliance, of course, and you're a little bit newer onto this squad. What would you say has really been the biggest changes that have resulted in some of their, frankly, disappointing performances of late?
Well, it is, compared to last split, 4 completely new players. Only Frogman was on this team last split. Nif and Tabs were with the Alliance team last summer, but they haven't played together for a long time. So the synergy doesn't completely carry over after not playing for that long. And on top of that, the meta's obviously changed. It just is. Teams are getting better. And then on top of that, if you look at a lot of our losses, regardless of what else happened, we'd do some critical mistake early, like level 1 deaths, or a bunch of deaths at like 8 minutes in the game, or we mess up a lane swap, even if no enemies are around. So it's a lot of those mistakes like that that are just lack of concentration, or whatever you want to call it, on stage that just things don't follow through, have cost us a lot of games. And I think this break, after the season is over, we'll have a lot of time to focus on those kinds of things.
Well, it's a good thing that you're very well aware of all this stuff going on. And, the season is soon to be over, but everything is still in flux. You still have a chance to make the playoffs, and getting that top 6 spot would be excellent for a team like Elements right now. Do you have any plans or what exactly would be those plans to try and get yourselves into that top spot?
Well, for one, if we win all of our games, we're guaranteed a spot because we win the head-to-head with Rocket. And just the way the brackets were, we're guaranteed to be in playoffs if we win. Of course, we're playing Fnatic today, so it's not that easy. But yeah, I think this next week, we're just really going to try and tighten up a lot of the little mistakes and clean those things up so we can actually let the game we practice show through. And I think between that and then the little bit of time we have before playoffs go off and only preparing for one opponent, we can really refine a lot of the mistakes we're making and look more solid, basically. Or we have more of a game plan going in than all these mistakes holding us up.
Still definitely a chance, and every single game counts, of course. Thank you again for joining us, Quinlan. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break as Elements and Fnatic will get ready to gear up onto the Rift. Don't go anywhere.
The Heartthrob FLICKR playing the Heart Seeker Varus.
Niels, insect.
Oh, Niels has got the Chaos Storm. Catches Mithy and Niels spins looking for the kill. He will find it. The big barrel bonk onto Candy as the body slam follows. Cosmo's going to stay alive and Mithy is going to save Amazing. Going to pop. Chain of Corruption did not connect on the Gnaw. Gets a double stun into a double taunt into a double kill. Niels gets the kill. A flash forward from the body slam of Amazing. Going to get more. Soaz was burning down fast and Freddy's looking for the kill. Holding on to sole position of second place.
Yeah, they're all like pretty famous players, but I think a lot of their skill dropped. I think only Frogan is from the team is like here, and then the rest is like here. I don't know, if Frogan doesn't carry, then no one carries, and he's not like he's doing good every game, and he's playing weird picks like Vladimir and stuff like this, so I don't know, their mindset is just not on the same page, I think.
Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic is looking for their 16th straight win of the summer split, while Elements are up and to try and stop that record-breaking run. That's not all, though, for Elements. They have a lot more on their mind. Currently, they are tied for 7th, which would be the safe place for a team of Elements, but definitely not wanting to drop below that.
Not at all. 4 Elements with the current record of 6 and 9 means if they pick up a win here and surprise everybody, they are one step closer to making playoffs. If they lose, which is the expected outcome, they're one step closer to the promotion tournament. Last split, they were safe. They are not as safe this split.
Hey, but it's Surprise Friday.
Yeah, it is. I was actually about to say exactly the same thing. It's, everybody's winning games they shouldn't, losing games that they theoretically shouldn't as well. So it's a rough spot at the bottom side of the playoff table.
Yeah, very interesting. But turning more the attention to Elements, as said yesterday, they did pull out a victory versus the Copenhagen Wolves. And you could have a little bit of criticism saying that it wasn't as convincing as it should be from them versus a team like the Wolves, but hey, the Wolves can win versus H2K, and Froggen honestly yesterday putting up a good performance.
Yeah, he really did. You just heard Forbiven's comments about Froggen as well, about how, without me being on screen, the whole hand thing that Forbiven did isn't exactly all that valid. But, Froggen yesterday, his first Varus game in the summer split, 95% kill participation for him, 11-2-7, and the key thing was now Froggen on a meta pick is getting successful roams. It's just an indicator of what Froggen can do when he's on top of his game, on top of the meta.
Yeah, definitely the case. For Elements, though, they need to have a monumental change in their performance because it took far too long to beat the Wolves. Yes, the Wolves beat H2K today. Yes, the Wolves are looking better than they have. But with the way they played, Fnatic's not going to give them the chance.
No, Fnatic is definitely a team that would punish that. Yesterday, Fnatic in their game versus Giants. Was it Giants?
Yesterday, Roccat.
Roccat, excuse me. I was a little confused. But their game versus Roccat, because the only thing I could think of, honestly, was the Riven coming out from Huni, building up a massive CS difference, and it was just fantastic to see.
It was fantastic to see. We already touched on this in the intro, just how much Huni did. 97 CS at 20, up at 20 against Steve, and honestly, he was doubling his gold for most of the game.
Yeah, it really was. The thing that stands out to me the most, though, is it wasn't Huni playing Riven that actually won the game. It was playing around the threat of Riven. There were multiple times where Huni had a lane frozen with a Twisted Fate and a Rek'Sai in his team saying, I dare you to bounce this wave. I dare you to fight us, because then Twisted Fate and Rek'Sai will respond. Fnatic had a game plan. There was inherent risk involved, more than we've seen in recent weeks, and they still played it out competitively. Deficio said it best yesterday that Fnatic went back to an MSI style of team composition. It had an element of risk that needed execution to work, and it was executed flawlessly.
Yeah, flawlessly. We'll see if maybe they pull out another special pick in this game today. And for a look at the lineups, let's head over to Pyrotechnics and the show at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shax, for swapping in here on the caster desk. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at those lineups. On the blue side today, there are the 6 and 9 elements, which means we've got JWoww, Dexter, Froggen, Tabs, Nif, and their coach, Martin Mogensen.
Martin Mogensen. That's a lovely Danish name for me. I'm very proud you can almost say correct Pyro
I'm getting
right
there.
now.
I'm trying.
Fnatic on the other side, of course, currently still undefeated. We have Huni in the top lane, Rainova in the jungle, Febiven in the mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry, Yellowstar support, and of course, Daylor the coach. And I really want to talk about this Riven pick. Analyst just mentioned it. I almost think that Elements should ban it, even though Huni's only played it once, and here's why. Fnatic on red side will most likely ban Ryze again, and therefore try and force Elements to first pick a Rumble to get an AP top laner. That would enable Froggen to play the Varus mid lane, which he was so good on yesterday. However, if you do that and Riven is open, we know that's the counter pick for Huni against it. And I don't think Elements as a team has the coordination or strong enough early to mid game to prevent that snowball from happening that we saw yesterday against Roccat. So if they don't ban that Riven, we might see this play come in once again for Fnatic where they're fine giving up this Rumble pick, then take the Riven into it, and I'm not sure how Elements would respond to it.
Well, they've clearly always got it in their toolbox. You know, Huni mentioned in the interview that is something that he's prepared as a counter pick, whether or not that's something he's just saying or something that definitely
it is definitely.
That is something that they have to respect and fear. Now, we're going to have to take a look if that's the case as we head into picks and bans. Elements, of course, will be on the blue side for this game. Fnatic on the red, immediately starting off with a Rek'Sai ban.
Yeah.
Once again, targeting Rainover's champion pool, which, as we know, has been hit a few times.
But a very good ban against Rainova. I think this is his strongest champion by far, especially because of the global pressure it brings, which is something Fnatic uses so well. I mean, you don't want to try and play the map against Fnatic. It is almost always going to go wrong for you. Fnatic are so good at controlling these minion waves and use these globals effectively. So far, Riven is still open. We might see Elements to try something different and not even go for a potential Rumble early pick, and therefore don't really care about a Riven coming in from Huni, because he obviously has so many other picks as well to play.
Of course, the Jace ban against Febiven, who's had a series of good games on that one. I suppose he's pretty much had good games on just about everybody, or rather Fnatic has as a team. And also the Evelyn ban too. So Fnatic, interesting choice against Dexter here. Who's, you know, leaving the Gragas up, they're kind of trying to see if Elements will first pick it.
Yeah. I like the Evelyn ban though. Dexter was so strong on it yesterday as well. Sorry, not yesterday, but if we look at last week, we had great early game, and he's super important for the early game of Elements. So that's a pure target ban against him. We have to see what else is open. Gragas, as you said, 2 junglers being banned away. We have Alistar open as well, Ryze and Rumble. So the 2 AP top lanes, the main ones we normally see, are gone. Therefore, Elements also saying we don't have to ban the Riven, because we weren't even planning on running the Rumble in the first place. So they're just going to swap it up instead. And normally, a Gragas would come in as a first pick, but also now with Sivir banned and Kalista dropping down in value.
Just a bit.
Corki rises up. I do think Gragas would have been a fine first pick as well, though, for Elements.
Yeah, clearly they were valuing that Corki, however, so Reignover will be happy to let the Gragas fall into his hands. And the Kalista for Reckless would not be a surprise, even on patch 5.13. We have still seen it used to great effect, but there's still time on the clock.
Yeah, this is one of the other AP top laners Huni has played before, obviously the Echo.
That's not, though.
Haven't seen it in a few weeks. No, that's not one of them, unless the AP Tryndamere is back
really.
with Runeglaive.
Yeah,
instead, though, Fnatic will get power picks for themselves. With Elements taking away that Corki, knowing that Reckless can just take Kalista anyway later on, that is his most played champion. Yes, again, it has been toned down a little bit, but it's still a fantastic pick. And that's why I think it's so scary that you now also give this jungler over to Reignover, because you are the one who banned the Rex side. And that suddenly loses quite a lot of value, because he can still pick up Gragas.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this does prompt Dexter to go ahead and go towards the Elise. We saw it be very well effectively used earlier today. Didn't think the Anivia was going to happen, but you know, Froggen did play last split at least once.
He
when
tends
he had
to randomly find ways to play.
He just likes to pass over it, you know, hover it and see what can happen.
I mean, if Fnatic ran a low mobility composition that had to try and engage on Elements, the Anivia would work wonders, but would obviously not be a blind pick right now for him.
I mean, you can't take a risk like that. It's so early on. You're facing off the best team in Europe, and it looks like we will be seeing a Nidalee and, of course, a Shen pickup. Remember, this is a flexible pick.
Yeah.
Go to Nif or JWoww.
So also this Nidalee pick, this is what we see more and more now, also with Runeglaive getting a buff in the early game, here in 5.13, especially for Nidalee. She comes in as this early game jungler that can go even with the Rex side, but beat the Gragas in the early fights at least. And that's where Elements are looking for early pressure from Dexter. This is what we talk about. He needs to be the guy setting up his lanes, because on their own, Tabs and JWoww are not going to win the lanes. Froggen, you can trust the 2 side lanes have not been performing well enough that Dexter can just leave them alone.
I'm curious to see what route Dexter decides to go with this Nidalee, because the 2 successful Nidalees we've seen on 5.13, Svenskeren and Diamond Prox, took a very, very different path. That's something for in-game, obviously, we'll take a look at it, but Diamond definitely had a bit more of a late-game scalability going to him, but Sven, man, did he make it hurt early on, and if Dexter can get that same kind of impact, Fnatic could be in trouble here. Very quick lock-in, or rather, still hovering on the Tristana, but there we go, now they lock it in, and a Jarvan. Now, where could this be going?
So, I mean, Huni could take it to the top lane. We have seen Jarvan in the mid lane as well. Gravity played it over in NA as an example. So for now, it's still a flex pick. Obviously, Fnatic very heavy on the physical damage side at the moment. Tristana, though, it's a pick I really like. I think now also with other AD carries being nerfed a little bit, she really rises up in value. Fantastic tower pushing ability. At the same time, her laning phase is honestly pretty decent after she's been getting a few buffs here and there. So I think it's a strong pick overall for Fnatic. Obviously with Alistar, not exactly going to be there. The lane where you destroy people in the early game.
But you want to wait till you scale that up, and that is true. The Tristana is a very, very fast-pushing tower menace, really, and a lot safer than other similar champions like Jinx, for example. Now, Elements, they go ahead and lock in the mid-Varus, and also the Janna for Nif, so we now know where that Shen will be going.
Yeah, and look here what Elements decided to do. This is why they first picked the Corki. So you have Corki as the AP, or somewhat of an AP champion. You have Nidalee in the jungle. That does enable you to get a Varus in the mid lane, because you have a fine mix of damage coming in. So for Elements, that's why they first picked that Corki here, and that's why they banned the Rumble to avoid the Riven as well from Fnatic. It is a poke comp, very standard, loads of focus on long-range poke, and then of course a disengaging support. However, Fnatic have run Twisted Fate before against him, and he's such a good pick into poke if they decide to lock it in, also to camp the Jarvan lane. Orianna would be a lot more passive though for them.
Yes, that is true. However, there would definitely be some ball delivery, but that's not going to happen today. Febivin opts into the Victor. We will have some poke and some lasers flying back and forth in that mid. However, Fnatic, they are getting a chance to experiment just a little bit here. Some new picks coming out across the board. Let's see how Huni performs on that Jarvan versus JY on the top.
Another big carry for him that has risk in it. I mean, Jarvan, you want to snowball that early game. At the moment, it's mainly going to be Rain over to help him. There's no Twisted Fate like we saw yesterday with the Riven pick. Instead, the safe one. It's the Victor. It's easy wave clear for himself. It's fantastic late game scaling. You have Tristana, you have Victor as a backline threat here if you are Fnatic. So their scaling is great. 1-4 setup, potentially, Jarvan in one lane. Good thing about Tristana as well is she's a safe AD carry because she has obviously her W to jump away. She can even shoot people with ulti. So you can even put her in a side lane if you want to push 3 lanes at once and then just group them together once you want to start pushing these towers down. So very standard Fnatic setup, even though there's obviously a few new picks for Reckless and for Huni.
This puts a lot of pressure, especially on Dexter now to, as we said, he had to make an impact in the early game, but he especially has to with this scaling effect that's going to be coming into play. The Tristana, the Jarvan, if it gets ahead, the Victor, I mean, there's some scary damage potential, but let's see who can take this one away. Will Fnatic continue their undefeated run, or will Elements grab a win to stay alive in the playoff race? You guys tell us at home. Hop on Twitter, hashtag FNC win, or hashtag Elements win. Deficio's mom, I think she's saying hi back, guys. No time for that, though. We're going on to the Rift. Here we go. Elements versus Fnatic.
Gonna be a great game here, Pyra. We see so many of these poke competitions, and once you play them, you have to make plays in the mid game. You cannot just sit back and play passive. That is gonna force Elements to be proactive on the map, but it's also gonna give openings to Fnatic to set up these big plays. Huni can engage team fights, but he can also be the split pushing threat for himself. I wonder if he's just gonna go Brutalizer and Tiamat and just become such a bully.
JWoww might want to watch his back. Nif is actually going to back him up here. We may be looking for an Elements lane swap as Tabs. The rest of the team is around the side. Dexter hiding in the brush. Pixel brush. Rainover moving away from the rest of the Elements as he sees them reveal themselves.
See a random spear flying out of the jungle. You don't always want to stay around. Obviously also for Elements, it's a lot about playing it fairly passive the first 15 minutes. You want to get the 24s on your Corki. You want to get 1 or 2 items completed on your Varus in the mid lane before the siege really starts happening. Fnatic running wave clear mid lane. Tristana, once she gets a bit of time obviously at the waves, will start clearing them. Fairly effective as well. But really the thing for Fnatic here is Huni being the split pushing threat, Reckless being safe enough to sit in a side lane as well and maximize farm on your carries, and then group with Febivin, and you have zone control from the Victor, and you have the tower damage from Reckless. Once you get your E on the towers, few hits, it just explodes.
Oh yes indeed. So Reckless and Yellowstar still hanging out close to the bottom as they've warded away to try and take some Krugs away as Nif, Tabs, and JWoww are moving up to the top side. You had to take a look back to week number 3 when these teams last met. Obviously a win for Fnatic. They had a very massive lead over Elements. I don't think you could really predict that one coming to Fisio in all honesty. But this time, Elements are looking to maybe make things a little bit different, being some proactive, moving up to the top side, knowing they may not be able to do too much with this very safe starting lane, and maybe keep Huni on the back foot.
Yeah, and it's Elements swapping against the Jarvan pick. Normally, when you have a Shen, you don't want to lane swap. He excels at having a standard lane where he can get free farm in the start, get the first tanky item very early on, and then start becoming this global threat. In a lane swap, he kind of loses some of that, and he often gets denied quite a lot of farm. We need to see how Elements wants to play it out. If they leave the top lane to JWoww once the tower goes down. Also, the Corki Janna lane would have been more than fine into Tristana Alistar, so they're giving up a bit of lane pressure, but obviously lane swaps right now tend to be very fast. It's like 4 or 5 minutes, first tower's gone down, you tend to swap it back. And now it's already on the first tower. As you notice, JWoww is here. I expect Elements to give him that lane once tower goes down. Dexter, meanwhile, he just continue farming. You don't need him up in this lane. Instead, get a strong jungler. Also enables him to gank potentially the mid lane if there's an opening. Right now, though, Varus is pushing him.
Yeah, not really going to be able to get much of an opening there. JWoww actually tanking the tower for just a moment as they clear away the last cannon minion standing between them and finishing it off. Not so many problems with Fnatic down to the bot side. Dexter just will be able to get himself a buff there. Fnatic definitely able to take their time about this one. Very standard stuff with the 3v0s that we've been seeing lately.
Just complete mirror from both teams, and what we then so often see is Fnatic leaves the lane to Huni, send Reckless and Yellowstar to the top lane, especially when Huni's playing these carries. And then they're gonna swap top instead and have this 2v1 lane against the Shen, while Huni can then get a slow push down towards them. Notice how Yellowstar already left the lane, setting up for Dragon. Reckless is going to do the same. This is no longer a meta where the AD carries are the main focus. They're no longer star players. You know, we got tired of them. Instead, top laners, you're going to get full tower. You're going to get all the gold. 275 for Huni.
Especially if you're somebody who can carry the way he can. Fnatic will also be able to secure themselves a very early Dragon unless Dexter can do something about this. He's got the ward on it, puts his heal up. It's going to have to be a hell of a javelin. Reignover is the one who gets hit with it. The Nidalee goes in. The Nidalee gets knocked up. The Nidalee hops back, but the Dragon's still alive. Smite it down. Who's it going to go to? That's first blood given over to Reckless. All of a sudden, it goes haywire. Fnatic have secured the Dragon, but they may lose their lives. Huni has got to be on the run. Elements snap the trap shut, but they can't catch anybody.
Fnatic managed to disengage, get the Dragon, get their first blood here. Dexter landed the spear and was like, okay, I'm gonna kill him now. This is so easy for me. Just jump in. The heal came in from Reckless, saved Reignover. They got the kill as well. But basically what happened here, Fnatic was slower at taking down their tower, so Elements had time to bounce the wave top, then recall to the bottom lane. Notice how we have Tabs as well down here in the bottom lane with Dexter, because they already killed the top tower. So he's going down. The heal saves Reignover. And everyone from Fnatic now just wants to disengage after getting the Dragon. Taunt so close and just flashing out. But Elements were fast at pushing, allowed them to almost stop the Dragon. But it allowed also JWoww to get quite a lot of farm, while Huni was busy down the bottom lane.
It's the one saving grace for Elements right now after all that they tried so close to being able to secure the Dragon. Couple of kills. JWoww got some farm, but Reckless now is on cleanup duty up top, and he's perfectly happy with that amount of CS he'll be picking up, not to mention that first kill.
And this right here is one of the reasons we don't see these early Dragons very often anymore, because in these lane swaps, it's so much about just 10, 20 seconds that can be impactful. And this early Dragon obviously delays you a lot. You don't farm anything, you don't get a lot of XP because you're just standing there with multiple members on the Dragon. So Huni is stuck in the bottom lane because Reckless is now getting the priority farm top for himself, and he's freezing it, something Fnatic did yesterday as well. Meaning the other two lanes have to play extremely careful, because your AD carry is stuck up there. He's not going to go anywhere. He's just sitting and he's applying zero pressure for now.
So after that brief moment of excitement, we're back to a lot of pressure on the bottom side. However, a semblance of normalcy here. Elements have a gold deficit of about 500, mostly courtesy of that first blood, and pretty much all even across the board elsewise, except for that Dragon that went so closely Fnatic's way.
Yeah.
Still, a lot's going to be on Dexter to try to make big plays, big impact. Right now, he's trying to keep up in farm versus Reignover, who's sitting on his Bomby Cinder, working his way towards the Cinder Hulk. JWoww's going to head up to the top in the meanwhile.
He's going to catch the wave. Reckless is slowly building up here, and obviously in lane swaps, it's not even that much about the goal, it's about the experience on the members. For now, Huni's level 4, but he's getting the waves down here bot lane. JWoww is going to go and try and catch the wave. We see Reckless build up. So both top laners staying even in that case. Huni though catching a bit of farm. Got the help from the rest of his team to secure it. Got to stop a push as well from Elements. Reignover might go and punish JWoww. If he shows himself too early in the lane, it's a very long lane he can ganked in. He just needs to wait for these minions to come down to his tower.
Huni's still stuck under that tower for the time being. He's got a couple of ward companions there just to make sure no one is going to try to get the dive on him. Meanwhile, Tabs and Nif will have some free farm all to themselves. Reignover hanging out up in the top in case JWoww tries any funny business. Yellowstar's following him though.
And JWoww just placed a very smart ward here to spot exactly this. Notice also how Yellowstar is walking behind Reignover, so he knows Reignover is going to spot the potential ward. And therefore, he doesn't waste any time if they felt like there was no chance of the gank working. Obviously here, the plan is not even killing JWoww. He's saying, you're not getting any farm.
And get him off the tower.
Steve didn't get any farm yesterday. That worked wonders for Fnatic. Now they're doing exactly the same. Dexter was on the top side. He recalled. No assistance for JWoww. He's now losing all these minions tough for him, seeing as he's already fallen behind.
Elements are going to be able to take a tower, but yes, this is the tough thing for JWoww. He's falling behind in farm versus Huni here, who has been kept down a little bit himself, but he's still going to get a wave, push his way eventually, whereas Fnatic are just not letting up on this pressure here.
But this move from Fnatic was predictable, because Yellowstar left the bottom lane, Rainover left the bottom lane. That's why Huni was standing there on his own, and he even backed away from the tower. So Elements knew there was only one place they could be, and that was up with Reckless in the top lane. Dexter could have been there to try and help JWoww, make them sit on the tower. If you're 2 members on the tower, 3 guys rarely want to dive you. Obviously, Huni had TP, so that might have been the counterplay for Fnatic, 4v2 dive teleport, and that's why Elements just backed away. But it's really, really annoying for JWoww that he lost so much farm.
This is true. For Fnatic, yeah, they are making predictable moves, but they're getting away with it. This is kind of the story of the later games of the split for Fnatic. They have been behind several times. They have made mistakes. They have made plays that can be capitalized by stronger teams. However, it just has not been punished. Chaos Storm was out. Froggen looked to push in on Febivin. It will be pushed back for now.
But again, looking back at it, honestly, Elements made the right call, saying we're not going to try and defend it because Huni can teleport up and just 4v2 dive us. So if maybe we're sitting here trying to defend, get 1 minion, then we die to the tower dives. So smart enough of him to back away. Fnatic also didn't bounce the waves, so we saw JWoww catch a lot of farm from that. And it's now going even with Huni. Obviously, he's going to get a wave returning. So all in all, a good read. Predictable move from Fnatic, but also Elements saying, we know what you're setting up to do. We're just going to take bot tower and then have that even it out or close to even it out.
Because both teams have been itching to get closer to that mid-game since they've really not been spending that much time in all the proper lanes. We'll see what unfolds here as the next dragon comes up in less than half a minute. Reckless, fairly deep. There's Tabs, Dexter, and Nif waiting in the wings, but Yellowstar has his back, and so does Rainover. See what becomes this as Febivin starts to move down into the vision. Elements know something's up. Oh,
Froggen had a great laning phase. Remember, Febivin was forced back after that dragon fight as well. Froggen was not. That was a big advantage, and again, one of the reasons these early dragons can be so risky. But Froggen on Varus has been such a key pick for him. Yesterday, he looked great on it. It allows him to have impact in the mid game, which is what we see from more and more mid laners, and Froggen has been one of the star players on this Elements lineup, so they need him to do more than just late game team fights. He can do that on Varus, that's why I think it's such a key pick for him. JWoww going back to base, sitting ready with teleport. Fnatic looking to go in.
Huni's their teleport. Here comes Huni. Dexter's already getting the hell out of dodge. There's the spear. He's going to go in with a standard of his own. Dragon a little bit low. Tabs is in the picture. JWoww comes against the taunt. Dragon is secured. Rainover's caught up by the chains. Huni might be the one going down, however. Speared by Froggen, or rather arrowed down. Reckless gets the knockback and gets the pickup onto Tabs right before his rocket came back off the cooldown. Dexter waits as he transforms back into the Cougar form to jump the wall.
Tab clearly did not expect that damage. He had heal ready, but just got popped in the very end. He had 4 charges of the bomb on Febivin using cleanse, and he's just back away. But again, Fnatic starting early dragons. Elements had multiple members around it, not respecting their damage coming in from them once again. They get the dragon, but they're forced back, and Elements get damage on some other objectives.
They might be able to push a little bit more into this, but Reckless, avoiding taking damage, is able to push them back. He's starting to become a real threat in and of himself as early as it is in the game. 2 kills so far on the board for himself, still working his way towards that Infinity Edge. But let's take a look at that dragon fight again. It was hectic.
Well, again, look at the minimap. You can see everyone is around the dragon. Elements is split up at first. That's not the greatest for them. You want the Varus with your Janet to protect him. That's why Reno was looking for that jump in. Huni goes in, has to flash away. He's very low. He's very squishy. He's only level 6 right now for himself. Febivin, he's level 8 in the mid lane instead. But look here. Tabs exploding with heal ready. Didn't manage to use it because he simply didn't expect the damage coming in from Reckless. That's one of the things you gotta remember. Tristana, once she gets a BF sword, now that she has a 80 scaling on her E, does pretty good damage in the mid game from that ability. Our problem is the fact that she relies so much on auto-attacking otherwise, and that's why she still has a dip in the mid game, because you gotta build up Infinity Edge, you gotta get Phantom Dancer or Static Shift, gotta get maybe towards the 3rd item before your auto-attacks really become impactful, and that's where she still has a bit of a weakness. But definitely stronger than it used to be because of her E now having that 80 scaling.
With that, Fnatic, 13 minutes in this game. It's only slight lead on the gold. 2-2 in towers, obviously, thanks to the switch arounds that have been happening, but they've got those 2 dragons. Those could come in very handy earlier on. And if you take a look at how everyone's performing across the board, that Tristana is about 30 CS ahead, just about, over the Corki. So Tabs definitely has got some work to do, but at the very least, one thing saving grace right here for Elements is that Froggen has just about the same lead over Feb.
2 former teammates, Reckless and Froggen. They're even in farm, winning against Febiven and Tabs in this case here. That's an important thing, having your Tristana scaling, but it's even better for Elements in the sense that this Varus pick is gonna be the big carry. We know Corki falls off. The poke from Froggen is what's going to win Elements the game. The whole comp is built around being able to siege. That's also why you saw Huni stand at the Rift Scuttler. If you saw before, he was standing there getting the speed buff near the Baron. He was waiting for Elements to group and start poking towards the tower, and then he could just rush in and start a fight. But obviously nothing happened, so he just went back to the top lane. He's not been having the same impact simply because of the way the early game went. Fnatic was slower taking the tower, went for Dragon, meant that Huni did not go get this lane to sit and farm in like we saw yesterday. And then Elements made a smart play, grouping against him, take his tower down, and obviously avoid that play up in the top lane Fnatic was setting up for. So just smart play in Froggen, man.
Nice steal.
I like him on Varus. I mean, he's so much more impactful in the mid game. And this is exactly what Elements need to win games.
So far, so good for Froggen. Able to snipe away a red buff from Reignover. See if he's able to get a little bit more damage dealt onto Febiven, who clears away the wave. Nice combo there. JWoww waiting around to see if he can't get a fight going with Huni. The wave at his back, but he's not going to risk it for now. Dexter moving up into the Fnatic jungle still. Timer is ticking for this team. Fnatic's late game scaling is going to be terrifying. And Elements, they've had history with late game.
True.
Not always good.
The poke from Elements will also scale well because of Froggen, obviously, because of Nidalee being in there. So there's multiple poke components from Elements, but you can see, again, the whole setup is group, start landing this poke here, have Stand United to save one of your carries, have Nif to save one of your carries. And we also got to see Febiven building a new thing we've seen more and more mid laners do against poke on Victor, is this movement speed build, where you go for Luden's Echo because it offers 10% movement speed. Now you get a Lich Bane later that's 5% as well. You obviously upgrade your Victor item, whatever it's called, forgot it now, to get the second upgrade on Q, the Hex Core, to get even more movement speed. And you use that to dodge the poke and also to get in range to blow up these squishy targets.
It makes that immobile, or rather less mobile, champion more mobile.
It's a bonus at least.
At the very least. So Huni still sitting under that tower. JWoww just keeps coming in and out, trying to trade a little bit with him. One level advantage over to Huni right now. And actually, Huni has pulled ahead once again in the farm game, but this isn't really where the game is about. The next dragon is less than a minute away. Right now, there's no wards directly in the river, but Fnatic, they've had a couple of close shaves. Let's see if they're able to get a strong one here once again.
It is very key, though, that JWoww keeps having control of Huni, because the Huni roaming down from the top lane is one of the ways Fnatic can set up a flank. Otherwise, he has to use his teleport, and that's where Elements will have double global in their advantage on the Shen to play around that. So as long as he can keep Huni in check, now that he has obviously been set behind as a top laner, that's one of the ways you can always make sure Froggen is safe in the mid lane to land his poke. We talked about how Tristana is going to sit in the other side lane just to maximize farm on 3 carries, meaning that only Febiven is here for wave clear at the moment. Reckless is obviously going to join him as well. Trinity Force is completed. Froggen has cooldown reduction, he has armor penetration, he is ready, he's loaded. Fnatic though, playing around these early dragons again. Might get the third one around 17 minutes. That's very early in the game. But every time they did it, they lost something. Or at least it was extremely close. Notice how JWoww keep pushing in against Huni. He just wants to have an eye on him. Always be near to see when Huni's teleporting away.
Taps.
Might cost him his life though, because Febiven is coming.
It just might. There he goes. Gets the taunt out, but Huni buying some time. In comes a laser. The Chaos Storm. He's able to avoid the gravity, but still, he's going to go down. And Huni picks himself up a kill with the help of Febiven. However, Elements will trade for Drake.
Yeah, now Elements can go to the mid lane as well. The tower is already being poked down. They have 3 members around it. Taps playing out the bot lane instead though, so not going to value just a clear push on it because they want to start the slow push in the bottom lane as well. But Fnatic gave up the dragon, knowing if Febiven goes top lane, dragon is gone. They got the 2 early ones, so not aiming for 5 dragons, instead just saying we couldn't even contest it if it was because of the poke.
There's a couple things going on in that situation. you've got the 2 early ones, so you can make the argument that yes, we can afford to give one up at this point.
Sure.
It's fine. We're going to scale really well late anyways. But another thing that gives is some much-needed gold into Huni's pocket. This guy has been an absolute essential part of a lot of their big victories. Even when he doesn't step up, yes, there's other people that will, but they wanted to get ahead. He gets that team on now. We'll talk about that later as Rainover is caught up, throws a big barrel. He's burning away. There's the heal from Reckless. Second time he saved somebody today.
Good guy, Reckless.
Close call.
Saving Rainover again and again, but it doesn't matter for Elements. They're not here for the kills. They're here just to poke you back into base so they can take your towers. That's what they're playing around for. One of the reasons also Fnatic didn't want to go for that Dragon was the fact they had lost vision control around it. And if you cannot go in and start Dragon instantly and force Elements to fight you, you don't want to start Dragon then against the Pokemon because they're just going to sit there and shooting fish in a barrel and you just keep getting hit left and right. You tank the Dragon. Either you commit to Dragon instantly and take the fight, or you don't even start it in the first place. That was what Fnatic decided. And therefore they went top as well for the kill. But mid tower going down. Elements playing safe and just fine here in the mid game.
They certainly are, but they are indeed making plays. Someone who criticized them for in the very early on in the split, they just weren't getting as much done. And I have to agree with you. I love Froggen on this Varus pickup. It's been a new development for him, but so far it has been working wonders. We are approaching 20 minutes in the game. The gold is close on dead even. 2 dragons to 1, 2 towers to 3. Elements are looking to make a statement here, keep their playoff hopes alive, and to be the first team to knock off Fnatic in the European LCS this split.
Now, we've seen this before from Fnatic. We've honestly seen it even worse, where they were down 3-4k gold at 20 minutes, and they still managed to come back and win the game. So this is by no means bad. I mean, they're heading gold. Fnatic also playing against this massive mid-game spike of the Varus and the Corki on their side. They're just going to scale up Fevin. They're going to scale up Reckless. 2 early kills. There's no rush for Fnatic at the moment. But it's still fun to see a team like Elements improve as well over the split. And it's funny if you look at Nukedog from Rocket and Froggen here at Elements, 2 players we were saying they are so good, but we need to see more impact from them. Now that we have this poke meta, they have been stepping up. Both us also on Varus. I mean, that champion, man, he's blessed.
Yeah, quite well. Solid win rate in the European LCS. Huni tries to go in onto Nif, and he will not be able to find nearly enough damage, but he does go in for the Demacian dunk, and Dexter takes some serious damage. Chaos Storm, though, isn't going to go anywhere. Fnatic will have to back away empty-handed.
Dexter just doing a little bit of damage to Huni, saying, this is what I can, and when he turns around, just destroys him in a second, and forcing 2 flashes for himself. Obviously very key in trying to delay the push because you want to make sure that Elements is too afraid to group up and siege. The flank wards are going to be so key. You can see 2 of them here just left of Froggen. That's one of them is going to spot Rainover. When you play a siege composition, you got to ward your flanks both sides every single time, and you got to have knowledge about what wards do you have behind you in case the TP comes in with the flank, because that's the only thing that can really mess you up. It is the flanks against poke comps.
The answer can potentially be to go off and side push it yourself. You talked about Huni and his split push potential, but Reckless, he may get pincered here, but he's certainly going to get a tower for it. Tristan, and remember, out of all the 80 carries you can split push with, this one is probably one of the safest, and he just might get away.
Yeah.
They know exactly where Dexter is, and he'll get up.
You can fast push the waves. You can fast push the towers. You will destroy them. They don't stand a chance. You are safe because you have your jump, you have your ulti to shoot someone back. So Tristana is one of these 80 carries that can handle herself. And obviously we have seen more and more from Reckless where Fnatic use him as a bit of a split pusher now that Assassin is no longer in the meta. It used to be Febivan who would go to the side lane like Zed or LeBlanc and apply pressure, but that no longer happens because these Assassins are not played. Instead we have the control mages in the mid lane, so he's the wave player, farming up for the late game team fights, and then it's Reckless on Kalista, on Tristana in this case here, who's more applying pressure on the side lanes, and it's working for Fnatic. Got a very easy tower there and didn't even lose anything for it.
But they do have to be very careful of getting within the crosshairs of Elements, in particular Froggen. His piercing arrows just continue to harass the hell out of their health bars. With 1 minute left to go until this next dragon is up, Fnatic are committed to not making the same vision mistake twice. But Froggen and crew are committed to finishing off this tower. Another shot into Huni's face.
Elements should move into Dragon and start setting up their wards. They're... Oh, Huni.
Chains.
So close,
Oh,
Froggen.
he's slowed. Can he get it?
Oh, he had flash,
Nice.
he didn't use it. Huni, greedy, saving the flash, but Froggen sniping him out I was just about to say Elements, they need to move in and start setting up vision around the Dragon. So they force Fnatic once again to just step away from it, not having to walk into all this poking, not being able to instantly start the Dragon. Teams always want to, at least a minute before, start setting up for it. Nif is moving in now, so they don't really have the greatest deep vision on the side. Still alive, because Dexter just got in a ward. Now, Reckless thought he was going to jump over.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit of damage. The Hail of Arrows helping out as well. Froggen flashes over, tries to finish it off, but he can't quite polish off the Yordle. Fnatic, however, they're zoned away from this Dragon for now. This could be Elements number 2.
Same thing again here for Elements. They play around Dragon really effectively. Fnatic can now be happy they took these 2 early Dragons. Obviously to stop Elements from start snowballing out of control that way. But it is a problem how Elements is controlling this mid game around the objectives. And Huni giving over that kill to Froggen as well.
Saved his flash.
Save it for what?
Not to find out. Maybe he's got a few more minutes before that really becomes irrelevant. But Elements now finding a few Fnatic members in their own jungle as they look to take their blue buff, or rather Froggen does. It's going to be Dexter that ends up securing it. Might have been a little spooked by the fat man hanging out in the brush. Fnatic are stacking pretty heavily on this top side. They might want to try to fast push and bait a fight.
Well, February is back in base, so that's not really going to be an easy task here for Fnatic. If Elements realize there's only 4 guys pushing, so also why Fnatic just backs away instantly from this one. They are looking instead for Elements to set up a group and then try and get disengaged from Huni. Combine that with Rainover, combine that with Yellowstar, you have 3 massive amounts of CC against squishy tigers like Varus, like the Corki. Even Nidalee is gonna die extremely fast. So that's what Fnatic is waiting for, because they haven't been able to set up this split push. We saw with the Riven, with the Jarvan, because of the way lane swap went. Because Elements have kept pushing in the mid lane. That was something Rocket didn't do yesterday. They sat back down in their own towers. They were afraid of moving out of their own base. That allowed Fnatic to set up split pushing and trade picks. Now Elements is constantly just trying to push in the waves. Look at this tower.
They're going to be able to muscle it down. Just wait a few more seconds with the minions, and Tabs will take a Gatling gun shot to it. You can really tell where the focus for these teams has been this game. Elements, they've taken out all of the towers to the inhibitor one in the middle. Fnatic, they've done the same in the bottom. It's really been about the sideways for Fnatic, but Elements are muscling their way forward when they get a chance.
Can't really push on a Varus, just sitting in the mid lane, Froggen style. He's just gonna wave clear over and over, and his tower is still alive. Probably even close to full HP, yeah, just on like 90% HP. So it's better taking any damage on the side of Elements, and that's key as well. You need that mid tower to stay alive, because it makes it so much easier for you to ward your flanks. Once it goes down, Fnatic opens up the map and taps. Yeah, we got more people incoming, by the way.
He's burning low, but still, in comes Yellowstar, goes in for the dunk, but he goes down. Reckless hops in, Tabs is knocked and locked, and JWoww could be the next as he gets the taunt off, burns his flash to get away. All said and done, it's a 1-for-1.
Trading 1-for-1, Huni is very squishy. Obviously building full damage on the Jarvan, and Tabs realized it just turned around. Poked him down, Moby boots as well, so Huni really looking to start roaming around. He knows he cannot establish the split push, so he has to be the flanking option. He has to be the engage for Fnatic. But that's why his build becomes super risky. Because if he cannot go in and one-shot a target, he's gonna die himself so fast. We saw it just before. That was Taps alone, by the way.
Yes, it was. JWoww saved by his innate tankiness throughout all of that as well. Fnatic are definitely trying to make a lot of moves, but they're trading even, and gotta wonder, some of this different play is really worth the experimentation at this point. Fnatic and Elements are keeping pace for pace here. The whole game, 300 separates the two of them.
Everything Fnatic do at this point is going to be worth it in terms of trying out new champions.
It's very true.
I mean, we are the ones talking about 18-0. We haven't heard Fnatic talk about it at all. So for them, even dropping a game wouldn't do anything. They're locked as first place. They can try out some of these new picks, maybe change the strategies here and there.
Jump in.
Maybe jump in on JWoww. I mean, why not?
A lot of damage on the Shen, but he may get a pick off onto Reckless. The spear is just barely going to miss. Froggen still trying to dissuade Fnatic from even getting involved in this jungle. Still playing very heavily around the top side. It's 27 minutes. They could always sneak a Baron, but they may not get a chance. Froggen comes in to defend the tower, still staying relatively healthy.
Tap set up a slow push in the bottom lane, so they're all around the mid lane now from Elements, meaning Fnatic cannot sneak that early Baron. We tend to see 27 minutes is the first Baron for them on average. That's just around now. Obviously 24 Barons in total. It's been a special for Fnatic time and time again. Rush these early dragons if the other team is out of position and haven't put up any wards in the river. In this case, the Elements, they know it's going to happen. And if you start Baron for Fnatic and you don't get the chance to get that hard engage going instantly, again, the poke from Elements really start hurting you and you're stuck in there. Tanking Baron, tanking... Well, Nif is probably
Tanking Nif. He's got his coin on, but they're not going to let him get away that easily. There's the Monsoon and the Howling Gale. And they stop Fnatic in their tracks for now.
Such a key ulti here from Nif. Managed to knock Huni back into the wall so he couldn't just donk him. He's trying again, and Fnatic, they keep staying on Rainover. Might look for some more.
On the roam, he gets 2. He gets Dexter knocked into the team, and there goes the dunk from Huni. Reckless will pick up the kill as Dexter goes golden. He's gonna surely go down. A double kill for the Yordle, and he reset hops all the way back. Looks like it might be Baron time.
Fnatic just baiting around that Baron here. They know they have the hard engage from Huni, waiting for someone to face check. Instantly jumping in. Reckless getting more kills. Fibin on the other side of the wall here. JWoww, what can he do?
JWoww's going to try to make something happen. Rainover's the one he's targeting. Take the smite out of the equation. You might just have an even 50-50. Rainover going low. He's going to be able to secure it. And JWoww's popped, courtesy of the victor. Froggen flashing the wall with Nif. And Elements will go back to lick their wounds, but Fnatic have a Baron in their pockets.
And we see this time and time again. The teams, they're trying to match Fnatic. They play well in the early to mid game. They're even in gold. Small advantage here and there, but then Fnatic, they start making some of these extremely strong plays around objectives like Baron. Just baiting it. Elements never found an opportunity to walk in and ward it and ends up dying for it. Reckless even wants the mid tower. Let's see. Replay again. Rainover going in for the engage.
No, I have to cancel that one.
We don't want to look at him.
Run.
Reckless is running.
He's going to get away out of that one. Dragon's live, though. Now, this is a small window for, well, I say that. As I say it, Huni's coming around the flank side, and he's going to find Tabs, who didn't know what hit him. Huni gets a solo kill on the side. And the crowd lets out a big hola for just a second as the Dragon has started.
And just one mistake on the map, and Fnatic will punish you. Get the Baron now. Everything is open. Elements.
Oh, not again. Froggen, where did he go? Huni takes him down, and now we're starting to see that full damage Jarvan build. And Dexter, the kitty's getting burned. Has to leap, has to get the coin. Febiv is going to flash for it, but he might have baited himself into a taunt. Going to be able to get out of that courtesy of his cleanse. Fnatic's getting very, very aggressive on these Elements.
Yeah, now they're going to get a mid tower as well for themselves. Don't even need that Dragon. You got the kills. Push in. The wave play is gone here from Froggen. They're just turning on the power. Take it easy, relax. Baron, boom, here we go.
Not a problem at all. Inhibitor number 1 is down in the middle. We're just over 30 minutes into this game. It should be a very easy Dragon take if they want to. Fnatic just started to steamroll ahead. What was such a very even gold game, catching back up to it now, has certainly widened by quite a margin.
And Fnatic can just go back and do exactly the same thing.
Up, and there it is. Goodbye, Dexter.
Yeah. Sit back at that Dragon again. Say, is anyone coming? Okay. My name is Huni. I'm going to one-shot you. And now also for Fnatic, go back to your 1-3-1 if you want to. You have the wave play mid. You have Huni who can now start pushing in the waves because you have now taken control of the map. I mean, Taps split up from his team. The big bad wolf, or Huni, is waiting in the forest. And he's kidding you and he's killing you. Dexter, same deal. Oh, it was Froggen, sorry. Oh, they both died. Yeah, they both died.
Huni is mounting trophies on his wall at this point. Froggen's going to try to stop the push in the top side, but with Victor and Tristana both there, it might be a little bit more than he bargained for. Yellowstar is also coming around the side. Fnatic really turned on the pressure here, so they will be able to keep Elements back close to their base. Huni's just farming up the jungle. They don't really need him at the moment.
Oh, yes, TP ready in case he is needed. For now, Fnatic, they have this fantastic Tristana that can destroy the towers. Elements needs to just consistently clear the waves and then hope Fnatic like over dives, but I mean you have an Alistar as well to set up the dive.
Well, we've been talking about poke compositions of what can beat them in the office when played properly. It's always that hard engage we come back to, and Fnatic are bringing the hardest of engages here. Froggen runs right into the barrel. Tower being fired down. Reckless has got it on a detonation, and he takes it down. This Tristana just shred through them.
Best feeling ever.
Is on the bottom side, uncontested. This full damage Jarvan build is working wonders, and they are just wrecking through Elements base.
What can you do? Your Elements right now. You're not here to start fights yourself. You're here to force Fnatic to engage on you. But they're just going to take down your towers because they now have the lead. They now have the control. So all you can do is just wave clear and wait for that potential dive, and then try and lock them down with the Varus ulti.
Elements did play this mid-game out very, very well. It really has just been a small series of mistakes, but time and time again, that is what Fnatic will punish. They haven't locked up the game just yet, but they're certainly starting to look like it. 33 minutes on the board. Keep on widening the gold lead, keep on the pressure. In 1, in 2, in 3 lanes. When he goes back, gets a little farm, goes right back to it. Elements have the task cut out for them if they want to try and stay alive. A loss here would make it very tough for their playoff hopes.
The damage from Reckless, and then the damage from Pippi went on to Champion.
And now they're going in. Oh, and Nif is just gone. Chaos Storm's out. In comes Reckless. Tabs now could be the next. He's knocked in. Hooney's going to look to secure it, but not even needed. Now JWoww trying to run desperately back to his fountain. He won't even make it. It's Froggen on fountain duty with Dexter, and this game is all but over. 34 minutes on the board. Fnatic keep the streak going as Dexter just tries desperately to hang on, but they can't do it. Fnatic with another win.
A simple mistake is enough for Fnatic to say, okay, there were the one mistake we were looking for. We're now going to take over the game, and there's nothing you can do about it. Taps went bot lane to start a slow push. Fnatic saw him there. We were talking 27 minutes, 28 minutes. Instantly moved to Baron, clear out the wards. They had the pings ready, they had the sweepers ready, cleared all the vision from Elements, and basically just stuck in there in the darkness and said, you are going to have to come in here and check what's going on at some point. We have a Jarvan, we have a Gragas, we have an Alistar. We have so many ways of starting fights on you if you're walking in with your Pokemon to check what's going on. Really? And that's exactly what happened. Kills, Baron, and from there on and out, game is over.
And so, for the 16th time, this split, Fnatic make that walk over to the other side. Shake hands.
That must be boring soon, right?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta wonder what it's like when you just sit in your chairs.
Yeah, I always have to.
They're getting good exercise though.
Have to walk over, always doing all the hard work on the side of Fnatic, but overall, credit to Elements for that early to mid game. I love the way they played out in the lane swap, how they reacted to that potential 4v2 dive. Fnatic was setting up and Reckless pushing the top wave, and first we were calling it, oh, why didn't Dexter come out and help him? And then like, wait a minute, TP were ready for Hooney. Elements spotted that one, took a tower in response. It meant Hooney didn't really get a massive lead like we saw on Riven. Slowed down Fnatic, allowed Elements to get to mid game, start poking. They had good plays around Dragons. They were setting up the vision first. They were landing the poke. But then they just one little missed position on the map. And the Fnatic shot calling just kicks in, being like, okay, right now we go here, we do this, and there's now very few answers to make. And that's the thing about League of Legends. It's always about putting your enemy in a situation where there's no good answer. Like, there's no good call for them to make. What do you do if they're stuck in here in the Baron? You have no vision on them. Do you start pushing up mid lane to try and take down the tower? No, because then they just walk in and flank you with the Jarvan, as you see here with the Gragas and so on. Do you walk in and stop the Baron? No, you can't, because then they engage onto you. So there's just very little plays to make at that point once you hit, you know, that moment.
Exactly. You have to be able to make it even earlier on. And big credit to Elements for playing their minds out in that mid game and keeping pace very effectively. Now, it's a hard loss, but you can't say it's unexpected against the best team, still undefeated here in Europe. And Elements will have 2 games that are with teams fairly close in their standings right now. You've got Gambit, and of course you've got SK. We'll have to see if they're able to stay alive in the playoffs for now. But we're going to go ahead and send it analyst desk side to take a look at Fnatic's Sweet 16.
Thank you so much, Pyrotechnics. Yeah, another win there for Fnatic. And again, inserting some different ingredients into the comp. 9th different champion for Hooney in 16 games in that Jarvan. What did you guys make of the comps?
I really liked what Elements brought to the table. They came in with a clear plan, a composition that was planned out ahead. I really liked the Janna pick on Nif, and I think in a sense, Elements actually outdrafted Fnatic. If they managed to take that lead in the early mid game, which their composition should allow, then the Janna could have been a hard counter to the Jarvan from Hooney, nullifying that pick entirely, and then Elements could have carried the game home.
I feel that was a slight part of maybe Fnatic kind of almost outdrafting themselves if they didn't execute properly. I will give a lot to Elements on what they actually did get in the draft. I think they played it out pretty well from what they got, but they were against Fnatic, which unfortunately tends to be a very difficult game here in Europe. But the Jarvan pick I want to touch on very briefly. We've seen Gamsu run it over in North America, and we've seen both sides of the coin when he doesn't get ahead. However, Huni was able to save it a little bit with a couple of good engages later into the game.
Yeah, if he's not around Nif, then obviously he can start dunking left and right, and at the end of the game it looks very impressive. However, it is possible to keep that pick down on Huni, so I would have liked to see a different version of this game, should it be possible to go back in time. Obviously, we can't. Fnatic came out ahead, but the early game wasn't all that even, though.
Yeah, if you talk about going back in the game, something that Elements will be kicking themselves over probably will be that first dragon fight skirmish. You often say this is what Tilt is made of. If I was playing in that game, if I didn't get a kill, whew.
So yeah, a lot of choices to be made here in the replay. Dexter, he can go for the spear hop steal, but now he changes his mind because he sees Rainover, and Rainover goes low, so he decides to opt for the kill and then the steal. However, he forgets about the heal. He goes back, and if one more hit would have landed on the Dragon earlier, any more auto attack, Dragon would have been secured. However, Reckless picks it up, Taunt barely gets him. Huni going down here. Febiven, I think, makes it out alive. Gravity Field stuns Tabs and Froggen. This is so close to coming out on top of 3 kills for Elements and the Dragon, but it just wasn't quite enough. But testament to Fnatic, they take these risky plays on paper, but they make them work. They're always controlled, like that heal that was full on calculated in a sense, you know, it came out exactly when it had to be. And it's so hard. Whenever you think you have Fnatic pinned down, they just throw out like a curveball yet again and they come out on top. But they have to stop falling this far behind or setting themselves up in these positions, because better teams will exploit that.
And that wasn't the only position in the game where Fnatic had one of these fights where Elements could have capitalized. We want to take another look at one of the other fights in the game, this one just around the Baron area. And ultimately, this was a fight just after they caught Nif. Great engage out of Rainover. They managed to get a lot of damage down, get the carries out of the fight for now. However, as Fnatic are readjusting up towards the Baron pit in just a second, there is a moment here where JWoww could look to triple taunt here, but they don't really feel like they can go for it. Elements are in a bit of an odd position. They would have had the damage with Froggen to capitalize on that, but now Fnatic are backed into the Baron pit against Poke.
Keep your eyes on Huni as well, and the piercing arrow from Froggen that's about to come out. I believe it actually connects on the Baron and not on Rainover. Rainover could have died there, so that would have been smite down, would have been a 50-50 Baron. So Fnatic are leaving room for counterplay. Strategically later in the game when they have the lead, they don't, but these plays, they leave room for counterplay, and it is not impossible to think that Rainover would have died there after the taunt with the arrow. It was so very close. Then the Baron could have been stolen by Froggen. Yes, Febiven was flanking, but it is getting tricky. And obviously Fnatic by far the best team in Europe right now. But looking at Worlds will be interesting. However, it could be true that they're experimenting, you know, being a little loose, maybe practicing a little less even to prevent the burnout that usually comes around Worlds. Like, we have no insight on what's going on, but it's getting closer every game.
Yeah, it is. But here in Europe, still 16-0 and undefeated, so not too sad about that one. Just quickly for Elements now, they are in 8th. That means they fall behind Roccat and Giants and only 1 game above SK Gaming. So for Elements, definitely be kicking themselves after especially that early game phase. But in the end, it's Fnatic, 16-0, still undefeated. And there's more LCS coming your way in just a few minutes as the Unicorns of Love go up against Gambit Gaming in a fight for 4th. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Guys, did you do the checklist?
What? Do my taxes?
The checklist.
Oh my god.
Might be the one going down, however, speared by Froggen, or rather arrowed down. Reckless gets the knockback and gets the pickup. Take the smite out of the equation, you might just have an even 50-50. Rainover going low, he's gonna be able to secure it, and JWoww's popped, courtesy of the victor, and this game is all but over. 34 minutes on the board. Fnatic keep the streak going as Dexter just tries desperately to hang on. Fnatic with another win.
I think they're kind of the team or just players that if they do good 1 week, they're like, okay, we don't need to work as hard as we worked this week, so just kind of slack a bit, and next week they say, oh, we kind of screwed, we can't win right now, we need to work again. So I think that they're those kind of teams, and when it's going to come to playoffs, I think they're going to show up again, because you cannot slack for playoffs.
Interesting point Ghost Paper is making here, because Kikis in his statement when he left the Unicorns of Love was also talking about how there was a difference in work ethic from some of the members. Now Ghost Paper talking about how some of them potentially could maybe take a little bit easy after a good week. Obviously at playoffs we know Unicorns can show up. We're just going to have to see if they can get into playoff first and then prove once again they're a great best out of 5 team.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if they brought their A game today as they look to take on Gambit. Let's take a look at the Pink Power Ponies in the blue side. It will be Visit Shachi in the top lane, Gilius in the jungle. That means we've got Power of Evil in the mid, Vardag's the AD carry, support is Hillisang, and of course their coach Sheepy.
Yeah, and Gilius yesterday, tough start. I mean, shaky start. He first picked Lee Sin. It's one of his main picks. Obviously, he's a great mechanical jungler. But SK Gaming, they shut him down completely. It wasn't just because of Gilius. This was also SK as a team that just won the laning phase, allowed Svensson to invade in. And here's the thing for me. If you lose the laning phase to SK, you're not going to enjoy playing against Gambit because they are even better in that laning phase. And Diamond can look to do the same against Gilius. Nidalee pick, same deal as Svensson played. Let's see if that's going to be a factor.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be something that'll be very telling. Gilius has had this trial by fire since his debut here in LCS, and it's going to be rough for him. Now, Unicorns, they've still had some poor decision-making. We called him inconsistent last split. Now it's just kind of like all over the place. From behind, they don't really seem to have any direction. There's not so much shot calling as there is running around.
That is a weird thing. When you watch the Unicorns of Love, they can have these games where everything is super controlled, but then a game like yesterday, suddenly they're like 2v4 fighting a dragon and just end up giving a few kills, and you're like, it doesn't make any sense. Obviously, if they do manage to win here, or whoever wins this game between Gambit and Unicorns, will put them in 4th place alone, also with Giants losing, so it's a very important game for the playoff here and for seeding in the playoff, of course.
Super high stakes, of course. Now, looking to eclipse the Unicorns here in the standings with a win is, of course, Gambit Gaming. That means you've got Kabashard in the top lane, Diamond Procs in the jungle, mid Betsy, AD Forgiven, support Gosu Pepper, and the coach Sean's. This team.
Yeah. This team.
They can work some wonders. They're getting there. Diamond had a super strong game as Nidalee, that Skirmisher's Runeglaive. He went Abyssal, obviously a different build than Svenskeren, but his Nidalee, man, was just nasty.
He was following amazing around in the early game and managed to counter gank him quite a few times. He got so many early kills, 9 kills himself on the Nidalee. And yeah, he's built Runeglaive from Skirmisher's Saber. So it's again this dual power here. It's in your face. Then he goes to Abyssal Scepter. Then he went for Hourglass. So it's tanky. It's somewhat like almost Bruiser-ish Nidalee build, where often we see other players go for more, defensive sit back and poke. Diamond is in your face over and over and over. He's chasing for these kills. You see how aggressive he's playing. That is what Svensson did against Gilius yesterday. Why wouldn't Diamond try and do the same if he can get his hands on Nidalee?
I think it might end up being a ban. We'll have to see. But, just looking at the results from yesterday, Gambit, they beat the 2nd place team in the league. Unicorns lost to the one that was all the way back in 9th. If you just look at yesterday, it starts to look a little bit grim for Unicorns. Gambit have got to be playing with some serious confidence.
Yeah, Huni said in his interview yesterday as well how he fears Gambit a lot. He's afraid of playing them in playoffs because this team is getting so much respect from everyone else. Sean's as a coach has been having a fantastic impact. The players are praising him. Diamond talking about how he's now been stepping up more as a shot caller as well for the team, and he's learning a lot from Sean's. And everyone seems to be afraid also because they have some fantastic individual players, and that's some of the things we highlighted about Gambit in the start. Like when you have Forgiven as an AD carry, you have Kabashard as a top lane, like right there, you got 2 of the best players in their position in Europe. And then, of course, you're backed up by Ghost Paper and Diamond, who has so much experience. And then Betsy is the only guy we still need to see more consistent performances from. But I feel like Gambit is trying to find a role that fits him. Just haven't really gotten there yet.
Yeah, so altogether, as we get ready, we're going to take a little bit of time to get into this game. We have a minor keyboard issue we're going to take a look at. But for Gambit, you never really know what to expect just because they've been able to do some things that not a lot of people are really able to do. For example, win on Lucian. That's always a big start to think.
Yeah.
Forgiven's kind of forcing himself onto the meta in this regard. And yes, Graves, you could argue maybe that's a little bit useful in that situation, but he just plays so well around. He wasn't even the guy going in front, though. He wasn't hard carrying. He's fit himself into this team in such a good way that nobody really has any idea what to expect in a given game versus Gambit.
But that's been one of the main changes for Forgiven. It's no longer, oh, Forgiven, you want to carry, so which champion do we need you to play so we can build a comp around you so you can just do whatever you want? No. It's more about, oh, Capuchat, what do you need to play up here? What jungler can we get for early pressure? What control mage can Betsy play in the mid lane? Then Forgiven kind of has to fit in his pick. And very often, it's a safe AD carry. We've seen a lot of Corki. We've seen Lucian, obviously, even Sivir. Things that can kind of handle themselves because Diamond is using his time on the top side of the map. He's ganking for Capuchat. Capuchat played Shen yesterday, and I think Diamond was up there like 4 or 5 times in the early game ganking, even though it was a Shen. But that enabled Gambit then to play the entire map because suddenly Capuchat could start using ulti aggressively, join down in that bottom lane, and it was all just set up very smart from Gambit. And also as a team, one of the main things Sean's has focused on is like communication and then vision control. Diamond, now that Kikis is gone, is the jungler who plays the most wards in the EU LCS per game. Goes to Pepper, is now the second, the supporter plays the second most. Only Vander is ahead of him. So we have 2 guys here who's playing the support role, the backup role, and they're just providing so much map control that it allows Capuchat, allows Betsy, allows Forgiven to play the carry role and have enough information on the enemy team to make the right decisions.
Absolutely true. And you know, when you've got somebody who's coming in a little bit more green like Gilius here, his pathing is a little bit predictable. You saw Svenskeren abuse that incredibly well yesterday. Diamond has all the blueprints he needs if he does want to just go ahead and do solo kills in the jungle on top of continuing to put that vision down and keep Unicorns not only in the dark, but keep his own team completely well informed.
Yeah, again, it is what he's playing around, but we have still seen some bad games from Gambit, even lately, where like against Giants as an example, where things didn't click for them. So it's not picture perfect yet, but it's definitely getting better. Unicorns, on the other hand, though, you have a new jungler. Kikis was a big part of this team. He was probably the most consistent member for them. Him and Hylissang, I would say, together had some fantastic performances, and their synergy was great. That has to be built up with a new jungler now. We know they've also signed 2 other subs, Airwax and Horo, so they might be like trying in and out and maybe testing what option works the best for them, but Gilius is here right now. I don't want to blame him for the game yesterday, but it was a tough start, and he needs to bounce back today.
Yeah, and they definitely need to do all they can to make sure they secure that playoff berth. Because remember, this is a team that, with all of these members plus Kikis, were able to get a second-place finish in spring. As a result, they are sitting on a big pot of championship points to try and make a berth towards Worlds. If you make playoffs, if you make 3rd, 4th, whatever place you get in that mix, you can put yourself up in a very comfortable position to try and qualify through points alone, and at the very least, you will definitely make a run in the regional qualifier.
Which obviously is going to be played after our summer finals in Stockholm. We will have the regionals coming in, and that's the key for Unicorns of Love. They are a team who performs better in best out of 5.
Historic.
Preparing, and obviously because they tend to have these wacky picks, you know, new picks coming in, so it's tough to prepare pick and ban phase against them. So they just gotta make it to that playoff spot. That's what they're aiming for, and beating Gambit would almost secure it for them.
It will be the start today. Let's see if they can rise above some of the consistency issues that continue to plague them, and now with the roster changed around, first ban off the board. It is going to be the Fizz. Everyone fears it from Capuchat.
Yeah. We almost start seeing that banning out Capuchat. I mean, he just has another pick ready. Guy with a very, very deep champion pool. Rise been taken away, very standard on purple side. It is still a fantastic strong pick despite the Rod of Ages changes. That's the pick we talked about with the Nidalee against Diamond. Svenskeren used it yesterday. The full effect against Gilius. Now it's being banned away from Unicorn. So still a lot of the normal power picks open.
Yeah, there's no Rek'Sai ban here. There's no Gragas ban. The 80 carries are completely untouched. Have to see what Unicorns spend their last ban on as the Shen ban comes in. Taken away. We won't be seeing any more double teleports today.
We might see teams try and set up this situation where Sivir and Rumble are both open. Seeing as now Rumble, 100% pick ban on 5 and 13. Alistar as well, obviously, but that means suddenly you gotta first pick the Sivir, but then we got 80 carries like Kalista open as well, obviously not for these two teams. Funny enough, Unicorns, the team who bans Kalista the most. They don't trust Invadax to play the carry role on it. Forgiven obviously doesn't play Kalista, so they also ban it very often on the side of Gambit. Ban Sivir in the end. She's the 80 carry, being targeted almost in every single game, and she should be.
Despite that, Unicorns are still going to go ahead and pick up the cow. It is Hylissang's favorite support this split, has played it 5 times previously. Gambit Gaming, they have their pick of the top-tier junglers without the Nidalee being amongst them. Prox looks to be favoring the Rek'Sai. We'll see if he takes it in the end.
Could also go for Rumble for Copper Shot if he wants to get that AP top laner that could enable a potential Varus pick for Betsy in the mid lane. Otherwise, Azir and Victor has been two of his go-to picks, and I like him on these control mages where he can play more passive in the early game, just be a bit of a farm machine. But then once we get to these team fights where Gambit as a team normally really shines, he has a big impact for them. Rek'Sai would not be surprising for Diamond.
Oh, we've seen this before.
We've seen this before where you send the Gragas into the top lane for Copper Shot, and you do this. The reason Gambit is doing this is just to take away the two tier 1 junglers. The thing is, Gilius is more than happy playing Lee Sin. So I don't feel like against a team like Unicorns or Love, you have to take both their tier 1 junglers and then swap one of them into the top lane, because it's been very mixed results whenever Copper Shot has been playing the Gragas.
It's an interesting Gambit for Gambit. We'll see if it pays off for them. But for Unicorns of Love, Gilius can go ahead and take that Lee Sin. They don't necessarily need to right now. There's probably little threat that we see Lee Sin being taken by Gambit after all of this. My real thought here was where are they going to go with Power of Evil? Because arguably this is their strongest lane matchup.
Yeah, Power of Evil is definitely the guy they're looking to be the carry. I was about to say Corki as a pick. I like very much now with Sivir being banned away, and also due to the fact that you're expecting this Gragas to be in the top lane. So Gambit is not running a hard engaged top laner. Gragas can obviously like flash body slam or if he gets a flank in with his ulti, but it's not always as reliable. More secondary engage. Very often you see him even more focused on potential disengage. So getting Corki in as this poke champion, again, you're trying to enable potential physical damage dealers in the mid lane. That's a good pickup for the Unicorns a lot. And I like it when Vardax is not on the carry as well. Power of Evil is the guy you normally want to put your trust into.
Yeah, I think this definitely should work out well for them. Jarvan coming in. We did see it in the top lane already. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see it in the jungle as well. That has been for a while ago now, where it was historically a little bit more popular. Gambit, as the timer ticks down, they look to be taking their mid and their AD carry, and they do. Betsy on the Ahri. Forgiven. Back on Lucian.
So Lucian again, after winning yesterday, breaking.
Preferring it over Graves.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree on that one for sure. Graves into what could be a tank top lane as well. Jarvan and Alistar is not exactly fun when you can't burst down any of these big tanks, but for Gambit, it's always fun to see the lack of Kalista, so they go for Lucian instead of being open. Obviously, Unicorns didn't prefer it either. We talked about earlier with Vardax. So Gambit, again, setting up for this skirmish composition where they're trying to play around the fact that they can set up kills in these lanes very effectively. We know the Lucian pick, once you get a BF sword for Forgiven, he can start playing fairly aggressive in it. Betsy on Ahri here can look for these charms and look for the big plays. And that's what Gambit likes to do, very skirmish focused in that sense. Also with Gragas being a split push up in the top lane.
So with that, they've got a Maokai now for Vizicachi, and Power of Evil will have an Orianna. And I must say, it's not really been my favorite champion to watch him on, and he hasn't really had the greatest performance either.
Orianna, yeah, I mean, the thing is, Power of Evil plays a very passive build. It's tier into Normicon normally when we see it, so it's very slow scaling. Massive impact in the late game once it gets there, but Unicorns of Love as a team have been very bad in the early to mid game. That's been the main weakness for them this split, and that's why Orianna hasn't fit in for Power of Evil. Now he's going to it again. It's a massive teamfight comp from them, though.
It absolutely is. That's the caveat here, is they have so many ball delivery systems. They've got a Cow, they've got a Jarvan, they've got a Maokai. If they can wombo their combo, it's going to hurt Gambit.
It will. I mean, if you can lock down one of these carries, Gambit, though, is fairly mobile. Lucian, dash, Ahri, triple dash for himself.
Oh!
That was banned yesterday, so that's now... Okay. I'm seeing two things here. First, look at the side of Power of Evil. There's a smite at the moment on this Orianna. That's potential rune glaive. I'll talk about that in-game. Copper Shot looks to be going for Gangplank. It was banned yesterday by Origin against him. And he's not running Flash. He's also running Smite. So this is also going to be Rune Glaive, Gangplank. And again, I'll talk about that in game 2 because these two champions here, that's going to be some fun builds. And Ghost of Pepper getting a support Gragas.
Oh, man. You know, we've been hearing rumblings too that this is a Cabo Shard solo queue special, so we'll get to see what he's able to bring it out to the LCS. Man, this is going to be a good thing. The stakes have gotten higher to this show.
Oh, I'm not sure what to expect from this Gangplank.
Only in a Gambit Unicorns game.
I played around with the build, Runeglaive into Static Shift into Infinity Edge, because you turn your parlay into magic damage due to the Runeglaive. Like late game, your crits are like 1500. It's insane.
Yeah.
But
it's all magic damage.
But you have to get there. Like that's the key thing.
But yes, we talked about late game. If we get to that for both teams, it's going to be nuts. All right, guys, you know what to do for this one. Go ahead and hit us up at LOL Esports. UOL win, GMB win. We've got some interesting picks this game. Who is going to take it to 4th place as we get ready to load onto the Rift? We will find out shortly.
I just want to get in game. I want to talk about what these guys are doing here. Power of Evil, small delay, guys.
Yeah, we have a really quick pause. Don't let it kill the hype.
Gives us a timing. So Power of Evil.
Let's talk. We have time to talk now.
Runeglaive, Orianna. The build I've seen is Runeglaive into Nash's Tooth. It's now been buffed here, or been changed a little bit here in 5.13, gives a bit more AP. And then basically, because you now get your Sheen proc, obviously from the Runeglaive, you get the attack speed from the Nash's Tooth, and then you get the damage from it, and you have your passive as an Orianna. You become an auto-attacking Orianna. That's your main damage in the mid game. Then you go in for more standard AP items later on, like you need Death Cap, you're going to need Void Staff, and that's where you become, again, this AoE mage. But building up to that point, it's like, it's auto-attacking, and it can deal a lot of damage if you can sit there and keep hitting. The problem is, you very often get zoned out.
All right, guys. Brief delay, back into the game as Deficio is able to explain what is sure to be the weirdness of it. And here we are, on to the Rift. The Auto Orianna and the Gangplank with Smite coming out the gates for Gambit Gaming, hoping to take themselves into 4th place.
Smite and no flash in the top lane for Capuchard. He's gonna be such an easy target to lock down for Jarvan once he hits level 6. And early invade here.
Dangerous.
Yelios throwing down the flag.
We've seen a couple of near face checks and full face checks that have resulted in the face checker living, but ooh, that's close for Gilius.
All right, so Gangplank instead here. Also Runeglaive. It's not gonna be some Cinderhawk. No. That's not for men. Capuchard here.
Crit with magic damage.
Runeglaive. We're gonna talk Static Shift, 2nd item. We're gonna talk Infinity Edge, 3rd item. Takes a long time to get there. But then again, the key is that you turn your parlay into magic damage through the Runeglaive, and that's your main damage source. After the Infinity Edge, we can potentially see him go for a Void Staff, unless he wants to stack even more AP. You're gonna have to go for Banshee if you want a defensive item, but that's the key components, the first 3, Runeglaive, Static Shift, and Infinity Edge. Laning phase though, you're farming. Like that is your job, you're farming. And you try and avoid ganks. You can always max your W, just eat them oranges here, just gain HP back, but you are such an easy target to gank. Hillersang and Varik's gonna be spotted on the ward here. No surprise Unicorns wanna swap against this Gangplank. Gambit though is setting up a trap.
They're waiting.
Oh, Capuchard's gonna show him.
And so does the Rek'Sai. So Diamond Prox finds Hillersang with the rest of the team. There's the Frost Bomb to zone him away.
Crazy damage.
Yeah, that's a lot early. They're gonna go ahead and grab this blue buff early on. Well, let's take a break from the wackiness that's sure to follow and take a look back to week number 4 when these two teams last met up. It was a Unicorns victory. Remember, Gambit still, I would say they were improving, but they were still struggling a little bit in this game, and you can see Unicorns did take them down fairly handily in 29 minutes.
Very slow-paced, very low kill game. Slow-paced for 29 minutes. Definitely not one of the greater games for Gambit, but that's what they've been improving on. That's why they've been more consistent in the last few weeks. So, we also have a Gragas support, by the way, something we haven't seen in a while. From GoToPaper, obviously, your early game trading is very strong.
Cancelled.
But you are an all-in champion in that sense. Your Q poke has been changed quite a lot. It's not as effective as it used to be. Your CC comes from being able to body slam in as well, obviously. Meaning if he has to go all in, Unicorns might be able to gank it. But it's against a melee support as well in the Alistar. So that's why I think it can work for GoToPaper.
Not being punished as much. So now, we will see the full lane swap completed as Capuchard finally goes down to the bottom side, blue buff in tow. They gave it to him very early. So this was all part of the plan. We'll see what happens as the Gangplank battle unfolds. Chachi should be able to lock him down for a little bit, minus the oranges, but we'll have to take a look at that later on. I mean, the laning phase is not what this game is going to be about.
No, because this is just going to be Capuchard farming for 25-30 minutes. We might not even get to see him before he hits 30 minutes. Maybe he's going to fight for your ulti.
Global.
Sure, that's what he got. That's
we haven't
what he
seen
got.
Gangplank for a while, just throwing out the public service announcement.
That is true. but he's just gonna sit back, play Farm Simulator for the next 20-25 minutes, play safe. You don't really want to fight anything, because you gotta get that Runeglaive first of all, then you gotta get some damage after it. Chachi, though, is invading in with Gilius here. Our Smite Orianna has not followed on the side of Power People. Now, obviously, the problem for Smite Orianna is you're lacking a useful summoner in most situations, not running a heal or barrier, not even Ignite if you want more lane pressure. And it also is a slow scaling build. And again, it's going to be very auto attack focused in the mid game before he starts getting these big items late. Gambit have a lot of ways to try and get to him. Rek'Sai Tunnel. Gragas obviously knocking him back, and then he's a squishy target.
Still, it's a safer champion pick, but we have to see if Gambit take that incentive to move mid and make that action. I feel like they're happy to farm up as long as possible, not just in that bottom lane, but all across the board. Betsy, if he can get a catch, he'll be happy with this Ahri, but both teams, I feel like the onus isn't necessarily on them to make a lot of huge early plays outside of counter jungling, which is what they've been doing.
Yeah, and obviously Gambit is happy to sitting and farming for now. Cabochard wants to farm. Betsy and Forgiven wants to complete an item first, and then you can start seeing some aggressive plays. Goes to Pepper and Forgiven together. Combine that, add in Diamond procs, and suddenly you can start setting up very effective ganks from them. But of course, Diamond is around the lane of Cabochard, as we always see from him. Protecting him. Goes to Pepper, though. Take damage.
A little low there, yeah. Hilly is going to take some damage in return, but he heals it right on up. Chachi's throwing a sapling around the back to see if there's any counter pressure. Diamond is in the Unicorn jungle, and he's cruising for what looks to potentially be a bruising on Vizichachi, but he'll be safe for now.
Of course, Cabochard just farming, shooting these minions, getting the extra gold. We're going to have to see later once he has the Runeglaive if he's going to start taking away camps as well from Diamond, just to really speed up his farm. That's one of the things about Runeglaive that you always have to remember. If you do get to take down these jungle camps, that will speed up your build towards, 3 items and so on, because you get that extra gold from it. But then you deny that from your own jungler. That's always the risk, unless you get into the enemy jungle and start counter jungling with it. But that's not really what you pick an Orianna for. You pick her for a safe laning phase, a strong late game. You don't pick her to invade into the enemy jungle as the Orianna.
Especially if your Power of Evil does like his builds that take some time. So it has been a moment of non-aggression, a bit of it. I want to see if Gilius decides to make some moves. He has hung around in this top side, but after a little bit of early invades, he's spotted by that ward. I think he knows it as he backs away. Now the jungler having a massive impact on the lanes. They're really focused on jungling themselves and out-jungling each other. And this 2v2 between Gosu, Pepper, and Elisang just trying to force their bulk into the situation while both their AD carries continue to farm up.
Right.
Slight lead for Forgiven here, but it's not massive.
And not really been any openings for the junglers. I mean, you saw when Cabochard were finally pushing the bottom lane, Diamond was there, near him. He was close. He was shadowing the lane, basically saying, if Gilish, if you show up, I'm going to be here for the counter gank. Elisang, though, again, going aggressive.
Is
TP.
Oh, there's a TP for Chachi right now. Forgiven might give Gosu Pepper up, hoping he is forgiven for it. This could be first blood. The fat man just casually walks to his death, and the sapling is not necessary. First blood over to the core.
Nice little TP setup. Obviously means Cabochard is left alone in the bottom lane, and that's not exactly what you want to do if you are a Unicorns aloft, but they want to start speeding up this early game a little bit. Very aggressive play, and it paid off. Forgiven forced away as well. And look who's getting all the minions.
Long distance farming, thanks to Gangplank. He's got to get all the money. Healed up, no, that's not going to happen. He grips himself some CS, getting him over the hump that Vizichachi had there. And he gets some free pressure on the tower now.
It is normally not worth it to use a teleport for just 1 kill. And it wasn't worth it in this case. Even though Unicorns got the first blood, Cabochard got a lot of farm from it. He's the guy we're going to follow. No pressure on him in the lane. And Gambit got to defend the tower. Obviously, Unicorns as well wanted to swap the lanes around. That's why they could go for this play. And wanted to see if they can get more pressure on this Gangplank, and also trying to avoid this Lucian once he gets the BF sword. But Gambit can just push out this bottom lane, this top wave, go back to base, get your BF sword for Forgiven, and walk down the bottom lane, and you have the 2v2 lanes again. And then suddenly, you also have a TP advantage.
Yeah, easy peasy. Hardly anyone's really taken a back trip as 8 minutes are elapsed on the clock. Still very even in the gold count despite that first blood for Unicorns. Gambit have gotten some serious farming edges. A couple of skirmishers already. The Runeglaive is picked up for Cabochard as he looks to take his place up top a little prematurely. Still wants to keep this 1v1 going. He's under no threat.
And now Chachi's got no teleport for a few moments as well, so they may have some more global pressure.
Yeah, Capuchot is going to look to 1v1 entire game long. He's going to be a split pusher for Gambit and have the global ulti and of course the TP, and then late game, once he starts completing these items, he can start looking for these carries. If we see like a 1200, 1500 crit in the late game, don't be surprised. That is what this build will do. But again, this also means that Unicorns Aloft have allowed him to get to that late game, because he doesn't offer a whole lot right now, and that is what Unicorns have to be able to punish.
There is a timer ticking away. However, sometimes it's hard to know when these strange choices come into play. Tower's going to be falling in the bottom courtesy of Vardag's Gatling gun. But if there's anybody that should know how to play against really weird champions, you would have to think it's Chachi. Admittedly, he's not been playing them lately, but still.
And this gangplank thing has been a solo queue deal with the Rune Glaive. Something we have seen for the last few weeks after Rune Glaive was introduced. But Gambit had a very slow rotation back to the lanes. We knew that Unicorns was sending Vardex down to the bottom lane. Given has to be careful as well, by the way. He might get destroyed. He gets headbutt into the tower. Oh boy.
Oh, enticing. He's
Nice
going to burn his flash. Fancy fingers. Forgiven gets away, or he frankly shouldn't have.
But just talking about it again here, Gambit very slow to swap him back to the bottom lane. Forgiven wanted one more wave top before he recalled. Then he got interrupted by Chachi. And then he's finally recalled. It meant that Vardex, because he was there so early, could take down a free tower in that bottom lane. And no response from Gambit because of it. So they were just slower. And look at his auto attacks.
Ooh, Rune Glaive is good, huh?
Really doing a whole lot though, Betsy.
Hey, he had the shockwave first, admittedly, but a little bit of trading all around the board now. As
I still want to see if he's going to get that Nashus as the second item. That's the...
Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. Otherwise, his Rune Glaive won't make a whole lot of sense.
He just tanks the phosphorus. It's okay. I can trade better than Vardex. This guy's got no fear.
Gambit's going to be annoyed though about the fact they lost that bot lane tower for basically no reason. There was multiple ways for them to recall earlier. Forgiven had enough for BF Sword. Normally you're talking around the 55 CS mark.
There's Julius is going to go through the lane, gets the dunk on. There's the ultimate from Cabochart, but he's got no defensive summoner. Maybe he can get one going down with him, but no. Julius is going to flash away. They do burn a couple of summoners for that, though.
This is what we talked about, though, Pyro. Once Jarvan hits level 6 against a no-flash target, how is Cabochart ever going to escape that gang? And Unicorns can look to do it again and again and again to shut him down and to get this Maokai fed instead. Now TP soon back up. Power Evil have to flash away though.
Power of Evil zoned out of his mid lane thanks to Diamondprox and Betsy. Dodges out the charm, but this tower might just fall. He does clear away the minions, so he'll keep it alive for the moment. As Diamondprox sends a parting shot his way, Cabochart teleports right back into the action, and he's Rune Glaving it up.
Means the Unicorns will have the advantage now by using Chachi's TP coming back up, so they managed to get that kill from the first spot. They swapped faster back to the lane, so Unicorns Aloft just been a step ahead, making use of the moves. Betsy, though, is winning this mid lane. This is what we also mentioned with the Smite. As a summoner spell in the lane, you don't really get a whole lot of value from it. He's even going skirmish as Saber. So he's looking to one-on-one people on this one here. Get the true damage and everything from Power of Evil. Are we going to get a split-pushing Orianna?
We've seen stranger things this game. I think Deficio, nothing is out of the question. 12 minutes on the clock. Rek'Sai scream, the wave race. As Diamond looks to potentially move in here, get some vision for the Dragon. Remember, they're lacking their teleport for a few minutes. If they can keep Unicorns off of it, that will help them if they should want to fight for it. Diamondprox going to go on a little bit of a counter jungling mission himself, though.
Unicorns is saying, though, they don't care about early Dragons because they're swapping Vardex back to this top lane. They want to keep trying to push in against Cabochart and force him to use his ulti defensively to clear out waves. They might even just go and kill him again. Ulti's ready now for Gilius.
Yeah, he's just in tower range. Shilasang still gets the headbutt. The oranges are on. There's the ult. We're going to see Dunk Part 2. Cabochart's taken out. Meanwhile, Power of Evil is going to get taken down in the mid as Betsy tanks an inner turret. It's a 1-for-1 on the map. You could see where people are focusing their attention.
Unicorns Aloft is making some nice moves in the early game. However, the fact that Power of Evil is losing his lane to Betsy is such a big problem. That was an easy tower in the mid lane into a gank onto Power of Evil. He used the flash earlier. So Gambit is getting gold despite Cabochart trying, or well, despite the efforts of Unicorns to shut down Cabochart and maybe take a top lane tower as well. Gambit respond mid tower because they won the lane. And then bot lane as well, because people swapped away from Forgiven here. But Vardax, he's trying to snowball the early game. He's trying to open up the map by taking out these early outer turrets and maybe put Caboshot in a position where he can't really farm as safely, because if Caboshot ever overextends, he has no mobility, or he has no jumps.
No way
So
to get out of it. I mean, he's got oranges, but it's not always K. And that's the problem when you're running a Smite on this Gangplank. It is a very risky strategy. He is 0-2, however. Keeping early on the farm, he's got his Avarice Blade, so he will be just raking in the dough soon as it goes. Some vision down thanks to the Skull Crab, Gosu Pepper in that bottom side. Let's see what Unicorns do here. Again, they don't need to necessarily take these early dragons. Gambit, however, may be the ones that are more interested in it. Still, it's going to be all about these late game fights when they come.
I would like to see Unicorns go for this dragon now, because they have the TP advantage, because Caboshot is back in the top lane, and you want to start getting these dragons rolling, because if you look at this Gangplank in the late game, that can be so annoying to deal with for Unicorns of Love. So in that case, starting this potential snowball of dragons can be your way of always securing the late game with 5 dragons, and you have this opening with the TP advantage for Unicorns. So I'm not sure why they refuse to use it. As long as Betsy's sitting in the mid lane, you have vision of him, he's not going to create a pick with the charm, and you can walk into this dragon and set it up. But say if you want to contest it, you're going to 5 versus 4s, and we should be able to win that team fight. You have Trinity Force completed, and Pyra, we have the Stinger for Power of Evil, the Nashus Orianna.
You called it, and it's going to happen. How long we will have to see.
I don't want to call if it's good or bad, though, because I haven't really seen it when it comes to the overall damage it can deal.
Not a betting man, are you?
We will have to see. I mean, look how he's taking out a Crux here. Look at his auto attack.
Those are pretty big auto attacks, I'll grant you that. But let's get back to this fight over the dragons, potential fight over the dragon. The Corki, not only is he sitting on the Trinity Force power spike, those 2 kills means he's gotten the gold even faster. Forgiven has been able to outfarm him, but that doesn't mean as much of a difference, so he does have a bit of the gold advantage. The itemization, you know, it's going to be iEdge versus Triforce. Betsy, though, he could be the one that's going to get pincered in here. Sends a charm, completely goes nowhere. There's one Spirit Rush. He's got 2 more, but if he's locked up, he won't be able to do much. He's got 1, and he's going to be able to get out of the Cataclysm. A lot invested there on that bottom side. Forgiven turns on the heat. Vardax is going to have to Valk into a Razor Beats.
Meanwhile, though, here, look at Gambit on the top side. Vardax!
Oh, that's a Summoner heal away from going down. Forgiven might have put some fear in Vardax, but they are going to be able to secure a dragon here.
Gambit will take the top tower forward. Might even try and get a kill on Chachi.
Action all over the map. Well, tree. He's trying to make like one leave.
Gambit has no damage
yet. Not yet. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but let's just take stock of this whole thing. Like right now, it's only 400 gold difference, but first dragon for Unicorns of Love. That'll give them that extra percentage AP and AD. Help them if they want to get in these fights. It looks like we're in for still pretty even in the towers, as Gambit will take one down. The mid still stands if Unicorns do want to take it, but they're taking their time about it.
Just making sure it clears out of some of the minions, Unicorns. Instead of looking towards the mid lane. The towers here dropping very fast. Both teams putting a lot of focus on taking down the outers. And also looking for these potential ganks against each other. Caboshot has been a target. Of course, you're running no flash. I mean, there's a big arrow above your head saying, come gank me, please. And at the same time, we have seen Gambit try and use Betsy, move him around the map a little bit. He obviously didn't manage to do anything at the bottom because he got ganked as well from Unicorns. But they got the dragon. Gambit responded by taking top tower, in my opinion, the right call from Gambit, saying we don't want to contest this dragon here. Again, we want to farm up with our gangplank, so we just traded for the top lane tower.
They were able to make that trade. So as it stands, it's 3 towers to 2, but still that dragon advantage over to Unicorns. Still, what a wacky 17 minutes it has been. Can't wait to see what this Gangplank can get done. And by the way, if you guys are wondering, the last time we saw Gangplank grace the stage of the European LCS was over 2 years ago. Got to go back to the spring of 2013 when Cyanide played it. So somewhere right now, somewhere up in Finland, he's watching and wondering what's going to happen here as the GP ult's going to go ahead and clear the wave away. Unicorns cannot push this mid.
I once remember playing against Fnatic where Cyanide was playing the Gangplank jungle. We lost the game and it was sad.
Oh, you were in that game?
It was very, very sad.
I'm sorry to bring up bad memories.
I don't remember Cyanide doing a whole lot other than farming, but hey, this is what Gangplank is doing. He farms, then he goes late game, and he tries to one-shot you.
Thank you, our wonderful stats guy, Spellsy, for giving me that information. It's always fun to learn these kinds of things when you see a Gangplank in LCS, it is just an awesome day. Unicorns, however, are going to try to muscle their way in and finish this tower off. They will be able to do it. Still, sidewave pressure doubled up by Gambit thanks to Betsy and Cabo Shard. Can they make this pay off if they keep the pressure on in mid?
They have to be able to trade towers here, otherwise they need to move in towards this mid lane. The dive is happening.
Yeah, they looked for the Fat Man, but they couldn't quite secure him up. Forgiven, does he have enough damage to push them back? He doesn't have a culling. Diamond Prox can't flank around the side against all of them. The big shockwave pulls him in and takes him down. Betsy's still on the bottom, Cabo's still on the top, but this might be an early base race almost.
Well, I mean, you got minions now. Hylissang was tanking his TP, but Cabo shot.
Can they cancel it? No, not enough. In comes Cabo. He's going to eat an orange, but he's taken down. Why did he teleport in there? An inhibitor's going to get destroyed. We're not even 20 minutes into the game, Deficio.
Unicorn's just saying, we don't care about these players. Oh, Betsy.
Yeah, going in. There's the Spirit Rush. Power of Evil, however, is going to be able to take out Forgiven and get a double kill onto Betsy. They take an inhib down. Diamond Prox left scratching his head at what the hell just happened.
Gambit was setting up that 1-3-1 setup we mentioned with Betsy in one lane. Of course, Cabochard pushing the other one. But they were so slow that Unicorns had enough time to group mid lane and say, okay, where's your wave clear? There's a Lucian, that's about it. He can culling on one wave, and then he can't clear the next one, so we can just keep pushing. 5 members. Also remember, there's an attack speed Orianna, so she's gonna have a bit more effect on these towers. Porky with the Trinity Force, they just rush down towers. They even go for a bit of a setup dive from Gozo Pepper himself, knocking Chachi into him, but then the next one. Look here how Gambit are pushing the side lanes, but they realize they won't be able to get these towers down in time before Unicorns can push further in. And then Cabochard, who's extremely squishy and very weak at this point, teleports in, and Unicorn's like, okay.
Free kill. Yeah, that's some questionable decision making here, and the Gangplank probably operates a little bit best further from the action, you would think. They had a really good side push going, but they only really got one tower for it after all that. It ended up being the minions that secured it as they all spooked and backed away, but even after this, it was too late to do much. They grouped up, Gilius got the dunk on, and they just finished it off.
And
Big swing 3 to corner.
Betsy dashing into 5 members of Unicorns Love, didn't even manage to create any distance or anything. 4 kills now for our Runeglaive Orianna. Just got 3 of them into the wall.
Forgiven. You can't go that way, and now he might be going back to base, the short route. Power of Evil, 5 kills make that.
What attacks Pyra? Flying out.
They're big, man. It's like another spell.
But for Gambit here, you're running this Gangplank who needs 30 minutes of farming. You just lost everything in the mid lane. That means Unicorns now have so many openings. Vadax is stuck down the bottom lane, though.
He's getting the help from Visit Chachi. So, teleport is canceled at the end of it as Betsy repositions himself. They still have pressure on this top side. Gambit, they have got to cover for that big swing that Unicorns just got. It wasn't so much gold. It was only a few thousand, but that pressure momentum...
That's quite a lot of 20 minutes.
That's true. I keep forgetting this game's only 20 minutes in, so Unicorns have a pretty big edge right now. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, Betsy just used his ulti, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot in a fight, but Vadax is not here for the Unicorns of Love, so they want to disengage.
Cabochard is, however. Power's knocked back, but he's able to walk away from it all. Diamond Prox finds Chachi. They are going to try to force some action, but they just don't have the damage yet. Meanwhile, Super Minions streaming into the base right now. They've got to respond to this.
It is so key for Unicorns to open up that mid lane, because now you just have a free passage to walk into the enemy jungle, both sides, because you know the Super Minions are always going to be pushing in. You ward up everything like the Unicorns have done here, and you start playing in between the towers. Diamond now is in trouble.
Knocked into the team. There's no more a tower to fall back to. He's going to get popped. Gilius looked to go a little bit low, but able to tank through. Gosu Pepper couldn't quite get him. Betsy will be able to take down Hylissang, but it's going to be a Gragas falling down. Power of Evil going low. Betsy going in, gets the charm onto Chachi. Double kill over to Forgiven, and they get another kill courtesy of Cabo Shard. Vardags around the side. Can he get it? No. Cabo intercepts the rocket. Another one goes wide. Harley's on the Vardags. The rocket's still firing, but he's got to get out of there. There's no more backup.
Tried to snipe Betsy in the very end, but Gambit, they get a good fight. 4 kills. That's so important for them now. I mean, I feel like both the teams here are making some massive plays that could potentially either get Gambit back in the game, or of course for Unicorn, snowball the game completely out of control. They should never have to risk such a fight when you have an open inhibitor at 20 minutes in the mid lane. Instead, it's 4 members from the Unicorns. Vardax, look at your minimap. He's on his way. He's not there yet. So Unicorns just being a little bit too greedy for the tower. allowed Gambit to get some kills. Even Cabochard managed to pick up one on the gangplank. Betsy and Forgiven getting the rest. Giving Gambit a chance now at least. Key items being picked up. This was also the chance for Unicorns to start setting up for a potential early Baron because you had the super minions already coming. Someone had to deal with them. Just to get full vision control in the jungle, but that is gone now. Gambit has taken over that side of the jungle, and this is a 23-minute second dragon, so not really gonna be a thing. Power Viva though, we talked about the key items, Rune Glaive, Nashus, and then more standard AP, death cap for him now.
Well, he's certainly making this Orianna look like a very hyper-carrying mid lane. The damage is real from him between his auto attacks, between the spells. However, Gambit, they are going to take advantage of the momentary lapse as Unicorns took out the dragon, start on the Baron, but Hylissang's already caught wind of it, sniffs it out. He's eating a charm, goes in, gets the knockup on a Cabochard, gets an orange. He's not able to stop that. However, he did recover a bit of his HP, and now Gambit have turned around to try and get a couple of picks. Not going to happen, and Vizichachi is coming in for backup.
Gambit simply trying to get a respawn Baron with Unicorns taking their dragon, but now they are finally grouped up again. Betsy has ulti ready. Everyone from Gambit have it ready, honestly. Look for that one. Next might, but we see this. I mean, both teams, there's so much action for them. They just want to fight, even though Cabochard is not there yet. The rest of the members are. I mean, Power Beetle is extremely fed. Have to remember, Nashus is 80 AP. And obviously Rune Glaive is 15 hours of change, so he's getting a decent amount of AP despite this build.
Gangplank ult, they got the slowdown. Can they get the flank off? Diamondprox is looking for it. They knocked Gilius and Vizichachi into the team, courtesy of Gosu Pepper. In comes a Twisted Fate. It's only going to pull Gosu Pepper. They take him out, though. It's a 1-for-1 as Gilius went down in all of that. Gambit feel like they have the edge here. They don't necessarily need their support to chase down the rest. Play to the Rune King. Vardex is able to slow away Diamondprox. Tense moment for both teams, though.
Definitely seemed like Power Beetle was expecting the ball to be on Chachi, so when he went into the backline of Gambit, you could pull the shockwave, but it was just left outside. Only got Gosu Pepper, who's not been able to have... I mean, again, you're playing a melee support in this case, who's never going to be that tanky. I mean, Gosu Pepper's job is just trying to knock either, basically annoy Power Beetle, or the Unicorns off, or knock him into Gambit so they can take him down fast on this Gragas here.
Yes, indeed. Now, as things have settled once again into a momentary lapse between all this craziness, back and forth across the map, Unicorns have this 2-dragon. It's going to be a long time if they want to look for Aspect as a win condition. I don't think that's really necessarily the plan, although this game has the potential to go very long despite that early in-hit. Gambit have recovered from this. Smack. They are not too far behind in the gold game, but they have to stop Unicorns from getting this vision around the Baron and keeping them in the dark.
For now, they're doing a good job. You can see how both of them are trading vision because there's not enough pink wards on the side of Unicorns. And that's always the key thing to look for. Yes, you might have good wards yourself, but if the enemy team can just place a green ward and you can't clear it out, you never really establish any control in the jungle, that is. Baron obviously is pink warded here from Unicorns of Love, and Gambit is staying around. So annoying when the other team is on purple side because it's so easy for them to sneak in and just place a ward or an ability over the wall to spot it. Hylissang instead.
Righteous Glory pop there.
Going for Diamond.
Yeah, they're going to get Gilius on the front. He's going to tunnel his way in, but now he doesn't have an escape. No flash. Gambit, they might have to react to this if they want to try to save his life. There goes the Gangplank ulti. There goes the big barrel. They're not committing to it, though. From the backside, there's a culling, but it's Vardags who picks up the kill onto the tanky Diamondprox. Meanwhile, Cabochard continues to push in the bottom. If they can keep their attention, it may be a worthy sacrifice.
Cabochard is still pretty far away from the base of Unicorns. He didn't use teleport because Diamond got caught out. That's what Unicorns were looking for. Gambit were very split up. Baron is started now.
Teleport coming in. He's a bit of a ways away. He didn't teleport to the Pixel Brush here.
There's still Shockwave, by the way.
Still a Shockwave. They have to respect this. There goes the Righteous Glory. Gosu Pepper scattering. Gilius, they're on to Forgiven. They're taking him down. That damage threat's gone. Gosu Pepper's going to be fired down as well. The rest of Gambit have to scatter and scurry away. Diamondprox may have an ulti in a few seconds and he'll back up. However, this Baron once again started for Unicorns and much safer.
Messy game here for both teams. Trading kills back and forth. People being out of position, but it's very entertaining to watch. With some of these new picks here. Unicorns can secure. Diamond is going in.
He's going in. Can he get it? No. It's going to be smited away by Gilius. And now Diamond's going down for a second time. Chachi's charmed up. However, the Fox does not want to go in on all 5 members. Betsy's going to have to burn his flash away, but it may not even be enough to get away. Rocket's flying. Orbital Deception comes around the other side of it. He sets a charm. This time it's Gilius. There's the Shockwave. Power of Evil makes him disappear.
10 kills now for Power of Evil. What a performance so far. Unicorns of Love are winning the fights around Baron. First they created the pick. We were just talking about how they were lacking pick wards to deny vision from Gambit. But then you have Talisman, you have Righteous Glory, you have the Orianna speed. So as soon as Gambit was split up, Forgiven was sitting in the mid lane, Diamond in the jungle. They found that one pick here. Managed to secure the Baron. Unicorns is still looking strong. Power of Evil, Rylai's 4 items now, currently sitting on 616 AP. And obviously that extra damage as well on his auto attacks. He's also going to slow you down even more.
This game is a crash course in interesting uses of Runeblade, Deficio.
Yeah, it is.
We've got another minute on this next dragon. Unicorns have the map control to be able to take it. They've cleared out the side wave pressure that Gambit had been able to get thanks to Kabashart going down to the bottom to push things out, and a wave that was pushed to the top. Kabo's back in top lane, but they've got to go quick to maybe defend this mid here against a Baron up Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and Kabashart has to be able to get an impact now. He has 3 items completed. We're talking about 30 minutes. We're close to it at least. Start looking at the crits against these squishy targets here, but basically what he can do because he's so squishy is just stay back and just fire his Q over and over. He's never really able to run in an auto attack unless they're already winning the fight on the side of Gambit because he has 0 defensive stats on his side. So that's very key in how you can play team fights with this Runeblade Gangplank. And it often, it's basically rolling the dice. If you get the crit onto like Vardax, it might look awesome and you can win the fight for your team. If you don't, however, your impact is super low in these team fights.
It's definitely a toss-up for Gambit, and so far it has not paid off completely for them as Unicorns secure a 3rd dragon in this game. We're approaching the 30-minute mark, just hitting it now. Gambit definitely have to start making use of this. The Unicorns may not be too keen on giving them that opportunity.
No, and with both Chachi and Power of Evil scaling really well into the late game as well, it's not like Unicorns have a bad late game setup. Obviously, the main problem for them is heavy amounts of magic damage, Corki falling off as a carry as well. Then the fact that Chachi, Power of Evil, and 50% of Vardax damage is all the same is going to be a problem. But setting up for potential dive. Kabashart again is split pushing, which is allowing Unicorns to just group and poke down these towers. Super Runeblade. Remember, he procs on towers.
There's going to be the ult. They've knocked Gilius back in. Chachi's twisted, advancing his way in, but Gilius is going to be flag and dragging his way out. It just seems so safe for these Unicorns. They draw so much attention, don't quite take down the tower, but they're all perfectly fine. Visit Chachi, the only one really scratched up Gilius a bit as well.
Just keep looking at the tower HP. Whenever Power of Evil and Vardax hit it, it's the sheen from both of them, from Runeblade and Trinity Force. It's very quick at poking it down for the Unicorns of Love. Diamond, he's going in.
They've got to make something happen here. This is the time it counts. Diamond going in, going low, however, and absolutely demolished. Gilius now is going to go for the dunk, but he does manage to grab Kabashart before he falls down as well.
That might be Pyra.
They're going to try to end this one right here. A quadra kill, just like that for the Orianna. Can he secure it up? Yes, he can. A pentakill for Power of Evil.
Runeblade, Orianna getting a pentakill in the first game of the Unicorns of Love.
Prepare your solo queues for that one.
What a performance.
But for now, a standing ovation for Power of Evil as they will secure a win here over Gambit Gaming and stand alone in 4th place.
What a fun game to watch.
Oh man, yes it was.
Power of Evil can be very proud after that performance, but oh, Power, Runeblade, Orianna.
You thought you'd seen everything, didn't you?
I mean, I don't know what to expect anymore. This is what I really like about the meta we've seen in Season 5. There's been so many different picks, so many small things that can just make one pick work suddenly. I mean, we've gone from Master Yi mid lane, we've seen FLICKR play, you know, Froggen has been spamming it in solo queue. That was suddenly a thing, and then now we see Runeblade, Orianna. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a meta pick at all, but in this case here, because Unicorns of Love managed to group so early and had Trinity Force, Corki, and Runeblade, Orianna to take down these towers, Gambit just didn't know what hit them. They were setting up 1-3-1 split pusher, being like, oh, okay, you're not going to push that fast, are you? And then suddenly 3 towers is down in the mid lane, and Gambit's like, what?
Yeah. I said in Champ Select I wasn't a huge fan of Power Evil's Orianna.
Well, shame on you,
I was
Pyra.
wrong.
I'm happy to report. By the way, he's had like, across the 4 games he's played on this split so far, he's had 10 kills. 1.5 that. I can do math, by the way. It's just, it doesn't always come, but this guy had such a massive performance, and it was because they were able to group. It was because they were able to realize, oh, Kabashard's going to side push. Kabashard is going to be doing this. He's trying to get relevant. We can force the pressure our way. And decisive victory, something that the Unicorns had been lacking for several weeks.
The Gangplank needed 30 minutes to be relevant. Unicorns a lot didn't give him 30 minutes. They had already taken down half the base of Gambit before that before the Infinity Edge was completed for Kabashard. He never managed to have much of an impact on the game. And it looked okay for Gambit in the start. Like, they were playing the laning phase fairly solid. They were trying to trade towers a little bit and just make sure they got farm on Kabashard as much as possible. But then once we got to the mid game, that's where Gambit failed to use the Arya and Lucian to create picks for themselves, to get a bit of an advantage that could buy more time for Kabashard. And we just saw Unicorn say, you know what? We got attack speed Orianna, we got double Sheen. We're going to group very early on and just start taking them towers. If you don't react in time, your base is gone. And that's exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. It then led into a poor team fight from Unicorns, and we had it very much back and forth. I mean, everyone was everywhere, but this, like, these two teams, that's why they're also fighting and still fighting for a playoff spot, because, you know.
This was the magic that the Unicorns just didn't seem to have as much this split. They've got themselves an 8 on the board.
Destroyed yesterday.
They did, and this is a complete turnaround. This is just absolutely massive for them, and it's got to be such a confidence booster. Ending week 8, not only did you get this massive win, first pentakill, by the way, in the LCS in Europe in this summer. Thank you once again, Spelzy. Big plays all across the board.
And of course, for the main carry on the Unicorns of Love. 15 kills in the game here for Power of Evil. He is the guy they're always building the comps, or try to build the comps around. And this game here, it worked. Still, it's the same story. Getting completely destroyed yesterday by SK Gaming. Who's number 9 in the standings, by the way.
Yep.
Today, suddenly they outplay Gambit, make some good moves the Gambit cannot respond to, and they win a game. I mean, I have no clue.
Just win a game is like one way to put it, but I think we'll have to see what our analysts make of it. Go ahead and take it away, guys. You're talking to the 4th place Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, perfect, actually. We're talking to Power of Evil and Vardax, and I'm going to just repeat what the Fisho said. Can't make sense of it. Got destroyed yesterday versus SK Gaming, and then this game today. So honestly, what happens from a day from Thursday to Friday when things like this happen with the Unicorns?
I think we were all a bit shaken up after yesterday. I think we expected to go in a lot stronger into the games, and then stuff happened and things didn't go as planned, and yeah, we kind of lost. So yeah.
Speaking about things going as planned or not going as planned, looking at the draft in this game, Vardax, were you expecting the Gangplank after seeing the bans before?
Well, the ban yesterday kind of, it gave us the idea that it might happen. So we had it in our mind and we kind of planned for it a bit, that it might like occur in this match. But we were definitely surprised with how they picked Gragas and Rek'Sai, and we kind of expected Gragas to go top, and then Gangplank happened. So
a lot of surprises in this game. One of them will be the Orianna. Now, I was checking your solo queue account a couple of weeks back and saw Orianna just in a load of games with Smite. Walk us through it. What's the thought process behind it, Power of Evil?
Well, so I tried to build an item build around not picking a Fiends, because I really dislike a Fiends on Arena. I feel like I go out of mana way too fast in a lot of team fights, and if I don't get the resets, you have a huge problem. So I was going for the Tia Morelos item build a lot of times, but it is a lot of scaling and you get really slow, really like much damage. So I tried the Runeclave Orianna. You have a lot of mana for the Sheen, you have early game pressure with the Red Smite, and with the Nashors combined you do a lot of damage with auto attacks, around 300 if you have Rabadons afterwards, and it's all just stacking. Nashor's damage, normal auto attack, Orianna passive, and then if you have Red Smite, you do like 400 damage every auto attack, and with Runeclave 700 damage auto attack, so you pretty much are like a good AD carry.
There you go. Perfect. And on top of that, you also had a good AD carry in Vardax by your side. Forgiven coming out with the Lucian once again. Of course, yesterday it had a victory. How do you think it did in this game? How do you think your game went on Corki?
I think Forgiven is always scary when he plays on Lucian. I think that's the reason he picked up the first win on Lucian in the actual LCS. So I think we did pretty decent. It was kind of passive and just farming up, but you always kind of have to respect when he plays something like Lucian or Graves.
Yeah, definitely have to respect that power coming out of that. And the power coming out of Power of Evil, we have the replay of your pentakill. You said you were still nervous after we're going to pull it up on the screen so that you can look at it again. Tell me about the comms as well at that point. Are you screaming, give me that penta? You can roll the clip.
Well, so after I got the triple kill, I was really excited. I wanted to get the quadra on Lucian, so I flashed QW to out-take him. And you can see like the item build, it's like 2 spells, 1 out-take, and the guy is dead. So afterwards, I'm like screaming, let me the penta, and everyone is like using everything on Ari, and I'm like getting, surprisingly, the pentakill.
Your teammates tried to dupe you there, or what?
Well, I actually think they tried to just CC her, but it was like getting so close on like 1 HP or something, Ari, so I was like, no!
Were you trying to just CC her? Oh, you can't, obviously, but were you trying to kill
Yeah,
her?
I obviously wanted to give him the penta, so I missed the rocket on purpose.
And all the other times, oh, just kidding.
Wow. Shots fired.
I'm sorry.
One thing we kind of wanted to touch on just before we let you go. Kickers obviously left the team last week. How is the mentality now in the team? You've got Gilius for this week. How has it been for you guys?
I think like it was pretty weird because obviously we played with Kickers for a long time, and now for the first time playing with a different jungler. I think mentality-wise we're fine. Like we're the same old team of players, but we kind of have to adapt and we kind of have to adjust to playing with someone new.
I think our scrims in the last week is a little bit better motivation-wise. Like it's normal. I think if a new player comes in, I think all the old members, inclusive me, is like a little bit more motivated now. Again, like getting like a fresh start, and we expected this week to be rough because it's like a new jungler, we need new synergy, but we will try our best to like get successful, and we actually expected to come on stronger from our scrims performance. So we were actually pretty surprised of yesterday's performance and kind of shocked, I would say, as well.
Talking about expectations, of course, you guys are the #2 team coming out of the playoffs in spring. So what are you thinking in terms of making that playoff spot and what you guys can do? Is it constantly lingering? Just give us those best of 5s because we're so good in that.
I think for us, we obviously right now the goal is just to make playoffs because we're 8-8 right now. There are 2 more games to go. Last split we went 9-9 in the regular season, so we want to make it a bit better and go 10-8. And yeah, we are staying for playoffs and hopefully do as good as we did last split.
Well, we are aiming to take the first win from Fnatic, so we hope next week they're going to win at Thursday and we win against them in front.
There we go.
Show the magic.
We will see if that happens. You did it before, so well, congratulations. Fantastic victory. Fantastic pentakill. And now for a look at who raked in the most fantasy points today, we're going to hand it over to Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Unicorns of Love fans are having a fantastic day. Not only did the team seize 4th place after that crazy game, Power of Evil is our fantasy MVP. He picked up 15 kills, 3 assists on a Smite Orianna, pentakill to close the game out in style. He earned just under 48 points today. Something that's impressive, he was started on over 52% of fantasy teams. And unfortunately, he's on my bench. Now, with the playoff race coming down to the wire, we also wanted to highlight the 5 OP pros that pulled out all of the stops this week. Let's kick things off with somebody who is on my fantasy roster. It is Nukeduck. He picked up 44% kill share. He dealt 40% of his team's damage, playing both Victor and Varus. And we're finding that Nukeduck is coming into his groove just a little more as the weeks are rolling on. His Varus is still arguably his strongest champion, though. And Rocket, maybe that late season surge for playoffs. Next up, a man that also turned his fate around, it was Freeze. He went deathless this week at 24 KDA, and that performance earlier today was absolutely phenomenal. 18-0-6. Always in the right position, always dealing the right amount of damage, and the Copenhagen Wolves pulling off what I consider the biggest upset of the summer split. So congratulations to Freeze and the Wolves for keeping their hopes alive just a little bit longer. The other team who's hoping to knock Copenhagen Wolves out of the promotion tournament is going to be N-Rated and SK. N-Rated pulled out Shen this week in both of his games, 2-5-23, showing that he can definitely add Shen to the must-ban or must-consider resolution. A lot of good taunts, pretty good laning phase, and also the fact that it can play bait because Freddy likes to play it as well. Next up on our list is going to be another mid laner. It's going to be Froggen. He continues to show up, the metronome of elements, if you will. 48% damage share in 2 games of Varus. He was roaming yesterday for some early kills in other lanes rather, to help out his team and really just continuing to show that Froggen is relevant, but unfortunately not always picking up the wins that Elements needs. They're fighting for their lives to make it to the playoffs. Finally, how can we not have Power of Evil once more? We've added him as our 5th player. So chance from the audience. Pentakill on that Smite TP Orianna. Fantasy MVP. 15 kills today. You know what? If PoE goes huge, then the Unicorns might go huge once more in the playoffs. So that's our 5 OPs. The Penta coming in at the end. Exquisite. Congratulations to Power of Evil and Unicorns of Love and everybody else on our OP5. But to wrap up who the MVP is for the week, we're going to head back over to Shocks and the gang for a look at the most valuable player.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. Yeah, well, that Pentakill delivered the OP for Power of Evil, but yesterday we already kind of knew who could be an MVP, and he made it through today, going all in with Worlds on the horizon. Fnatic's Huni playing Riven yesterday, playing the all-full AD in-your-face Jarvan today. Again, a fantastic week for him.
He had a few quiet weeks in the middle where he was doing solidly and doing very well, but not really making the name for himself we saw in spring. However, this week he was crushing the competition, ahead an average of 60 CS at 20 minutes in both games this week, with some very unorthodox picks when you look at things from the European side of the world.
Yeah, more picks to consider against Huni, but we really have to highlight this is Fnatic as a team setting up Huni to get these kills here in the late game, especially on the Jarvan. He was shut down early on, but then because Fnatic is playing it so well and punish mistakes and have the fantastic vision control, Huni gets to play the carry role in the end.
Yeah, he just plays so well around pressure. Elements obviously had a counter to him in the Janna in these team fights, so if they grouped up against each other, Huni would have issues trying to find somebody to get out. So he later in the game he just managed to sneak around, get 1 pick here, and once he gets that 1 kill going, he just went on a rampage, sniped out Tabs in the river, later followed up on Froggen in the jungle too. And then if you give them an inch, like they'll take everything. Fnatic as a team holistically, and Huni as a player too, and it's phenomenal to see how he came in just unknown, say half a year ago, and he's totally dominating top lane, and people are saying, yeah, world class.
World class, we'll see in a couple
World
in a couple of weeks, maybe. And well, Huni, it's now the, I think, 3rd or 4th MVP for an individual player already for Fnatic this split. Wow, on form. Well, it was a crazy day, and with just 2 games left for each team in the summer split, let's pull up the standings, take a look at that playoff picture. Obviously, Fnatic still reigning supreme there, 16-0. Then Origin and H2K in that battle for 2nd place. Super interesting evolution just across the 2 days. Gambit, they were doing great yesterday. Then today they lost, so typical ULCS all over.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, our middle-of-the-table teams remain inconsistent. We just thought Gambit were getting better and better now. They look to be the stronger of like Giants and Unicorns and Love, and then we have a game like this here where Unicorns honestly had a fairly easy time once we hit the mid game to just get a massive lead. It's tough to say. I think the best out of 5 is obviously going to be the big turning point for these teams, but you got to get to playoff first, and they're all fighting for it.
I'm just watching the Wolves right now. The graphics showed it eliminated from playoffs, so that dream is dead, but that dream was long gone, and they were shooing for auto relegation, and they said that an impossible task. They have to win 3 games. SK have to lose all 3, but it's not unlikely if it keeps happening like this, so at least that's what I'm going to keep my eyes on next week.
Who knows? Super crazy. Well, let's take a look at what our matchups are for Week 9 on the Thursday, as there is so incredibly a lot on the line in that race to playoffs. We're going to start things off with those Copenhagen Wolves after they take on Roccat. We have SK versus Fnatic, H2K, OG, our game of the week there. They're all fantastic. What are you guys keeping the biggest eye on?
I think the real tense one is the Copenhagen Wolves game, because now they're in basically super sudden death against SK. Whichever team, either in Copenhagen Wolves' situation, loses or SK wins, that's it. Copenhagen Wolves are done. They have to have SK lose and they win to even be in that spot for going into day 2.
I just keep looking at the middle of the standings here with these teams fighting. We have Unicorns taking on Giants, basically a head-to-head match for playoff spots. We have Gambit versus Elements as well. Elements want to try and make sure they don't go down to the promotion tournament, and Gambit obviously want to bounce back now and show they are a serious contender in the playoffs as well. So super exciting matches there.
Yeah, if you guys are watching that, I'll just watch Fnatic.
That's fine. You get Fnatic.
They're 16-0 right now. They're on the verge, on the cusp of going 18-0, and then there's always a debate. How much are they experimenting right now? Is Fnatic holding back in terms of practice? Are they going lighter on the schedule? Are they really concerned about that win streak? Do they even care? Because the fans care, but does Fnatic as a team really care about about that win streak and which is the Fnatic that is showing up these weeks. Yes, you can argue they stalled with that late game composition, and of course late game they're going to shine, but there are, I wouldn't call it cracks, but there's room for other teams to play against them. But I'm not quite sure if this is the full throttle Fnatic. I feel like they're still charging up. And
we'll see in
playoffs will definitely confirm a lot of suspicions, and then people can start, calling out each other.
We will see what happens, but week 9 will be incredibly exciting. So mark your calendars because things will get underway at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. Whether you're ready or not, well, we're ready already. Anyway, until then, be sure to tune into the North American LCS on Saturday when Teams over in Los Angeles will be bringing you Cloud9 versus Enemy Esports, Team Impulse versus TSM, and a match between CLG and Team Liquid. Also, so much important action there, as always, gets underway at 9 p.m. Central European Time. That is noon Pacific. And with that, that's all for us here in Berlin on behalf of myself and everyone here at the European LCS. Thank you for joining us, and be sure to meet us back here next week for the final games of the 2015 Summer Split.
Everybody's getting quite excited.
Who's a handsome boy?
You are, Crapo. They've traded 1-for-1 and Andre's valked in aggressively, but now he's left for dead. Frederick's going in solo on the side. Giants, this is a little messy, and he's going to have to drag his descent away. The giant tree of Steve, he's chasing and running and rooting. And Rocket keep their playoff hopes alive. 2, 3, Rocket! Ottawa then taunts his way out and stays alive. Jan has joined this fight late. Bossbomb is out, he's hurting, but it's a double kill for Freeze. The Cocoon! The Copenhagen Wolves will cause the biggest upset of the Summer Split. The Heartthrob FLICKR playing the Heart Seeker Varus. From the body slam of Amazing, gonna get more. Soas was burning down fast, and Freddy's looking for the kill, holding on to sole position of second place.
Might be the one going down, however, speared by Froggen, or rather arrowed down. Reckless gets the knockback and gets the pickup, and this game is all but over. 34 minutes on the board. Fnatic keep the streak going as Dexter just tries desperately to hang on.
Ari, triple dash for himself.
Oh! Armady!
Oh, I'm not sure what to expect from this gangplank.
A quadra kill just like that for the Oriona. Can he secure it up? A standing ovation as they will secure a win here over Gambit Gaming.